Mismatched. BBW Paranormal Shapeshifter Romance. Raging Falls, Book 2. Written by Millie Taiden. Narrated by Lauren Sweet. 1. Carly Toblin sipped on her third glass of champagne. If her father knew she was at a shifter wedding, he'd blow up her phone telling her to get the hell out. Her best friend and boss, Kira, was marrying one of Raging Falls' owners, Luke Lyon. She watched the newlyweds dance in each other's arms, ignoring everyone but each other. A soft sigh escaped her. She and Kira had grown up together. Kira's family owned multiple homes, and they spent most of their time in the one near Carly. Once Carly's mom had passed when she was only 3. Her father had taken her away from Diamond Shores, only to return as an adult. Something drew her back to the place her parents had once lived. Luckily, it was the same place Kira had her company and the place Carly worked. "How are you doing?" Luna asked, walking up to Carly's side. "You look a little sad." "Not sad. Not at all." Carly smiled and shook her head. How could she ever be sad over her friend's happiness? That would be horrible. No, she was not sad. What she was, though, was melancholic for herself. "I love weddings. I am so happy for Kira. She deserves all the happiness in the world." Luna nodded, her brown eyes filled with softness, stared at Carly. "I know. They do make such a beautiful couple, don't they?" "That they do." She sighed happily. "And we really did a great job pulling this together, even though Kira was too busy trying to run her company at the same time." "You did great," Luna said, hugging Carly to her side. "Kira couldn't have asked for a better friend." Carly shrugged, unused to so much praise. "I had help from Kira's cousin, Tony." Luna glanced around the reception filled with shifters and humans alike. "She's the one who just moved into town, right?" "Yeah, she's going to be working with Kira at Rakita, helping her find better land purchases that don't involve harassing people." Carly stopped a passing waiter and gave him her empty flute. Another guy with a tray of strawberry-topped champagne flutes stopped to hand her one. He winked and kept going, every few moments glancing back at her. Carly knew she was attractive. She'd been told her whole life how pretty her face was. It was usually her larger-than-life curves that seemed to intimidate most men and brought out the snarky remarks from other females about her needing to lose weight or she'd never find a man. Because clearly finding a man was the only goal Carly had in life. She smoothed a hand over the side of her gold satin dress. She looked damn good in it. The strapless dress hugged her curves and fell on a soft flare down her hips. She'd gotten more than a few men staring at her low-cut neckline. Good. Let them stare. She'd had a particularly awful day when she'd gone to pick up her dress, only to hear the saleswoman tell her to make sure she didn't overeat between then and the wedding, or she'd end up being unable to fit the gown. Bitch. "Me not fitting into this dress is the least of your worries," she'd replied. "You losing business over your poor customer service skills should be your concern." The woman had stared at her like she'd lost her mind. Carly knew very well she was big. Very big. But she was also very healthy. No, she didn't go crazy exercising, but she also didn't overeat or eat poorly. She was a big girl, and that was that. It annoyed her every time someone minded her business to mention her size or weight. But they got angry if she said something back. Was she supposed to just allow society to insult her because of her size? Not fucking likely. She'd never been small in her life, but it seemed once she went off to college, her body just decided to embrace the word big and stick to it. No matter what she tried, the weight didn't come off, not even when she starved herself. To her shame, she had starved herself a lot, but even then, she'd been big. Even when she barely ate and almost passed out to try and look like others told her she didn't lose weight. So she stopped. Best decision ever. It took some serious therapy and medical intervention to get her to see that as long as she ate healthy and exercised, what others thought didn't matter. Now, she embraced the knowledge. Her body was her business and hers alone. She didn't give anyone the opportunity to say shit about her weight anymore. Now, she was too busy living her life instead of worrying. "Did you go up to your room yet?" Luna asked. She liked Luke's mom. There was a warmth to her that made Carly feel comfortable around her, like they'd been best friends forever. Something she had never felt with anyone other than Kira. Luna made her feel like she was part of the family, and Carly embraced that, which was strange because she never felt at ease around anyone. Having lived with her dad in a big house with expensive stuff meant there was always someone ready to pass judgment on the fat girl. She'd hated being around people back then. Other than Kira and her other college friend, Leanna, she'd refused to give anyone the time of day. Her dad's friends and girlfriends called her antisocial. She preferred the term selectively social, not willing to listen to bullshit. "I did. It's beautiful." She grinned. "Did you have them put flowers in there?" Luna nodded, curling her hand around a champagne flute a waiter handed her and bringing it to her lips for a sip. Her pink-tipped nails shined against the soft lighting of the chandeliers in the room. Luna wasn't a shifter, from what Carly knew. Apparently, some took to the change when they mated, and others didn't. She wondered if Kira would, but it would be a while before they knew, since she was pregnant. According to Luna, pregnant women wouldn't shift, or they'd lose their baby. "I'm glad you like it," Luna told her. "I wanted you to feel welcomed. You've done so much for this wedding. Hopefully you enjoy being here the next few days." Her gaze scanned the ballroom. Spring had just arrived, and the warmer weather had allowed for the wedding to be held at the newest private getaway Kira and Luke had built on his land. For shifters only. The massive building had 20 bedrooms and a gorgeous restaurant with glass walls overlooking the falls. That was where they'd held the wedding reception. Everyone attending the wedding was staying at the new resort. If Peter, Kira's brother, were alive, he'd be flipping out over losing the ability to handle that deal. She glanced at her watch and caught Kira's eye. "Time for the bouquet toss." "Oh, fun." Luna laughed. "You need to get in there." "I don't think so." She refused, watching the wedding coordinator announce the bouquet toss and asking single women to join in the center of the ballroom. She laughed at the number of women shoving at each other, trying to get in the best spot to catch the flowers. "Carly!" Kira yelled. "Get your butt in here! You too, Tony!" Damn it. Carly let her shoulders drop and her gaze lower to the ground and moved to the back of the group. Tony joined at her side. "You know, I wouldn't want to catch the bouquet if they paid me," Tony said. "The last thing I want is for some guy to marry me. When I get married, I'm doing the proposing." Carly laughed at the determination on Tony's round face. Like Carly and Kira, she was on the plus side with extra curves. Though Kira and Carly were more of a caramel tone, Tony's brown complexion made her jet black hair look incredibly dark and shiny. She almost looked Native American, but Tony was very vocal about being a Latina mixed with black and a host of other ethnicities. Meanwhile, Carly worried that with every moment she stood at the wedding reception, her hair was going from sleek and straight to frizzy curls. "Ready?" Kira called out to the group of women. A chorus of yes and giggles, followed by toss it, got everyone's attention. Kira turned away from everyone, giving the women her back, her gorgeous, flowy wedding gown hiding her baby bump with the layers of short, frothy chiffon. Unlike the dress for the ceremony, which had been long with beautiful lace detail, this dress was a lot more casual. In 3 months since she'd been mated to Luke, Kira's belly had grown like a woman in her 7th month of pregnancy. Carly and Tony took a step back, trying to separate themselves from the mass of single women looking to get their hands on that bouquet. "You know," Tony said, meeting Carly's gaze with her brown one, "I had some wedding cake sent to your room." Carly smiled wide, excited over the news. Really? Thank you. I was running around with Kira, getting her changed into the shorter dress for the reception, and didn't get a chance to eat my piece. I know it was going to be so good. She got a guava filling that I loved at the tasting. Tony nodded. It's really good. I had some sent to my room, too. We can eat it away from the crazies. Now, if she just hurried up and... Smack. Two. Tony's eyes widened and she burst into giggles. Carly glanced at the flowers that hit her on the head and landed in her hands. She blinked, turning to face the group of women giving her the evil eye, and found Kira grinning at her. Better you than me, chica. Tony laughed and patted her in the shoulder. Good luck. Carly glanced at the bouquet and growled at her bad luck. Her cake was going to have to wait now. She tried to stop herself from stomping to the side of the room where Luna stood by their table. She gave a tight smile every time someone congratulated her. Who came up with the stupid flower toss idea anyway? Like she'd really end up being the one who got married next, or with the man that caught the garter. Such archaic traditions. And yet, they continued to practice them. If Carly ever got married, which was such an unrealistic thought she couldn't even picture it, she'd go the surprise wedding route. Congratulations, Carly. Luna squeezed her hands with enthusiasm. This will be so good. For who? Carly hadn't really been looking for a man. In fact, she had decided most men didn't deserve her time. Some of the men she dated were sent by her father. He only cared about the society columns. Others were only interested in a booty call. Then there were the helpful guys who thought if they encouraged her to work out and never eat, she'd lose weight and they'd be okay being seen with her. Clearly, a girl her size couldn't find a decent guy interested in her as she was him. Her gaze met Kira's. Her friend blew her a kiss and hugged her husband. No, not true. Kira was just as big as Carly, and she'd gotten Luke to fall for her and not ask her to change a thing. It was adorable to see them together. Time for the men to gather in the center of the room for the garter toss. Her belly clenched as she watched a bunch of tall, sexy shifters looking for a woman. A taller man than the rest caught her attention. Dark, spiky hair and a face that made her panties shrivel into nothing appeared in the crowd. Bastian. He'd been flirting with her since she'd shown to pick up Kira the day Peter, Kira's brother, had gone crazy and tried to kill his sister. Bastian's gaze collided with hers, and he winked, his lips turning into a wicked grin. Lord, how she'd dreamt about those lips. She'd dreamt about his hands, too. Oh, fuck. His entire body had been one sexy, wet dream that her brain refused to forget. Who do you think will catch the garter? Luna asked, humor filling her voice. Not Bastian. Not him. She could barely look at him without her legs shaking. His hands on her leg while he slid that thing up would be even harder to handle. There was no way she'd be able to keep her panties dry with his hands under her skirt and imagining him going up to her crotch. That guy over there, she croaked, pointing to the bored-looking guy with hair so blonde it almost looked white. Garrett? Luna asked with a giggle. I don't think he'd want that garter if it slapped him on the face. Luke shoved his upper body under Kira's dress, and the guy started hollering. He came out with a blue garter Tony had brought Kira from Florida as her something blue. Unlike the women, the men stood stock still and waited. Luke mimicked Kira's earlier motion, turned away from the group, and flung the garter over his shoulder. A single hand shot out above the rest, catching the strip of blue mid-flight. Fucking hell. Look, Bastian got it, Luna gushed. Go up there so he can put it on you. Yeah, if only Luna knew what Carly imagined him putting on her, she wouldn't be smiling like that. Before heading up to the center of the room, where they were putting a chair for her to sit on, She grabbed a filled champagne flute from a passing waiter and chugged the liquid down in 2 gulps. She took a deep breath and strolled up to the chair, her gaze taking in Bastien in his tux. The guy was huge, with a body filled with muscles from working construction. With that tux and the black-rimmed glasses he wore, along with that fuzzy beard, he reminded her of a college professor. A really sexy one. He'd taken off the tux jacket and rolled up the white sleeves of his dress shirt, showing off powerful forearms. Who would have known that rolled-up sleeves would look so sexy? "Ready?" he asked, his voice low with a hint of humor. He knew she wasn't interested in any of that, but she wouldn't back out. This was a damn wedding game. She sat and waited for him to get on his knees in front of her chair. "Are you ready?" she asked in a husky voice, lifting a brow high. "You have no idea," he whispered. Whoa. She had to give him credit for making her girl parts tingle. "You know how this works?" Luke laughed. "You have to get it up her leg." Carly watched Kira whisper something into Luke's ear. He nodded and gave her a kiss. "My beautiful bride would like to see you do this without your hands, Bastien." Luke grinned. "Think you can manage that?" Bastien met Carly's gaze. She thought she might die from the fire he started in her veins. Lust roared to life in her belly at the hungry way he looked at her, followed by a lick of his lips. Her mind took a nosedive to the gutter. Bastien's lips were to drag that thing up her leg. Thank fuck she'd shaved her legs. The last thing she needed was for him to feel hair long enough to braid on her legs, and she wasn't even a shifter. If she could get herself to stop imagining every dirty scenario of him licking his way up her leg, they might be able to get through this without her soaking her panties much more. He let out a soft groan. "No hands? You got it." He took his time, lifting the hem of her long dress to show off her sparkly gold-heeled sandals. She'd had a mani and pedi to match her dress and tried not to think about the bikini wax she decided to add to her pampering session in case she got roaring drunk and laid. Oh boy. Laid sounded so good when Bastien's eye glowed a powerful gold. Laid by him in every clothes-tearing, animalistic way possible. Yes, that sounded fucking perfect. Bastien placed the edge of the lacy garter between his teeth and proceeded to slide under the skirt, out of her view and that of the other guests. The men catcalled for Bastien to make it worth Carly's while, and the men gave her some serious death glares. She gripped the side of the chair, feeling his hair brush against her leg. The soft material of the garter grazed her ankle as he tugged it up. She tried to hold still, knowing he was under her dress, and her brain chose that moment to remind her of the dirty dream she'd had every night with Bastien. A low rumble sounded from under her dress. The guys laughed, and more champagne was passed around. Suddenly, something wet trailed up her knee. She squeaked and squirmed in her seat. "Are you done?" she asked, breathless. Her heartbeat pounded in her ear. She held her breath when he caressed from her ankle to her calf and higher. She tried to smile at the people watching, silently biting her tongue and holding back the moan threatening to come out. His hand continued up to her inner thigh, and instead of pressing her legs closed and shutting him out like she should, she widened and gave him full view of her damp crotch. "All right, Bastien, you can't be under there all night," Luke joked. "Not while everyone is waiting to get dancing. Let's see your handiwork." She lifted her skirt high enough to show off the garter at the top of her knee and a grinning Bastien. The sexy bastard winked at her and stood, bowing to the hollering masses. He offered her a hand to help her stand. Damn shaky legs. She knew better than to let him get to her. He was too cute for his own good. "Want to ditch this place and go somewhere quiet?" he asked, pulling her into his arms just as the band started to play a new song. The soft, sultry sounds of the music meant he held her close. They swayed to the romantic beats, her arms around his neck and his hand on her lower back, running circles on the curve of her ass. "I'm supposed to help Kira until they leave," she sighed, already lightheaded from all the champagne, the lack of food, and exhaustion. Had she not been so tired, she wouldn't be so tempted to go off wherever he wanted. "I can wait," he murmured, pressing his lips to the side of her face. He smelled so good, like soap and spring, and felt warm to the touch. "Thanks, but I think by the time this is over, I'm going to need a very long nap," she said, hating herself for her common sense. Her father would have a heart attack if he knew she was hanging around shifters. One of the things he'd tried to get her to promise was to stay away from them. Here she was, letting a big bear feel on her like she was a honey bun fresh out of the oven. The moment the song ended, she strolled towards Luna with Bastion by her side. She didn't get a chance to do anything when she noticed Kira motioning for her. "Time to go be maid of honor," she sighed. "I hope this night ends with a bottle of champagne in my room and cake." 3. Bastion licked his lips, imagining he was still licking Carly's inner thigh. She tasted better than he'd imagined, and when he put a hand on her knee, she'd spread her legs to show him her see-through undies and that big wet spot calling his name. She smelled so good. Her honey wet her thighs. She marched to the other side of the ballroom. Her hips swayed with every step, making her curves call more attention. He watched a few of the other men eye her ass. He frowned at the immediate anger that flooded his system. "Mine." The bear wanted to tear through his skin and go after anyone looking at his mate. She might not realize it, but Carly was his mate. He tried everything he knew to get her to go out with him. He knew she wanted him. That much was clear from the scent of her arousal and damp panties he'd seen moments before. "Are you okay, little bear?" Luna asked. She'd called him Little Bear since he was a kid and never stopped. Not even after he'd grown to over 6 feet tall and towered over her. "I'm good, Luna. You having fun?" He sat at the table and kept her company. He took a beer from the passing waiter and gulped half of it down, letting the chill cool some of the heat in his blood. "I'm having a lovely time." She raised a brow and grinned. "Are you finally going to go after Carly?" "Finally?" He laughed. "You know." She shook her head and sipped on her champagne. She'd probably had that single glass all night. Luna wasn't a drinker. "I haven't seen you this focused on something or someone since you were a little boy. Are you sure you want to pursue her?" She glanced to her left, and he followed her gaze. Carly spoke to Kira, and both left the ballroom. "She's a good girl. You're a good boy. But I know you shifters. You can be horny little devils, and I get the impression she's been hurt enough." He choked on his beer and put it on the table. "Luna, it's not like that." She blinked innocently. "It's not?" Who was he kidding? It was like that. He wanted Carly naked more than he wanted to build the new extension to his house. And he had been planning that side of his house for a year. He was damn excited to build it now that the snow was gone. "Okay, yes, I want her, but not just for her body," he admitted. He glanced at his drink, watching the napkin around it soak up the perspiration from the bottle. "She's the one." "She is?" Luna asked, her eyes wide. Excitement sounded in her voice. "This is wonderful. You finally found your mate." He nodded absently. "If only she'd give me the time of day." "Oh, please." Luna smacked his arm. "You clearly haven't been listening to her body language." "Of course I listened. She said she was busy and tired." She leaned forward. "Then make sure she is in the mood when she gets to her room." "And when she gets there, she'll be angry I interrupted her alone time." "Son, let me explain something to you. That girl wants you. She might be fighting it. She might be trying to talk herself out of doing anything crazy, but believe me when I tell you, she's going to end up in your arms." She shrugged. "Now the question is, how long do you want to wait for that to happen?" "She's tired. I should leave her alone." She nodded. "You can. It won't change the fact you both want to be together. I'm guessing you've got masochist tendencies to want to stay away from her this long." "Hardly." He groaned and gulped the rest of his beer. "So, what are you doing thinking so hard?" She patted his forearm, then lifted her hand to his cheek. "You don't know how hard it will be to convince your mate she's the one. Sometimes love means losing more than we expect." He couldn't believe Luna was giving him female advice. Not that his mother could. She and his father had died during a severe blizzard almost 10 years ago. He was glad he had Luna. She'd been a second mother to him all the years he'd been friends with Luke. "You are too sweet, Luna." Bastien lifted her hand to his lips and kissed it. "I love you." She grinned. "I love you too." Her eyes grew distant. "I lost someone very dear when I mated Luke's father. Love brings change, little bear." He watched sadness flash through her eyes. "Who did you lose?" Luna had been a very private woman, never referring to her life before Luke's father, no matter how much he and Luke asked. "My baby." Bastien gasped. He hadn't expected that. He didn't know Luna had children before mating Luke's dad. She'd shown up alone, and he'd always assumed she must have been single. "I'm sorry." She shook her head, wiping the tears that rushed down her cheeks. "Ignore me. I'm a bit melancholic tonight, watching Luke marry Kira and wondering if my baby would have ever gotten married." She licked her lips and met Bastien's gaze. "Go. Get your girl." He planned to do just that. Carly didn't know it, but she was going to have a big surprise waiting in her bedroom. 4. Carly lifted her head from the elevator and wall and blinked at the moving lights. She was tipsy. Tired, drunk, and horny. Not a good combination. She done her duty as maid of honor and sent off Kira and Luke on their honeymoon to Tahiti with big smiles and many well wishes. She glanced at the heels in her hands and wiggled her aching toes on the carpet. It was so soft and plush. She could stay there all night, just feeling her feet curl on the material. The last thing she wanted was shoes. Her feet were swollen. She mumbled about not wanting to attend another wedding for at least 10 years. Unless she got to see Bastien in a tux again, that alone was worth every swollen foot and aching back. She slipped her keycard into the door and groaned her way into the giant suite. She stopped when the door closed and frowned. Was she in the right room? Red rose petals made a walkway towards the bedroom. She padded into the living area, threw her shoes on the ground, and slid the French doors open to the adjacent bedroom. Oh, wow. The trail of petals continued to the door leading to the bathroom. There was a heart made out of the flower petals on her king-size bed, a bottle of champagne on ice, and a cart with strawberries and cake sat to the side. She opened the bathroom door and groaned at the sight. The jacuzzi was going, steam rising from the bubbly water. Large red pillar candles had been lit all around the bathroom. It was so romantic and thoughtful after the day she'd had. She had no idea who did it, but she was going to enjoy it. It had to be Luna. That woman had the heart of an angel. Once she'd slipped out of her dress and underwear, she wiped off her makeup. Then she put her hair up in a knot on top of her head and dropped lavender-scented oil into the jacuzzi. Normally, she'd worry about falling asleep in the hot tub if she put lavender in the water, but not tonight. She'd lay there all night if it helped her feet and back. She rushed back to the bedroom, unconcerned over her jiggly, naked state, and popped the cork on the champagne, filling a glass and downing it in 2 gulps. She thought about taking the bottle to the bathroom, but instead picked up the way-too-cold ice bucket and her cell phone and placed them next to the jacuzzi. She ran back to the bedroom and grabbed the strawberries. That cake was going to wait until she was done with her bath. She'd been a huge fan of the tasty guava filling Kira had chosen, something she shared in common with Luna. Watching Kira with Luna had brought a nostalgic feeling into her heart. Like Kira, Carly didn't have a mom. Hers had died when she'd been a baby, according to her dad. Juan Arden had never wanted to speak of his late wife, claiming it hurt too much to remember, which left Carly with very little information on her mother. Carly's life had always centered around what her father wanted until she was old enough to leave home. Then she chose to move away from her dad. He'd always been too controlling and demanding, something Carly couldn't stand in people. She sipped the champagne, thinking of how he'd freak out if he knew she was spending time with shifters. "They're animals," he'd exclaimed when she'd once mentioned meeting a shifter girl in college. "Don't waste your time with them." But Carly didn't take orders well. Hell, she barely took orders, period. It's why she and Kira got along so well. Kira let her do her job and never bossed her around. Back in the bathroom, she moved the champagne and strawberries closer to her on the hot tub. The flat surface allowed for her to be able to put her flute on it and lean her head back on the towel. When she was ready, she could reach over and get another drink. She lay back in the hot, bubbly water and let the scent of lavender soak through her pores. Second by second, every one of her aching muscles started to loosen and relax. She closed her eyes, wondering if she should give Bastien a chance. Her father never came into the equation as to why she kept denying herself. Bastien was so good-looking, but a big-time flirt, at least with her. She hadn't seen him flirting with anyone else during the wedding. Even when he'd been surrounded by females from Kira's company looking for attention, or the women from the multiple shifter groups in the area, he'd never let his gaze stray from Carly. Life used to be less complicated when Carly didn't have strange emotions fluttering to life every time Bastien grinned at her. Something buzzed. It wasn't the bubbles in the jacuzzi. She blinked around, squinting against the haze of the fog floating up from the water. She reached behind her for the champagne flute. The hard case of her cell phone sat next to her glass. She didn't remember bringing her cell phone into the bathroom. Then again, she was exhausted, so she'd probably done it without realizing. The protective case on the phone allowed her to pick it up with wet fingers and not have to worry about damaging the smart device. She took the champagne in her other hand and lay back, scrolling through numerous messages from her father, her exes, and a good friend she hadn't spoken to in a while. The missed call was what got her to gulp on the bubbly liquor. Bastien. Desire flared to life at the pit of her core. The thought of him alone sent her hormones into a frenzy. She pressed the callback button and glanced at the ceiling light. The antique round fixture with chrome scrolls was unlike any she'd seen in other hotels. It was both modern and old. Carly. His voice had that rough quality she adored. It was his animal. Dangerous. Shifter. She shouldn't be talking to him, but she wanted him. "Hi," she breathed. Her husky voice sounded aroused even to her own ears. "Did you like the champagne?" There was a distinct sound of shuffling from his side of the line. She wondered what he was doing. "It's delicious. Thank you," she said. It was probably the champagne. Okay, no, probably. It was definitely the champagne that made her feel nice and relaxed and loose at the tongue. It would have been nice to have someone to share it with. There was a pause and a low grumble. "You're tired. I saw it in your face. You've been on the go from early this morning." He was right. She was exhausted. Still, she wanted him. Another sound of shuffling, and words flew out of her mouth before she had a chance to stop them. "What are you doing? Stripping?" She bit her lip, wishing she could take the words back, but at the same time, dying to know what he'd say. "As a matter of fact, I am." She heard herself start to breathe heavy. The image of him out of his tux and naked fueled the flames of her need. "Naked?" If you want to know, why don't you come find out? Oh, she wanted to know. In fact, she could barely stand, but she would make the trip for him. I would if I wasn't naked myself in the hot tub. Another bout of silence followed by a groan. Carly, you can't do this to me. 5. She grinned. This was fun. He was probably just as turned on as she was. Do what? She asked innocently. Are you really naked in the tub? She licked her lips. A sudden idea lit in her brain. With the champagne glass back on the tiled surface, she cupped her breast in her hand, tweaking her tight nipple and moaning. I'm more than naked in the tub. It was never a good idea to drink and talk to a man, especially when you were dying to climb said man like a tree. Inhibition had gone out the window, and now all she wanted was to get off while listening to Bastian's heavy breathing on the phone. Carly, he warned, this isn't a joke. She grinned. He sounded angry and frustrated. I'm not joking. She tugged on her nipple, yelping and groaning at the spark shooting to her pussy. Oh, Bastian, do you know what I'm doing? She crawled her hand down her belly, spreading her legs wide. She rubbed her clit and continued down, gliding 2 fingers into her channel. I'm feeling my pussy suck on my little fingers, she moaned. I want to come so bad. He cleared his throat, a low groan followed by more heavy breathing. Babe, you're drunk. A little. It doesn't stop the fact I'm dying for it to be your fingers inside me, fucking me. She closed her eyes, the image taking full control of her mind. Or is it your tongue, licking and curling around my clit until I come? Sweetheart. No, she cut him off. Unless you plan to come down here and fuck me until morning, shut up. Carly wasn't aggressive. Not really. But she'd been denying herself and Bastian for months. Right at that moment, her body stopped listening to common sense. You don't know what you want. He dropped the words with quiet authority. I do, she admitted, her fingers working her clit into an aching, hard nub. I want you. Are you sure? She nodded as if he could see her. Yes. The sound of knocking on her door made her stop mid-motion. Hold on. She slid out of the warm water, wrapped a towel around her body, and went to the door. There was no looking through the peephole, because she could not reach the damn hole. She yanked the door open and didn't get a chance to say a word. 1 second she was there, holding the door open with one hand and the phone with the other. The next he was marching inside, grabbing her face between his hands and kicking the door closed with his foot. He meshed their lips together in a blazing kiss that got an instant reaction from her. She threw her arms around his neck. He was shirtless, his body warm and hard. The towel slid off, leaving her wet body naked to his view. More than looking was going on. He pushed her until the back of her legs hit the bed, and they both fell on top of the mattress. There was no protest in her, only need. Her pretty, sharp nails raked over his arms, drawing a low growl from him that sent shivers down her spine. She loved this. It surprised her how much more she wanted him at that moment. There was an internal struggle going on in her. Her mind and body went against her emotions. Neither seemed to be winning, and she'd stopped caring when his lips slid over her collarbone, sucking nips over her chest. Her desire caught her unawares. It shocked her how good he felt pressed to her, his erection hard against her wet thigh. 6. Bastian, she moaned. Fuck me. Whoa, where had that come from? Who cared? She wanted him so badly, so much, like she was in the desert and he was a fresh glass of water, desperately. He growled again, the sound shooting fire from her nipples to her clit. He raised his head from her breast and stared at her with a feral desire she'd never seen in a man, and probably never would.
I plan to do more than just fuck you. I will stamp myself onto your soul.
Yes, please. When a man said things like that to a woman, she did the only thing acceptable and grazed her nails into his still wet hair and grabbed clumps, focusing her own determined gaze on his. Make me come. Hard. Wet. To the point I'm shaking. She knew he could. He dropped his head and sucked her nipple into his mouth. Hard. Pleasure and pain commingled and drew out a soft cry from her. She wiggled, spreading her legs and cushioning his body, feeling his rock-hard cock press at the heart of her need through his pants. This wasn't some mindless night of sex. This was, oh, so much more. More than she could even explain to herself. At the moment, her emotions tangled with her basic desires. She wanted him and wanted more. It was unusual for her to feel this way, but then again, she didn't do solo nights of hot sex. She had to know the man, date the man. Bastian wasn't someone she was dating, and she had no idea where things would go from here, but, oh, damn, was he good with his mouth. He scraped his teeth over her aching nipple, moving from one large mound of breast to the other and leaving wet saliva trails between them. He pushed them together and bit down on one, sucked hard, and then did it to the other.
Fuck, you have gorgeous tits, he grumbled. I can suck your nipples all night and fuck you until I can't move a muscle.
God, the words coming out of his mouth were going to be the death of her. She took a deep breath and pushed her chest out, enjoying every bit of his lips on her skin. Every lick, every bite, every growl. He licked lower at her belly. She glanced down, knowing her fluffy rolls and belly flub might not be as sexy as he'd said before. But instead of being turned off, he continued on licking. Down to her belly button. He kissed her belly pooch and pushed her large, wide thighs apart, placing himself between her legs. She helped him out and pressed the balls of her feet on his shoulders while she let her knees drop to the sides to allow him better access to her sex.
Oh, babe, you are fucking beautiful.
She licked her dry lips and clung to the blankets under her hands. Her legs were already shaking, and something inside her belly was doing cartwheels. Excitement. That's what it was. The anticipation of knowing this big, sexy man found her so desirable made her feel like a virgin all over again. He licked her inner thigh and groaned.
Sweet as honey for this bear that's dying to lick every inch of you.
She moaned. He flicked his tongue up and down her slick folds, prodding into her channel and licking at her wetness. A soft rumble sounded from him. It sent a deep vibration up her body. Oh, my, Bastian! She moved her hips closer to his face, pushing her pussy towards his mouth. Yes! He danced his tongue all over her pussy, drawing out more of her honey and lapping like a starved man. When he enclosed her clit with his lips, she saw stars behind her lids. He mumbled, still sucking her pussy.
Fuck, cake. You're a lot tastier than anything I've had tonight.
She gripped the soft sheets and let her mind fill with the sounds of their harsh breathing, the feel of his tongue fucking her pussy, and the wild churning in her belly. Tension wound around her bones, her muscles, until she couldn't move, she was so stiff. He raised his hands to her tits, fondled her nipples, and pinched hard. The combination of pain and pleasure turned out to be too much. Her body crumbled with the weight and speed of her orgasm. She cried out his name, calling for him from the very depths of her soul as her pussy contracted around nothing, desperate for fulfillment. A loud, gruff rumble sounded again. He slid up her body, placing the head of his cock between her folds. She glanced at him, met his gaze, and held it.
You have no idea just how soft and slick you are, he said. How sexy you look with your nipples puckered up, offering themselves to me.
She let go of the bedding and cupped her own breasts, tugging and tweaking her aching tips.
That's an even sexier sight, beautiful.
He held himself between her legs, coating his cock with her wetness.
I'm covering my dick in your honey, babe. Then I'm going to slide right in, real deep, and fuck you hard. Fuck you like you've never been fucked before.
She would have laughed at any other man saying that, but the low, rough tone of his voice and the way his features had turned animalistic led her to believe he was right. She'd never been with a shifter before and never been fucked by a man on the verge of going wild. It was damn sexy and empowering. He held his cock at her entrance and rubbed a wet finger over the rim of her asshole.
You're going to be mine in every way possible, he promised. I'll fuck you and fill your tight pussy with my cum, and then,
he gave a sinful grin,
I will fill your ass with my scent too. You'll be dripping with my cum from both holes, and it's going to be damn hot.
She gulped. Her pussy clenched hard, sucking at the head of his dick. Bastian! He flared his nostrils and braced his arms to either side of her, slowly sliding into her body.
You are so tight, babe. So fucking tight and hot.
He drove in, not stopping to take a single breath, and filled her, her pussy muscles stretched taut. She couldn't move. He was big, thick, and deeply inside her. She grabbed handfuls of his hair and yanked his face to hers, meeting their lips into a decadent kiss. He propelled back and drove back in, deep, hard, fast. Then he did it again and again, each drive seeming to trump the last. Every move shoved her body further up on the bed, and then he slid his hands under her ass and tilted her hips. The change allowed him to go deeper inside her. She gasped into their kiss, sucking on his tongue. She savored the taste of her sex on his lips. He took her lips the same way he fucked her, commanding, demanding, feasting. His thrusts increased with every swirl of his tongue over hers. The sound of skin slapping filled the room. She pushed the balls of her feet into the edge of the mattress and raked her nails down his shoulders, his big, sweaty shoulders. She pulled away from the kiss to grab a gulp of air. He didn't stop. Instead, if possible, he got faster, rougher.
Oh, babe, I'm so close.
She whimpered. Me too.
I know. You want me to make you come, don't you?
He asked with a kiss to her cheek.
To get your pussy sucking my dick and gripping hard.
She dug her nails deeper into his shoulders, holding on during the ferocious ride. Yes, she mumbled. So close.
That's right.
He bit down on her earlobe, breathing hard by the curve of her jaw.
So close to getting your pussy filled up with my cum, all nice and full until you're dripping it from your pink hole.
She mewed and heard his voice deepen further.
I love fucking your body. Your curves make me so hard.
A drop of sweat slid down the side of his face. She brushed it off and lifted her head up to kiss him. Make me come, big, sexy bear, and then... She watched his eyes glow brighter. Go ahead and fill me up with your cum. Make me all sticky and dirty. He grunted a low, animalistic sound and pumped so hard and fast into her she couldn't talk, could barely breathe, and just when she thought she couldn't take another thrust, the tension inside her broke like a dam. A flood of bone-deep pleasure rushed through her with the force of a tsunami wave, quickly destroying everything in its path, mainly her thinking and breathing. He dug his claws into her ass cheeks, holding her hips in place and fucking her mercilessly. He came with a loud snarl, his hot semen engulfing her channel and coating her with his seed. She never felt so good at having a man come inside her, never felt so hopeful that this night could turn into many more. He turned them onto their sides while they tried to catch their breaths. Her legs shook, curled around his hip, with him still embedded deep inside her.
You're mine, Carly.
She shut her eyes and gave a soft laugh. That bear inside you needs to learn he can't just take a woman.
Babe, he isn't going to ask when you just gave yourself to us.
Don't ruin the moment, Bastian, she grumbled and snuggled into his arms. He kissed her forehead and laughed.
Today or tomorrow, it doesn't matter. I won't change what already is. You are mine.
She barely heard him as she fell into a deep sleep. Seven. Carly glanced at her computer screen, unseeing the words there. She'd been unable to stop thinking of Bastian for the past 2 days. 2 whole days he'd been running through her mind in his birthday suit, chasing her and growling how he was going to fuck her senseless. It was enough to make a woman desperate. An envelope popped up on her cell phone screen. She gave the damn phone a cold glare. Her father didn't seem to understand she wasn't in the mood to talk to him about dating one of the guys working for him. Upon further inspection, she realized the message was from her friend Adam. She hadn't seen or heard from him since she moved away from the West Coast, where her father now lived. She dialed the number on the message, a smile wide on her lips.
Hello?
Adam? She asked. It's me, Carly.
Carly! I didn't recognize the number.
She laughed. It's my office number. I'm at work, presently trying to work through a mountain of stuff while my boss and best friend is on her honeymoon.
I guess that's good, right? No time to be bored?
He chuckled. If only. Even with all the work she had, she was still writing Bastian's name on her calendar with little loops and hearts like a freaking teenager. Yeah, right. What's up? I haven't spoken to you in forever. She remembered Adam because she'd had a crush on him at one point. He'd been too busy trying to get another woman to notice him, so they had never moved on to being more than friends.
I'm on your side of town and thought you might want to get together for coffee or something.
There was a pause.
Unless your boyfriend would mind.
She frowned. Adam, you're my friend. I've known you for years. Why would a boyfriend interfere with us meeting up to talk? Not that she had a boyfriend. And Bastian did not count as a boyfriend, since she'd been trying to figure out what to do about him now. She tore the month off her calendar. Thankfully, she was behind, and so it was already a new month. The last thing she needed was for Tony or others in the office to see her little scribbles of Bastian's name.
Great, Adam said. Do you have a favorite place to eat, or would you rather I choose?
She thought about the restaurant she loved, not far from the office. They had the best coconut mojitos and Cuban food, something she was addicted to. I know a great place. She gave him the information to the restaurant and felt her stomach grumble now that she finally stopped thinking about the big bear and focused on food. She just finished talking to Adam when her office phone rang again. Thank you for calling Kira Arden's office. This is Carly. How may I help you?
You may help me by having dinner with me tonight.
Oh, Lord. He sounded so good. Now every time she heard his voice on the phone, all she could think of was the night of Kira's wedding and the amazing sex they'd had. Bastian.
You've been ignoring me, love.
His voice lowered to a hint of a growl.
It's been driving me fucking crazy not having you in my bed.
Bastian, that wasn't...
What?
He growled.
You can't tell me you're regretting it now. You're mine, Carly.
Hang on a second, buddy. We had sex. Granted, it was fucking amazing. She lowered her voice when someone went by her desk. But it was still sex.
There's more to us than that.
That's not what I've seen. I have seen that we have great chemistry. She shrugged. We need to get to know each other better before we can discuss things like relationships. How you see things and how I see things is 2 totally different views. She could feel the anger coming through his side of the phone line.
Fine. Have dinner with me tonight, then. We'll talk.
She bit her lip and took a breath. We can't. I can't. I am meeting someone for dinner. Had he called before Adam, she wouldn't have this internal debate. She wanted to see Bastian, not only for the sex. She thought he was cute and wanted to know more about him, more about his life and what made him who he was.
Carly,
he said, his voice a mere whisper.
I don't care who you're seeing later, as long as you remember that the only man that touches you is me.
She should be outraged, not turned on. Nobody tells me what to do, Bear.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm trying to keep whoever you are seeing later alive. Tell him to keep his hands to himself.
Look, I don't know who you think you are, but we're not in a relationship. We had sex. You want more? You'll have to take me out. Date me. Let me see more of you.
We can date all you want, beautiful. I can spend my entire day looking at you and not grow bored. Just tell me when and I'm there.
Sorry, buddy. You're going to have to come up with this on your own. I can't tell you when we're going on a date and what we should do. She stopped herself from doodling his name again. Think of it this way. You want me to see you as more than just some hot guy? Plan something so wonderful, I will be left speechless.
And sex doesn't count?
He said in a light tone. No, it doesn't, but it can be inclusive to whatever you plan. No way in hell she was going to say no to sex with Bastian. Never. She hung up the phone on him and berated herself for having a goofy smile on her face. She had problems. That smile wouldn't be from a certain guy we both know, would it? Carly could feel her face flush with embarrassment at being caught. Leave it to Tony to walk by at that exact moment. I don't know what you're talking about. Carly wasn't sure Tony would believe her, but she had to try. Okay, be that way. Keep your secrets. Do you have any plans tonight? If not, I was thinking we could get dinner. Actually, I am going to dinner with a friend. He is in town and we are going to catch up. It's been a while since I last saw him. Carly smiled in excitement. That sounds fun. Where are you going? A little place down the road. It's my favorite Cuban restaurant. If you haven't tried it, you really should. You won't be disappointed. Her mouth watered just at the thought of the delicious food that awaited her in a few short hours. That sounds wonderful. I guess I should get back to work. I have some calls to make. I'll see you later. Carly watched Tony walk away and couldn't help the smile that crossed her face. Maybe, just maybe, she had gotten lucky, and Tony hadn't noticed she changed the topic away from her mysterious smile. Between Tony and Kira, it was hard to hide anything. 8. The next few hours flew by in a daze. Being busy always helped make the time fly. Carly said goodnight to the few remaining coworkers and left to meet her old friend for dinner. The restaurant was a short walk from her office, and she enjoyed the trip. She hadn't seen Adam in a while, and she was excited to catch up and see how life had been treating him.
Carly, is that you? You look absolutely gorgeous.
Adam grabbed Carly in a bear hug and smiled.
It's been way too long.
She had forgotten just how handsome he was. Not as good-looking as Bastian, but he was smoking hot just the same. Carly smirked when she saw the hostess do a double-take as they walked in the restaurant. Not that she could blame the girl. Adam was the epitome of tall, dark, and handsome, with his dark brown hair, hazel eyes, and a body made for licking. Too bad he had nothing on her Bastian. Carly flushed at her thoughts. What was she thinking? He wasn't her anything. One night of explosive, mind-numbing passion did not make him hers. Adam smiled as he grabbed her hand to pull her behind him to their table. She had forgotten how attentive Adam could be to a woman. They sat at the table and just stared at each other for a moment, both catching up on the difference the time apart had made in each of them. So, tell me what's new in your life. What brings you... Carly trailed off as she saw Bastian and Tony sitting in a booth across the room.
Are you okay? What's wrong? Is that man bothering you?
Adam pushed his chair back to stand. Carly quickly grabbed his hand across the table and urged him to sit down. No, nothing like that. He isn't bothering me. Well, not like that. I just know him and was surprised to see him here with my coworker, is all. Adam frowned, but sat. She tried to get her hand back, but he held firm and smiled.
So, tell me, what have you been up to since I saw you last? Do you have a boyfriend?
Carly wasn't sure, but something told her Bastian could hear every word they were saying. His eyes were burning into the side of her head, and when she glanced over, he scowled and nodded to her clasped hand in Adam's. She turned her attention back to Adam when he called her name for the second time.
Are you sure we don't need to go someplace else? Is he making you uncomfortable?
Hey, Carly. Fancy meeting you here, Tony said as she walked up to their table with Bastion hot on her heels. Carly was going to kill her. She knew damn well Carly would be here with an old friend. Hi, Tony. Carly turned to Adam. This is my coworker, Tony Petria, and that is Bastion Oberon. Adam nodded politely to Tony and offered his hand to Bastion, who stared at him for a long minute before he finally consented to shake it. I know this is probably a bit presumptuous, but can we sit with you guys? Our table is wobbly and it's driving me crazy. Poor Bastion here is getting annoyed with my complaints, and the waiter said there wasn't any other tables available. Carly glared at Tony. She knew it for the lie it was, but she really couldn't call her out on it in front of Adam. Carly looked to Adam, trying to gauge his reaction to Tony's lie. He was scowling, but agreed they should join them. What should have been a night of fun and relaxation was quickly becoming more stressful than a day in the dentist chair. I hope we didn't interrupt anything too important with our impromptu dinner crashing, Tony said with a smile that let Carly know she wasn't really sorry at all.
It's not a problem.
Carly had to hide a smile at Adam's obvious and very poorly delivered lie.
We were just catching up. I'm an old friend of Carly's. We used to be real close, but she moved here and we don't get to see each other as often.
Well, now you have got to tell me. How close were you two exactly? Tony winked at Carly as she asked the question. Carly was going to kill her. What could she possibly be thinking to insinuate something like that?
We were really good friends, nothing more. I might have been a little blind to what was right in front of me. That's part of why I am here, actually.
Carly could feel Bastion's heated glare. She was too nervous to look at him, though. Instead, she focused her attention on Tony and Adam. What brought you and Bastion here tonight, Tony? Carly was desperate to change the subject to a neutral one. Kira and I discussed commissioning Bastion. I called him and invited him to dinner to discuss things and see if we could get the ball rolling. Bastion finally turned his attention away from her, and she felt like she could take a deep breath again. She should have known it wouldn't be good. His first question to Adam told her it was going to be a long night.
So, Adam, you finally wised up to what a prize you had in front of you, and now you have come to claim her. What if she is involved with someone? Like you said, you haven't been that close for a while now, after all.
Bastion sat back in his chair with a self-satisfying smirk on his gorgeous face. Waitress! Waitress! Carly was going to jump out of her chair and flag one down in a minute. She needed a drink, and she needed it now. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see Bastion's smile grow with her desperate tone. Tony and Carly ordered the coconut mojitos, while the guys ordered a draft beer of whatever was on tap. The drinks couldn't come fast enough in her mind. She was going to have an ulcer soon at this rate. Why had she chosen to come to this restaurant? Adam, she began, tell me what's been going on in your life since the last time I saw you. Carly was desperately throwing out anything she could think of to keep the topic away from Bastion's earlier question.
Not much, to be honest. Things haven't changed that much for me. Well, that's not technically true.
Carly was struggling to pay attention to his words. Bastion was playing dirty. He knew she wanted him, and he was proving it to her. He traced circles on her thigh as he slowly trailed it up under her dress.
I did start working for your father.
Carly's attention was pulled back to Adam's word with that pronouncement. Carly grabbed Bastion's hand to still it. She couldn't talk while he was touching her like that. You did? My father never mentioned that to me. How do you like working for him? Carly had a bad suspicion about Adam's real reason for being here. Carly gasped as Bastion's hand trailed higher. She was going to kill him after she made him show her the pleasure she experienced the other night.
So far, it's been great. He has been a wonderful mentor.
Adam's attention turned as the waitress came and dropped off their drink orders and asked what they wanted for dinner. Carly took advantage to lean closer to Bastion and whisper so she wouldn't be overheard by the other table occupants. What are you doing? Can you please behave? Carly should have known her request would fall on deaf ears, but she had to try.
I am behaving. If I wasn't, your friend here would be looking for the closest hospital. I don't share. I will be the only man touching you.
To demonstrate his words, he moved his fingers and pressed them against her wet undies. She gasped and had to stifle a moan.
Yes, that's right. See, I didn't even have to touch you for you to be hot and wet for me.
Adam cleared his throat to gain their attention so they could take their turns ordering food. Carly didn't like the look in Adam's eyes. If she didn't know better, she would say he was jealous of Bastian talking to her. But that was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Bastian, tell me a bit about yourself. What do you do for a living?
Adam smiled and leaned forward with his elbows on the table, making it look like he really cared about his answers. Bastian smirked and mimicked Adam's posture.
I own and operate my own company. I handcraft furniture.
Carly tuned out the posturing of the two men and scowled at Tony. At least she had the decency to look somewhat ashamed by her behavior. What were you thinking bringing him here like this? I told you I was meeting an old friend. You knew how it would go when Bastian realized it was a guy, didn't you? Tony tried to deny it, but one look at Carly's face, and she gave up and admitted the truth. Luna might have mentioned that Bastian was into you, and it's kind of obvious to the rest of us you were into him as well. I called to ask him about commissioning him, I really did. He mentioned he had asked you to dinner, and, well, here we are. Please don't be mad at me. Carly rolled her eyes at her friend, but she really couldn't stay mad at her for long.
Isn't that right, Carly?
Adam's words pulled her back into their conversation. Both men were looking at her with questioning eyes. Shit, what had she missed now? I'm sorry, what did you say? Nine.
I was telling Bastian about how things were between us before you moved here. How close we were. I was hoping to rekindle that, actually. It's part of the reason I am here.
Carly was stunned by his words. She involuntarily looked at Bastian, and the intense look of ownership pissed her off. Adam was and is a great friend, and I would love to spend time with you again. There, take that, Bastian. It was vague enough that she wasn't saying she was interested, but it also wasn't saying she was off the market either. Bastian's hand gripped her thigh in a firm grip. She assumed he was giving her a warning, but she wasn't going to be pushed around like some penis worshiper.
What are your plans after dinner, Carly? Care to go for a walk with me?
Adam asked with a smirk in Bastian's direction. He clearly thought he was winning their little game. Too bad he was out of the running and didn't even know it. Carly may not like Bastian's heavy-handed tactics, but she couldn't deny the attraction or the things he made her feel with a single look. Adam had never been able to do that. She was saved from having to respond with the arrival of their dinners. Conversation turned to slightly more pleasant topics, and with the exception of an occasional barb thrown by one of the guys at the other, Bastian's hand never wavered far from her thigh. Except when it was venturing higher up her leg, making her squirm and struggle to hide her moans of pleasure. They were enjoying a cup of coffee to round out their delicious dinner when Adam tossed out a comment that made Carly's blood boil. What did you just say? Carly glared at Adam, daring him to repeat what she thought she had heard him say. Adam glanced around nervously at the anger he heard in her voice.
I said your father is going to be excited to know I had dinner with you. He was hoping things would work out with us again.
Carly slammed her hand on the table and glared with murderous intent. You sleazeball!
What?
Quiet, she hissed, her voice soft and deadly. You didn't come out here on your own, did you? He sent you. She waited for his nod before she continued in that steely voice. Have you fallen so far that you let my father manipulate you like that? Do me a favor, won't you? Tell my father I can find my own man. I don't need his help. Carly sat back and fumed. How dare he have one of her own friends trick her like this?
That's not it, Carly, I swear. Okay, well, not exactly. I was coming over here to check on a project for your father. He mentioned you live here, and I was excited to see you again. He asked me to let him know how things went. I swear it wasn't done on purpose. You should know me better than that."
Adam was almost stuttering in his haste to get his words out. "I'm sorry, Adam. You just don't know my father. He set this up on purpose. He wants me to meet a nice guy he approves of and settle down. He used you. He knew I used to have a crush on you, and he hoped by sending you, things would work in his favor." Carly blushed when she realized what she had just said in front of Tony and Bastian. Quiet filled the table at Carly's words. No one knew exactly what to say. Tony finally jumped in to break the tension. "Adam, how long are you in town?" Carly smiled gratefully at her friend. Bastian leaned over to whisper in her ear.
"I'm walking you home. We have some things to discuss. Don't argue with me."
Carly smiled and replied softly so only he could hear her. "I already told you that you can't tell me what to do."
"Oh, I'm not telling you what to do, baby. I am telling you what is going to happen."
They finished their coffee and declined dessert. Adam stood and asked again if Carly would like to take a walk with him. Before she could respond, Bastian stepped in and replied she had prior plans with him and she would need a rain check. Carly should have been upset with his arrogance, but she couldn't. If she was honest with herself, it turned her on to see him so possessive. Not to mention she wanted a taste of the bear so bad she could come with just one look from him. They all knew it for the lie that it was, but no one dared say anything. "Thank you, Adam, but no. Can I take a rain check? I really would like to catch up and talk more before you go back home." Adam smiled and said he would call her. Carly nodded as she was pulled away by her gruff and determined bear. 10. Bastian had been dying to get Carly alone all night. He'd spoken to Luna about her, and once again, Luna had mentioned he needed to move his ass and show Carly how interested he truly was by actually going to see her in person. Tony's dinner invite had been perfect once he'd known they were going to be in the same restaurant as his mate.
"Did you walk here? Where is your car?"
He threw out the questions in rapid-fire succession. "I work down the block. It's not that far a walk. You don't have to go with me." Bastian stifled a laugh at her grumpy tone, like he would let a woman walk anywhere alone at night, no matter how good the neighborhood was.
"I do have to go with you. It's safer for you and my peace of mind. I'll walk you to your car, and then I will return to mine. Give me your address, and I will meet you there so we can talk."
He could feel her anger flare to life. "I have nothing to say to you, Bastian Oberon. You can go back to your mountain and rot for all I care." She'd had a difficult enough night without him being all possessive and aggressive at that moment.
"Calm down,
Did you just tell me to calm down?" He winced as she poked him in the chest with her tiny finger. "You listen to me, Buster. I don't belong to you. I can see my friends without you showing up and being an ass. Furthermore, until you can prove to me that you can behave and act like a gentleman, this conversation is over." He couldn't help but like her spunk. He watched her storm ahead a few steps before he called out to her.
"I was a gentleman, and you loved every minute I was misbehaving."
Carly stopped, turned, and stormed back to face him head-on. "That is not what I was talking about, you overgrown furball. I meant the way you were challenging Adam. I can and will see my friends without you showing up and being all territorial. I do not belong to you, and I—" She frowned, staring at him for a moment, her eyes searching his face. "Where are your glasses?"
"I don't wear them all the time, only when I'm reading. Sometimes I forget to take them off."
"Oh." She sounded disappointed. He wondered if she'd liked him in his glasses.
"Look."
"No, you look. Stop thinking good sex makes us a couple. It doesn't." He knew he'd screwed that up, but it hadn't helped that her friend was purposefully goading him. Adam implied he had a prior relationship, and to top it off, he had Carly's father's approval to date her. Something he did not have. Hell, he had never even met the man. He watched her climb in her car and drive away without even a backward glance. It was time to pull out the big guns. He didn't waste any time. He jerked out his phone and dialed the only person he knew who could make things better.
Luna, I screwed up. How do I fix it?
Hello to you too, little bear, she answered. Did you get all dominant and growly with Carly?
Maybe,
he admitted. She is a human female, not a shifter. You can't expect her to accept you as her mate without giving her what she needs first. Luna made it sound easy, but how in the hell was he supposed to know what that was? I can feel you thinking from here. It's easy. Let her get to know you. Show her who you are, your dreams, and your nightmares. Let her into your heart. Humans don't have the same instant knowledge when we meet our mate. We need to be shown who our mates are inside and out before we can readily accept them.
Fine. She told me I had to take her on a date. She said to make her speechless. Any ideas on what she would like?
He heard Luna sigh, and he knew he wasn't going to like whatever she had to say. It's not that simple, little bear. It will be different for each person. She is asking you to open up and be honest with her. Show her the different aspects of your personality. Let her see that tender side you keep hidden, the jokester we all love, the romantic you deny, and most of all, be yourself. She will love you in no time. He was speechless at Luna's words. How in the hell was he supposed to do all this?
She went out with a friend tonight, and I got jealous. She is a little angry at me. Okay, little isn't the right word. She called me an overgrown furball and drove off in a huff.
He was reluctant to admit that out loud, but he didn't know how to fix it, so he could take her on this impossible mission of a date. Make her forgive you. Send her something she wants or loves, but something that isn't obvious. Something that shows her you pay attention to her likes and wants. She will cave and consent to a date in a heartbeat. Don't give up, though. You are made for each other, after all. He knew she was right. They belonged together. Now he just had to make her see it.
Thanks, Luna. I owe you.
He really did owe Luna. He wasn't sure where he would be without her over the years since his parents' deaths. She filled the holes in his life they left behind. He slowly walked toward his car, lost in thought. Carly was right. He really didn't know her that well. He just knew she was the one for him and his bear. He thought back to the wedding and their impromptu sex session. He knew now what he was going to send to ask her forgiveness. Hopefully it would be enough to get him the date he needed to prove to her he wasn't the ass she thought he was. The date was going to be the most important part. Time to call in some favors and rock her world. 11. Carly's rage simmered the whole way home. It wasn't so much that he was possessive, but more the fact that he couldn't be nice to her friends without starting fights. She knew Adam was just as much at fault, and she would be having it out with him as well. One night of orgasm heaven didn't make her his property, even if she had wanted to offer a sacrifice to the orgasm gods for an amazing night afterwards. She stared at her ringing phone in disgust. The caller ID showed Adam, and she wasn't sure she was ready to talk to him without biting his head off. The phone call disconnected, and she sighed a relief, which was short-lived, as Adam called right back. I am not sure I want to talk to you right now, Adam. Carly answered the phone in a brisk, angry tone.
You can't really be mad at me for tonight. I wasn't the only one.
I already spoke to him about his behavior, but you were the one who started it. Why were you purposely baiting him and making more of our friendship than there was between us?
I'm sorry. I just didn't like the way he was staring at you all night. Well, I just didn't like it.
Adam, you know I value your friendship, but don't ever do that again. I am a big girl and I can handle myself.
I know. I'm sorry. Let me make it up to you. I have a colleague here with me. Nice guy, close to our ages. Come out with the two of us and have dinner. No strings, I swear, and I promise I will be on my utmost gentlemanly behavior.
Fine. When and where, and don't make me regret this. I do know some of your secrets, and I would be happy to share them around my dad's office. I have friends there still. Carly couldn't help the laugh that bubbled to her lips at Adam's indrawn breath.
I swear it, you won't regret it. Are you busy tomorrow? We will pick you up. Just give me your address and be ready at 7.
She gave him the address, and they talked for a few minutes. She was hanging up when Adam's next words made her put the phone back to her ear. What was that? I didn't hear you.
I said, friends don't blackmail friends.
Right, if you say so. Where I come from, that's what friends are for. Carly knew sleep wasn't going to come easy after the day she had. She couldn't get Bastian out of her head. Why, after one night, did he weigh on her mind so heavily? After a long, restless night of sex-riddled dreams with Bastian, she climbed out of bed to get ready for work. She rummaged through her lingerie drawer, trying to find something suitable for work, but that would still make her feel sexy. She needed the pick-me-up, and she had heard once that if you feel sexy, it will show in everything you do. Being a big woman with curves made people think she didn't have feelings. They were always making snide comments under their breaths. Hell, even to her face. After the night she had, she wasn't sure she could control her temper enough not to get back at the simple-minded idiots she encountered daily. She sat at her desk when Tony walked up with a hesitant smile on her pretty face. Are you mad at me? She stared at Tony a moment more to make her fidget, before she smiled and let her off the hook. No, I'm not mad. I really had no idea they were going to behave like that. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought Bastian there like that, I swear. It's not a problem. Men are idiots sometimes. Adam called and apologized and invited me to go out with him and his coworker tonight, as friends. Carly looked at Tony and emphasized the friends part. What about Bastian? If you're asking what about him in regards to dinner with Adam, then nothing. He has no say in who I have dinner with. No, I meant, did he apologize? Carly frowned. No, he actually thought he was in the right. Can you believe that crap? Like you said, men are idiots. I have to get back to work before the day really gets busy and I'm behind. I'll catch you later. Carly smiled and watched her walk away. Tony was going to be a great addition to the office and a new friend. The day flew by, and before she knew it, quitting time had come and gone. She looked up when her cell phone rang. Crap, I'm so sorry. Give me 15 minutes and I'll be home. Are you guys there waiting on me?
Guys? Who would be waiting on you?
Carly froze as she realized her mistake. It wasn't Adam on the phone, but Bastian. What do you want, Bastian?
Who is waiting on you?
He growled in a soft tone. Don't take that tone with me, Yogi. It's none of your damn business, and unless you call to apologize, I have nothing to say to you.
I was calling to see if... Did you just call me Yogi?
She bit her lip, trying not to laugh over how shocked he sounded. What do you want?
I wanted to know if you would go out with me Friday night. Last night was bad. I was a dick. Let me make it up to you. I promise you won't regret it.
Carly weighed her options. Yes, she wanted to see him, and she was curious about the date she told him he had to wow her with. She wasn't sure. The one thing she did know was that just the sound of that low, growly voice made her twitch and get hot. She craved him more than she wanted her coffee, and for her, that was saying something. You're on. Friday night it is.
Can you get off a bit early so I can pick you up by 5:30?
Carly looked at her calendar and decided she could do that. It wasn't like she missed a lot of work, and it would only be a couple hours early. Yes, I can do that. I'll text you my address. You can pick me up there, so I have time to get ready. Is that okay?
It's a date, beautiful.
Carly's smile bloomed across her cheeks. He really did make her feel that way, too. They hung up, and Carly raced to get home in time to meet Adam. She didn't want them waiting on her for long. She let out a sigh of relief as she pulled into her driveway. They weren't there yet. With luck, she could still be ready on time. 15 minutes later, a knock at her door startled her from her frantic dash around her room. She took another moment to look in the mirror to make sure she looked good. She opened the front door with a wide smile that only slightly faltered upon seeing a well-dressed stranger on the doorstep. Hello? Can I help you?
Carly, right? I'm Ralph, Adam's coworker. He got tied up and asked me to come pick you up. He said he was going to meet us. I am guessing he didn't call you from the look on your face."
"No, he didn't. It's okay, though. Do you want to come in while I grab my purse?"
"That's all right. I'll wait here. I left the car running, figuring you might not be comfortable with me in your house since you don't know me."
Carly smiled. "What a thoughtful gentleman you are. Give me one moment and we can be off." Carly closed the door and ran to grab her purse. She pulled out her cell to check in case she had missed a call from Adam explaining the situation. He had. She felt relief and a surge of excitement. She couldn't remember the last time she had been around such a gentleman. This could be a very interesting night. At least, she hoped it would be. Ralph opened her car door for her and waited until she sat before closing it and moving to the driver's side.
"I hope this is okay. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable with me."
I checked and Adam texted. "It's okay. I trust him, and if he says you are good, then I have no problem." She took the time to study Ralph as he navigated his way out of her neighborhood. He was a decent-looking guy, with a slim build, black hair, and dark blue eyes. He wasn't anyone's idea of conventional good-looking, but he had something about him that drew your notice. His manners so far were impeccable, and that said a lot about men to her. He had looked her up and down when she answered the door, hadn't made any faces or despairing remarks, and he seemed to be a gentleman. He might be fun to get to know better. He wasn't Bastian, but he had potential. Carly chastised herself. Why was she comparing him to Bastian? She needed to stop thinking about him every minute of the day.
"How long have you known Adam?"
Ralph's question brought Carly back to the moment and a semi-date for the evening. "Quite a few years, actually. We had mutual friends, and we hit it off and became really good friends ourselves. The rest is history, as they say."
"Did you guys date, or were you just friends?"
"Just friends. How long have you known Adam?"
"Not long, really. He recently joined the company, and that's how I met him. He seems to be a really great guy, though."
"How do you like working at my father's company?"
"Depends. Are you going to tell him what I say?"
Ralph winked.
"Seriously, though, I love working for your father. He has become something of a mentor to me. I'm very lucky to be working for him."
"That is great to hear. I love my father, but I don't think I could ever work for him. He is set in his ways, and sometimes even living this far away isn't far enough, if that makes sense."
"I understand completely. Parents always want what's best for their kids. It can be hard to learn when to back away."
"Exactly." They lapsed into silence as they pulled into the small parking lot next to the bar and grill they would be meeting Adam. Ralph held the door to the restaurant and placed a hand at the small of her back as they walked in and sat in a booth.
"I was wondering."
Ralph was interrupted by the arrival of the attentive waitress. "Hey, handsome, what can I get you to drink?" Carly rolled her eyes and waited for Ralph to start flirting. It didn't seem to matter if she was there or not. It was in a guy's nature, it seemed. That, or they just didn't really care what she thought about their manners.
"Carly, what would you like? Ladies first."
Ralph winked when Carly's eyes flew to him in surprise. "Oh, can I have a Manhattan, please?" The waitress rolled her eyes and turned back to Ralph.
"I'd like a Tom Collins, please."
Ralph dismissed the waitress with a curt nod and turned his attention back to Carly.
"Like I was saying, I wanted to ask you before Adam got here. I'd like to take you out one night. Just you and me. What do you think?"
I don't know. As much as she disliked admitting it, she didn't want anyone but Bastian. 12.
"Don't think of it as a date. Adam's my friend, and I'd like to be your friend too."
I think that would be a great idea. And oh my God, was she actually going to do this? Did this make her easy? No, this was not a date. He was a nice guy, and Bastian had yet to prove he deserved more than just friendship from her.
"I'm heading back to headquarters Friday evening, but I'll be back Sunday, I believe. I know today is Tuesday, but would you consider Thursday as too soon?"
Carly couldn't contain her laugh at his bashful question. Not at all. I would love to.
"What's going on over here that has you laughing and Ralph blushing?"
Adam asked as he stopped by their table.
"Nothing. What took you so long?
Ralph spit out before Carly could say anything.
You don't even have drinks yet. How can it be long?
Adam nudged Carly over and sat beside her in the booth.
Hey, beautiful. Forgiven me yet?
He asked with a wink and kiss on Carly's cheek. You are such a player. Yes, I forgive you. Now behave and get a drink. Let's have some fun. Carly couldn't remember a time she had so much fun without worrying about what others thought about her. She had 2 wonderful and attentive guys with her, and the rest of the place could go to hell. She wasn't stupid. She saw the scathing looks and overheard their whispers when she walked by. Carly didn't care, though. She loved her body as it was. Adam and Ralph didn't have a problem either, and that's what counted.
I wanted to ask you all night, but I was afraid to endure your wrath again. What's with the shifter from last night?
Adam's words brought Bastian back to the forefront of her mind. Not that he had been far all night, no matter how hard she tried. How did you know he was a shifter? He has a name, you know. Carly narrowed her eyes at Adam in rebuke. Human or shifter shouldn't matter to anyone.
Fine. Bastian. What was his deal last night?
You both were acting like immature children who had their favorite toy taken away.
What's going on? Are you dating a shifter?
Ralph's puzzled expression and disdainful words caught Carly's attention. Not dating so much. Bastian is a friend. He and Adam had a testosterone-filled, chest-pounding thing going on last night.
You have friends that are shifters, then?
Carly wasn't sure what to make of Ralph's questions, but she was starting to get an uncomfortable feeling about him. Yes, don't you?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think I have ever actually met a shifter either.
She waited to see if he would say anything else, but he remained silent and smiled at her. She still wasn't sure where he stood about shifters yet. Guess there was one way to find out. My best friend married a shifter recently, actually. Luke is a great guy. I was the maid of honor at their wedding.
That sounds wonderful. I am sure you were beautiful.
Carly couldn't decide if he was being serious or condescending, but decided she didn't care. The alcohol was making it hard to process his reactions anyway.
So, you ready to get out of here? We still have work tomorrow, and it's getting late.
Adam asked as he stood and dropped some bills on the table to cover their tab. Carly looked at her phone and gasped at the time. The hours had flown by. She had a blast, but knew she would regret it in the morning. Are you taking me home, then? Carly asked Adam as she slid out of the booth to stand beside him. At his nod of agreement, she turned to Ralph. I had a great time. It was a pleasure meeting you. Have Adam give you my number if you still want to get together Thursday. They said their goodbyes and headed out. She knew it would only be a matter of minutes before Adam questioned her about the date Thursday. The truth was she had a good time with Ralph, but she wasn't sure why she had agreed to go out with him, except that he'd sounded so sincere about wanting to be her friend. He didn't cause butterflies in her stomach or the hitch in her breath, and he sure didn't cause her to have to change her panties with one growly word in her ear. She mentally shook her head. There she went again, comparing him to Bastian.
You are going on a date with Ralph?
Adam asked with a quirk of his eyebrows. It's not a date. He was polite and asked. I had a good time with him tonight, so I figured why not? Carly wasn't sure if she was justifying it to herself or to Adam. He didn't say anything else, just opened her car door and then proceeded to the driver's side. She watched him trying to gauge his reaction and why he seemed so apprehensive about it. When he climbed in, she asked him, Is there something I should know about him?
No, it's not that. I just don't know him that well is all. Your father trusts him, so that is something, I guess.
She wondered how much that could mean if she was honest with herself. Her father had some strange ideas sometimes, including his views on shifters. Bastian wasn't a bad guy because he was also a bear. She didn't crave his touch because he was a bear. Shit, there she went again. Lord, just the thought of him made her wet.
Are you okay?
Adam asked as he squeezed her leg to gain her attention. Yeah, why do you ask? She gave him a puzzled frown.
I don't know. Maybe because we have been sitting in front of your house for 5 minutes and you haven't heard a word I've said.
I'm sorry, I was lost in my head. I really had a great time tonight. I forgot how much fun we have hanging out together.
We sure do. I'll have to make sure we can do it again sometime. I have to head back home tomorrow, so I won't see you again for a bit. Please keep in touch, okay?
Count on it, Adam. Have a safe drive, and I'll talk to you soon. She climbed out of the car and waved goodbye as he drove away. She was walking up the walkway to her front door when her cell phone rang. Hello?
Do I get to kill anyone for touching you?
Seriously? That's the first thing you're going to say to me.
Fine. How was your night? Think about me. How I make your blood sing in your veins and your body clench in memory of the joy I can bring it. How I make your pussy slick and your throat dry after screaming my name.
Bastion!
What, beautiful? You don't like me telling the truth.
Did you need something that you were calling so late? She walked inside and turned on a fan.
I was thinking about you, and I knew you were going out, so I figured it would be safe to call and let you know that I will be dreaming of you, of your taste on my lips, of how tight your—
Stop right now. Not another word out of your mouth. Bastion's chuckle sent chills down Carly's spine. Damn the man. He didn't have to do anything, and she was wet and willing and ready to beg.
If you are sure, then I will just skip that part and tell you I called to say goodnight, and I can't wait for Friday night.
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you? You sure you can wow me?
Baby, I already wowed you and made you see stars. I can do it again any time. All night long.
Carly growled in frustration at his taunting words. There was no way she was going to be able to sleep tonight without bringing out her best friend with batteries.
Okay, I'll be serious. Yes, I have no doubt our date will be better than you expect. By the end, you will be in love with me.
That's confidence, all right. I look forward to your efforts. Good night, Bastion.
Good night, beautiful. Dream of me.
Carly hung up and groaned at his words. He was impossible and so damn sexy it should be illegal. His words proved too prophetic as the night wore on, and she tossed and turned from dreams of her bear making her scream in pleasure. When the alarm clock roused her from another dream, she groaned and flopped back on the bed. Damn you, Bastion. She climbed out of bed and dragged herself into the shower. As the hot water ran down her full curves, she couldn't help but remember the wicked dream she'd been having. The urge to touch herself and find some semblance of pleasure was almost overwhelming. The shrill tone of her alarm woke her from her sensual thoughts. Damn snooze button. Carly hurried and finished her shower and rushed to the alarm clock to make the world's most annoying sound end, at least until the next morning. That sound could be used to torture the most hardened criminals, she mused, as she contemplated throwing it against the wall as payback from ruining her shower fun. "13. Bastion was so screwed. He was a bear, not Romeo. His bear's idea of romance was to stand in the middle of the river to catch salmon returning to spawn. Wildlife's version of going out to dinner. He needed serious help. He snatched up his phone and dialed Garrett's number.
Hello, this is Garrett. Hey man, I need your help. What's up, my friend? I need romantic things to woo Carly. You gonna do what to Carly? Woo her. I need to woo her. Is that a new sex position? Sounds shaky to me. No, Garrett. Woo means— Never mind. Do you know any romantic stuff?
His snort came across the line.
You are talking to the Don Quixote of romance.
Bastion frowned.
I think you mean Don Juan.
This was not sounding good.
Don Juan, Don Schwan. Whatever, dude. I got the perfect idea. Send her a dick pic.
Bastion thought about it a second.
What the fuck is a dick pic? I get picking a nose, but a dick? No, dipshit. It's a picture of your dick. Chicks go crazy for that kind of stuff.
Bastion looked at his zippered crotch.
Seriously? Yeah, man. You can either stand in front of the mirror or just hold the camera sorta aimed in that direction. Since you're a bear, it might be good to shave. Nah, she loves my 5 o'clock shadow. She says it's sexy. Yeah, that's not what I mean you should shave, dude.
Horror struck Bastian in the stomach.
No, you don't mean, oh yeah, man, gotta see the tree among the forest. Well, there's no problem seeing this tree. Man, don't go there. I don't want to know about your wood. Is it supposed to be hard or soft? What? The wood? My dick, dumbass. How should I know? If you're thinking about your mate, I'd guess it's hard. Garrett.
Bastian took a deep breath to calm himself.
But be careful and check the email address you sent it to. My mom wasn't none too happy. You sent a picture of your dick to your mother?
Bastian dropped his phone, laughing so hard.
Hey, it was an accident. The girl had the same first name as my mom, and when it popped up in the address line, I just tapped the first one. Holy shit. I would have loved to be a fly on that wall. Yeah. Okay, don't send a dick pic. How about poetry? Chicks dig poetry. I don't know any poetry. Like what? It's best to use the one-liners. They're easier to remember. I got a whole slew of them. What you do is walk up real cool-like, maybe flip the collar. Then you say, hey, baby, you know what this shirt is made of? She'll say, no, and then you finish, boyfriend material.
Garrett laughed at himself. By himself. Bastian wasn't so sure.
Here's another. You'll love this one. My angel, did you sit on a pile of sugar? Because you got a pretty sweet ass.
His laughter once again came solo. Even though Carly did have a sweet ass, he wasn't sure that was what she'd call romantic.
One more, Garrett. No, really, this is great. I want to live in your socks so I can be with you every step of the way. Yeah? What do you think?
Bastian shook his head.
No fucking wonder you're single. Socks? Really? Man, that's just not right. Let's skip the poetry. What else you got? And don't call them chicks. Okay, chill, amigo. Babes like chocolate.
That wasn't a bad idea.
But that's so normal. That's why I say send her a dick pic. It's original. I'm not sending her a picture of my dick. Jesus H. Christ.
He remembered Carly very much liked Kira's wedding cake. It had some kind of orangish, reddish filling.
How about I send her a cake?
Silence met him.
A cake? Yeah, then I can write what I want on it. Well, you could do that. Why not make them cupcakes so she doesn't need a plate and fork? Garrett, my friend, that's the first thing you've said that makes sense. I told you, I'm Don 1.
Carly's week flew by with Kira being gone on her honeymoon. Thankfully, Tony was there and they made a fantastic team. Hey, Carly, this was just dropped off for you at the front desk. I don't know what it is or who it's from, but it smells divine, Tony said as she placed a large white box on the desk in front of Carly. I didn't order anything. Don't keep me in suspense. Open it. Carly laughed and opened the box and gasped in delight. It's cupcakes. Who sent them? Carly turned the box around so Tony could see them. Read the message for yourself. In the box were 32 cupcakes with the words, "Please forgive me, beautiful. I'm sorry," spelled out. Who sent it, and what do they have to be sorry for? Bastian. He is always calling me beautiful, and he is apologizing for being an ass the other night when you crashed my dinner with Adam. Oh, he is a keeper. Hey, look, there's a note, too. Carly picked up the note, already smiling. He had already earned her forgiveness and a piece of her heart. Don't keep me waiting. What does the note say? At Kira's wedding, I heard you mention how much you enjoyed the cake with the guava filling. I had the bakery make an assortment of cupcakes with different fillings, but the ones with the word beautiful on it has the guava filling. I have the perfect date planned. See you soon. B. The man is romantic. He is definitely a keeper. That has to be the sweetest thing a guy has ever done. He not only paid attention to you, but supplied enough I can have one too. Carly couldn't stop staring at the cupcakes and the amazing message. Kira would never believe her when she told her the story.
"You have any plans tonight?"
Tony asked as she dropped into a chair beside Carly's desk and let out a weary breath and put her hand out for a cupcake.
"I can't wait for this week to be over. It's been exhausting."
"I'm meeting Ralph later. You have any plans?"
"No, Bastian?"
Carly blushed. "Tomorrow, actually. He is picking me up after work."
"Oh, look at you go, juggling men."
Carly blushed at Tony's teasing. "Stop that. Ralph is nice and we had a good time. He works for my dad and he likes it when I am nice to his employees that come to town for him. It's nothing serious, really."
"Does Ralph know this?"
"I don't know why he would want anything else. He doesn't even live here. Plus, he said himself he wants to be my friend."
"Okay, fine. Does Bastian know about your date?"
"No, and he doesn't need to. Don't you dare tell him either. I swear I will make you regret it. And it's not a date." Carly glared at Tony as she laughed at her threat. Poor Tony hadn't been around long enough to know she was completely serious. Carly's desk phone rang, and with an apologetic smile to Tony, she picked up the call and immediately wished she had caller ID. "Hi, Dad. Yes, I'm fine. Work's been keeping me busy. How are you?" She sat back in her chair and quietly groaned. She loved her father. She really did. But he was just so opinionated on her life, especially her dating life.
"I spoke to Ralph yesterday. He said you are going on a date with him. Is this correct?"
"Yes, Father, you heard right. I will see Ralph tonight." She didn't bother saying it wasn't a date, because her father would just ignore that and assume it was a date anyway. "He seems like a very nice guy."
"Yes, he is. I trust him, and think you and he could definitely hit it off. He did tell me some startling news, though. Have you been getting close to shifters? He said he thought you might be dating one as well."
Her father's voice sounded more than a little alarmed. Full-blown panic came through the line.
"Tell me this isn't true. You know what they are like. Don't break my heart. Tell me you aren't going against me and dating one of them."
This time, Carly couldn't hold her groan in. "Seriously? I'm not talking about this with you. Who I date is none of your business."
"Carly."
He stopped and cleared his throat.
"I have to go. Have fun with Ralph tonight. I'll talk to you later. Love you, sweet pea."
Carly hung up the phone, looked at the wall next to her, and contemplated hitting her head against it in frustration. What was it about her father that could make her feel like a 5-year-old all over again? She stared in horror at her cell phone ringing on her desk. Please don't let it be her dad again. She couldn't handle another call from him right now. Carly sighed with relief. "Hi, Ralph. How are you?"
"Hey, Carly. Are you still available for tonight?"
"Yes, I am. What do you have in mind?"
"I was kind of hoping you could help me out on that front. I don't know this area that well, and I thought you might have a suggestion for something fun to do."
"Sure, I can do that. Anything particular you like to do?"
"No, I'm good with anything. How about I pick you up at your house at 7?
"That works. I'll see you then." Carly hung up and sat brooding. She wasn't that old-fashioned, but if you ask someone out, shouldn't you plan the evening? Ugh, she didn't want it to be, but was starting to feel like agreeing to see him had been a mistake. She grumbled under her breath as she packed up her desk to head home. "Have fun on your non-date date," Tony called out as Carly passed her in the hallway. Carly ignored her and pulled out her cell to call Bastian and thank him for the wonderful cupcakes. She dialed and waited not so patiently. She sighed in disappointment. She really wanted to talk to him in person and not just hear the automated voicemail person talk. "Hey, Bastian. The cupcakes came today. I love them. That is the sweetest and most unique thing I have ever received. Yes, I accept your apology and can't wait for our date to see what you have planned. You surprised me. I like that. Talk to you soon." Carly spent the next couple hours doing odds and ends around the house, waiting for Ralph to pick her up for their date. She purposefully didn't spend much time getting ready. She didn't want Ralph reading anything into this. She spent way too much time checking her phone to make sure she didn't miss Bastian's return call. There was a knock at her door at 7 on the dot, She had to say one thing about Ralph. He was prompt. With one last glance at her phone, she moved to the door and her non-date date, as Tony called it. An hour later, and Carly was ready to run screaming from the restaurant. Ralph was slowly boring her to death. When he wasn't droning on and on about how rewarding working for her father was, it was how he couldn't find a nice young woman to settle down with. She found herself tuning him out at this point and focusing instead on Bastian and the cupcakes he sent to the office today. She had to give the man credit. Not only did he send her something that was thoughtful and insightful, but also proved to her he didn't worry about her weight. She had never dated a guy who would have dared send her cupcakes like that. One douche she dated actually gave her a gym membership to his gym. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Ralph's words had brought Carly's world crashing down around her.
I said I talked to your father tonight before I picked you up. He encouraged me to stay up here this weekend and take you out again. He is even willing to let me work remotely so I can stay up and be close to you.
I don't really know why he would be encouraging this, if I'm honest with you, Ralph. I agreed to come out because you are a nice guy and it would make my father happy. I have no intention of anything other than friendship with you, though, and I am sorry if you thought that there was more there.
Nonsense,
he said with a tone that irritated her because he sounded like she was lying about there not being more than friendship between them.
I'll call you next week and we can set something up. I need to find a place to stay other than the local hotel anyway. This will give me a few days to do that.
She slammed her hand on the table and leaned forward into Ralph's personal space. You are not listening to me! 14. She growled. There will be no future between us other than as friends. Don't move your life here for me. Ralph wiped his mouth with the napkin and stood beside the table.
If you will excuse me, I need to use the gentleman's room.
She watched him walk away in a slow, dignified pace as she fumed at the table. How dare her father attempt to impose his will on her like this? Excuse me, miss, are you okay? Carly glanced up at the waitress who appeared next to her. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make a scene. It's quite all right. I just wanted to make sure you didn't need assistance or for me to call in help for you. Thank you very much, but that won't be necessary. I appreciate you looking out for me, though. The waitress smiled and walked away. Carly was tempted to call a cab and leave, but her father had instilled better manners in her than that. She was getting impatient at Ralph's prolonged absence when finally she saw him moving between the tables back to their table. Everything all right? At Ralph's nod, Carly continued. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to react like that. My father is my trigger. He knows I hate when he interferes with my life like this, and I took it out on you. I apologize for my behavior.
I understand completely. Let's just forget about it for now.
Hey, folks, can I get you any dessert? The waitress returned with a guarded look on her face as she scanned between them.
No, thank you,
Ralph replied. At the same time, Carly said, Yes, please. Let me get you the dessert menu. I will be right back. Ralph sat forward to whisper to Carly as the waitress disappeared.
Do you think you should be eating dessert after the dinner we had?
Carly didn't have a chance to respond to that before the waitress was handing her the menu. Carly took delight in looking over the menu and debating what she was going to order and eat every damn bite of just to piss Ralph off. Oh, yes, that's perfect. Can I have a piece of the double fudge chocolate orgasm cake, please? The waitress winked. Good choice. It's absolutely delicious and decadent. You won't be disappointed. Carly glared at Ralph as the waitress left to put her order in. I will eat whatever I damn well please. If you don't like it, you can leave any time. Ralph must have realized his mistake.
I didn't mean anything by that. I just meant we had a really large meal, and I, for one, am stuffed. It came out all wrong. I never meant to imply anything.
She wasn't sure he was telling the truth, but decided to give him the benefit of the doubt because Bastian's cupcakes were still making rounds in her head and making her feel nice. Much nicer than she normally reacted when someone said anything about what she ate. She didn't have plans of having a relationship with Ralph anyway, so his opinion didn't matter. The cake arrived. She gasped in delight. It was huge and looked like manna from the gods. Carly took her first bite and had to keep back a moan of pleasure. There was no doubt why it was called orgasm cake, that's for sure. She closed her eyes and savored each bite. She wanted to cry when she finished the delicious cake. She contemplated licking the plate, but didn't want to get thrown out of the place. She was definitely coming back for this dessert again and again.
I have to say, I've never quite heard those sounds come from someone eating dessert before. Dare I say, it was almost obscene.
Ralph stood stiffly from the table and gestured for Carly to join him. The check?
Already taken care of. You were a bit involved and didn't notice, it would seem.
Carly wanted to laugh at Ralph's affronted tone. He was just jealous the cake made her moan more than he probably had ever made any woman in the past.
Is it okay if we call it a night?
Carly could have wept with joy at Ralph's words. There wasn't much she would rather do than go home and get away from stuffy-ass Ralph. That would be fine. It's been a long week, and I have to be in early to work tomorrow.
Perfect. If you will wait here, I will get the car and we can be off.
Carly nodded and moved to stand beside the front door, out of the way of the customers coming and going. She quickly found herself too restless to stay still and walked out the front doors to take in the fresh air and the beautiful night sky. The stars were out in all their breathtaking glory, and she couldn't resist spending a few moments looking up at them. When she was little, she'd always thought her mother lived among the stars. She used to make a wish every night that her mother could see her and know how happy and healthy she was. Most of all, she wished her mother would know how much she loved and missed her. She'd spent hours talking to the stars, telling them of her adventures and complaining of her father as children often did. Whenever she saw a shooting star, it was proof that her mother was listening, she thought. Some days she wished she could go back to the innocence of childhood.
Don't scream and you won't get hurt,
a cold voice whispered in Carly's ear. She tensed and glanced around in the hopes that Ralph or someone would help her.
Walk towards the alley with me, nice and slow.
The hand gripping her arm tightened slightly and nudged her in the direction he wanted her to go. Are you out of your fucking—
Shut up, or I'll make this more painful than it has to be,
the guy said, with what sounded like humor. He was enjoying trying to scare the shit out of her.
Ma'am, you didn't sign the check. We need you to come back in and rectify this immediately.
At the first words out of the man's mouth, the guy holding her arm let go and took off at a run. Carly sprinted back into the building and into the arms of the man who had helped her. Thank you so much. Her heart hammered in her throat, and for a second, she thought she'd throw up.
Are you okay? Do you want me to call the police? I saw him grab you. You looked scared. It was the only thing I could think to do. I'm so glad it worked.
No police. He will be long gone, and I didn't see him enough to make an ID. I'm fine, but thank you. Just a bit shaken. That was quick thinking. I can't thank you enough. The restaurant employee shook his head with a grimace.
He didn't turn around, so I wasn't able to get a look at him either. I'm afraid I won't be of much help either.
That's okay. Will you just wait with me until my date brings the car up? I know he is gone, but I'm not ready to go out there alone right now.
Of course. I wouldn't dream of letting you go outside alone anyway. Is that your ride?
At Carly's nod, the gentleman escorted her to the car and opened the door before Ralph could come around to her side.
What's going on? Everything okay?
Ralph's rapid-fire words let her know he sensed something was amiss. I'll fill you in on the way to my place. She turned and thanked her rescuer, and again thanked him for his timely interference. I will be calling and letting your manager know what a great service you performed tonight. Carly told Ralph the whole short story on the trip back to her place. He was very upset that she hadn't called the police, but she finally convinced him it wouldn't have done any good. The man was long gone, and no one had seen him. She just wanted to get home and relax behind her locked door. Ralph grudgingly agreed, and when they pulled up to her house, he walked her to the door and offered to come in and look around. She thanked him, but assured him it was a random attack and she wasn't worried about going inside alone. She believed it herself, until she shut the door and was all alone. "15. Bastien paced the small confines of the kitchen while he tried to explain his plans for his date with Carly to Luna. He wanted to make sure everything was as perfect as he could make it. Carly deserved that. Well, if he was honest, she deserved more than he could ever give her. "Bastien, honey, you need to relax. You are making me nervous with your incessant pacing and mutterings. Come, sit and drink this tea I made for you. It will help you calm down." Bastien scowled at Luna's musical laughter as he complied with her demands.
I just want it to be perfect, you know.
Luna smiled. "Of course I do. If you would tell me what it is you have planned, maybe I can give you some peace of mind. If left to your own devices, you will drive yourself mad second-guessing yourself and scrap the whole plan. I know you, Bastien." He smiled bashfully and nodded his head in agreement. She was right. She did know him too well, it would seem. He had been thinking of scrapping the whole stupid idea. What did he know of wooing a woman? No, not a woman. His woman. His mate. His everything. He spent the next hour explaining his plans and getting advice on anything that he wasn't sure about. He wanted this to be perfect, and to show her he really did care. Luna came around the kitchen island she had been leaning on and wrapped her arms around Bastien. "I have never been as proud of you as I am at this very moment. I can honestly say your mother and father would be so proud of the man you have become." Luna leaned back and wiped the tears that poured from her eyes. "I have no doubt in my mind she is going to love everything you have planned for her tonight. You are going to make a fantastic mate for Carly." He blushed at her words. She was as much a mother to him as his own had been. When his parents passed away, she had been there, and not a second had passed in all these years that he wasn't grateful for her.
I guess I should get things set up and ready to go. I don't want anything to get messed up because I rushed or waited too long.
"Have you called her today? It might be a good idea just to check in and make sure everything is still good on her end. She might be getting nervous or doubting things, but all it would take is a call from you to get her excited." Luna winked at him as she nudged him out the door of her house.
Wait, stop pushing me, woman. Answer me one thing. Why would she have doubts? I don't understand.
"You will never know what it's truly like to live in this world with people who look at us curvy women and ridicule and make us doubt ourselves. Call her. Don't let her forget how much you want to see her. I promise it will make her day." He found himself nodding in agreement as Luna shut the door in his face. He was stunned. What had just happened? He knocked on Luna's front door and waited. He knocked again, and she still didn't answer. He was contemplating using his key, but was interrupted by the ringing of his cell. Bastien pulled the phone out and looked at the caller ID in consternation.
Why won't you answer the damn door?
He growled into the phone at Luna. "Don't growl at me, young man. You march your furry hide to the car and go. Don't stand outside my door and ask questions when you have work to do. Oh, and you better call Carly as soon as we hang up. I am not kidding here, Bastien." He pulled the phone from his ear and stared at it in shock. Luna had hung up on him. What was going on today? Was everyone going insane? He debated on calling Carly now or waiting until later in the day. He didn't want to disturb her at work, but at the same time, Luna's word kept replaying in his mind. After the nights they had spent together, would Carly really doubt he wanted to be with her? She was an amazing woman, beautiful, sweet, and so loving. On top of that, she was hotter than anything he had ever seen. She could make him pant and worship at her feet with a single request from her supple lips. He couldn't go another second letting her think, or even start to think, anything so ridiculous. He paced back and forth in front of his car and waited, counting the rings and getting more and more anxious the higher the total came. Carly's voicemail finally engaged, and he was left stuttering. He hadn't planned on this, and now he wasn't sure what to say to her.
Yeah, hi, Carly. It's Bastian. I hope you are having a good day at work, and I was just calling to confirm we are still on tonight. I will pick you up like we previously agreed, after work. Okay, call me if there are any problems. Otherwise, I will see you in a couple hours.
He hung up the phone and cringed at how stupid he must have sounded. He hated those things, but they were a necessary evil. Hopefully, she would forgive his ramblings. He didn't have time to worry about it if he wanted everything to be perfect for tonight and pick her up on time. He climbed into his car and contemplated his first steps. Tonight would be a night Carly wouldn't forget. He was making sure of it. As he drove back to his house, he ran through the checklist to make sure he had everything he needed. The trick was going to be in the timing. He had a plan for that, too. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he reached Garrett.
I need your help. You have any plans tonight?
Bastian said into the phone as Garrett picked up.
Well, hello to you, too. I'm fine, thank you for asking.
Garrett's sarcastic words brought a chuckle to his lips.
Sorry. Hey, how's it going? Having any stalker issues lately? Shut the hell up. I wish I never told you about that chick at the wedding. You were worse than a dog with a bone. Okay, I'll let it go for now, but only because I need your help tonight. So are you free or not? Yeah, I'm free. What can I do for you? I have a date tonight, and I need to make it special. Say no more, bro. I got you. Tell me when and where, and I will come sweep her off her feet for you. Don't even think of it, jackass. She is mine.
Bastian couldn't contain the menace in his growled words. He knew Garrett joked with him like this all the time, but it was different now. This was his mate he was talking about.
Whoa, dude. I didn't mean anything. It's all good, I swear. What do you need? Just chill with this one for me. She is special. She is my mate. I have to convince her, though. That's why this has to go right. Say no more. Just tell me what I need to do, and I will be all over it.
Bastian sighed in relief. Things were going to work out just fine now.
Right now, the best thing you can do is keep me from driving myself insane.
16. The hours dragged by for Carly. The lack of sleep from the night before, combined with the tedious demands of the job, had her cranky and out of sorts. Every time she had closed her eyes the night before, she would dream the guy had managed to kidnap her. The nightmares left her drained and frazzled. By the time lunch rolled around, she'd had enough. She explained the situation to Tony and went home. If she didn't get some sleep soon, she would be worthless on her date with Bastian, and truth be told, she was too excited to let anything screw it up. The ringing of her cell woke Carly a few hours later. Hello?
Carly, are you okay?
Carly came wide awake as she registered the caller's voice. Bastian, yes, sorry, I'm okay.
Are we still on for our date?
Date? What time was it? She couldn't have slept that long, could she? Carly rolled over and looked at the clock on the nightstand next to her bed and groaned at the sight. Shit, I'm so sorry. I came home to take a nap. I didn't sleep last night. If you can give me 20 minutes, I can be ready and back at work.
No, it's okay. I will come there and pick you up. I was calling to let you know I was running a few minutes late anyway. Traffic's been a pain in the ass. I can be at your place in about 40 minutes.
Relief flooded Carly. That would be plenty of time to get showered, shaved, and into some date clothes. That's perfect. Anything you can tell me so I know how to dress for tonight? Bastian chuckled wickedly in her ear.
I'd prefer you didn't dress at all. But if you have to cover that gorgeous body of yours, then wear comfortable, casual clothes. Things that if they happen to get dirty, you won't care too much. If it helps, I am wearing blue jeans and a polo.
I think I can rustle something up in that case. I have to go now so I can get ready. I will see you in a few. Carly hung up and rushed around the room, getting her things together. 40 minutes was going to be cutting it close, but she could make it happen. She was a woman on a mission. Exactly 42 minutes later, her doorbell rang. Carly had to take a deep breath and count to 20, otherwise she would rush to the door and seem too eager. She missed her big bear, and she couldn't wait to see him. Carly opened the door. Damn Bastian looked good enough to eat, even in just jeans and a polo.
You don't stop staring at me like that. We won't get out of your front door. Not sure your neighbors need to see me make you scream in pleasure like that.
Carly blushed and stepped back, allowing him to enter. "Hi," she said in a breathless tone. She had forgotten how he could affect her so quickly with that male phone sex operator tone he used sometimes. Bastian crowded Carly until she had to let go of the door and back up a step. He pushed the door closed and took a step closer, never taking his eyes away from hers.
You look beautiful. If we didn't have someplace to be, I would make sure you screamed until the neighbors called the cops complaining about the noise ordinance.
Carly couldn't catch her breath. His words left her aching and in need for him. She bit her lip and stared up at him from beneath her lowered lashes. He leaned and pressed his nose to her neck.
I can smell your need for me, and it's almost making me lose control. Go get your purse and whatever else you need. I will be outside. If I stay in here with you, we won't leave until tomorrow, if you are unlucky.
She couldn't hold the whimper in as Bastian turned and left her leaning on the wall for support. She wasn't sure her legs could hold her any longer. Carly slowly came back to her senses and rushed to grab her coat and oversized purse and headed to meet her date and the only man to ever make her crave his touch.
Is that your purse or a suitcase?
Bastian tried to hide a smile as he opened the door to his truck and helped Carly climb in. It's a purse, Baloo. A woman always carries everything she could need in her purse.
What type of stuff could you possibly need that you have a bag that big? And did you just call me Baloo?
Carly busted out laughing at Bastian's irate tone when he questioned the name she used. Yes, I did. You don't like Baloo?
Hell no, I don't. Last time I checked, I wasn't a singing, dancing bear.
Okay, no Baloo. So, where are you taking me? Carly couldn't contain the laugh as he rolled his eyes at the name again.
It's a surprise. Just sit tight and enjoy the trip, babe.
He winked and pulled out his phone. She could only hear his side of the conversation, and it left her with more questions than answers.
Hey.
He paused as he listened to whomever answered the phone.
Yeah, I hear you. We are on our way.
Bastian grunted and then hung up. You do have a way with words, don't you? He chuckled and glanced at her before returning his attention to the road.
How's your week been since I saw you last?
I can tell you the highlight was those cupcakes and the message. You seriously made every woman in the office jealous of me. You were given automatic keeper status. They didn't even care what you did. You deserved forgiveness, they said. She giggled at the way his chest puffed up. And I was warned that if I didn't want you, they could easily make my death look like an accident and keep you for themselves.
It's good to know a little ingenuity and thoughtful planning can go a long way.
You sent cake, and not just any cake, the most delicious cakes to a bunch of women nearing the end of a busy week. You are their hero, Corduroy.
I haven't lost a button, but I am willing to let you look if you want. The only button I have on currently is on my jeans, though. Want to take a closer look for me?
He waggled his eyebrows at Carly's blushing cheeks. I thought I might have had you on that one. I loved the story of Corduroy Bear when I was growing up.
I did too. My mom used to read it to me before bed when I was a small cub.
I always dreamed of having my mom do those kinds of things for me.
Why didn't she? Was she too busy or something?
She sighed and shrugged. I was raised by my father and his girlfriends, I guess you'd say. I never really cared for them. They didn't seem to care for me either. To be honest, they had an issue with my size. I let them put their insecurities on me until I started believing them. I know if my mom had been around, she would have loved me no matter what. 17. Carly smiled at him as he growled in frustration at her words. She reached over and ran her hand down his arm. If his knuckles grew any whiter with how hard he was clutching the steering wheel, he was going to break it.
They were fucking idiots. You are so damn perfect just the way you are. I have enough trouble controlling myself around you. Every time a guy even glances in your direction, I want to tear them limb from limb. Carly, you make my every fantasy come to life.
Are we almost to our destination? He glanced at Carly quickly before looking back to the road.
Yes? Why? Is something wrong?
She bit her lip and blushed at the concern she heard in his voice. No, nothing's wrong. I just have this overwhelming urge to kiss you, and I don't know how long I can restrain myself.
Oh no, that isn't going to be happening. Tonight, I'm going to show you what a gentleman I can be. There will be none of that hanky-panky, even if you beg me.
Say what? He nodded solemnly, then grinned wickedly.
I plan to ensure you see what a well-behaved man I can be. That it's not all hot, dirty, sweaty sex with me coming all inside your pussy.
He winked.
Or ass.
She groaned at his words. You have to be kidding me. Not even if I ask?
Nope. Not even if you strip down and play with your sexy self. But you won't know if it won't work unless you try.
All she had been able to think about was him for days. Being trapped in this car, smelling his delicious scent, hearing that growly voice he loved to use because he knew it drove her wild, was going to kill her. She was ready to beg him now, and they hadn't even been together a full hour yet.
Do you trust me?
Carly was surprised by Bastian's words. That wasn't something she expected to hear her date ask while he was driving. Yes, Carly stuttered out. The no sex thing, though, made her dirty thoughts die a slow and painful death.
Close your eyes for me then. We are almost there, and I want it all to be a surprise. When I stop the car, I will come around and help you out of the truck. I won't let you fall. Just trust me, okay?
Carly smiled and closed her eyes in compliance. Truth was, she trusted Bastian like no other man. There was something about him that pulled at her instincts. He was someone she would always be able to count on. She didn't know how she knew that, but she did. The truck slowed and she listened intently for any clues to their whereabouts. Carly heard the door open, and she smelled the fresh air and trees. It was a refreshing and invigorating scent. The moments dragged as she waited and waited. She was starting to fidget, and if she was honest with herself, she felt stupid sitting here with her eyes closed, waiting like this.
Okay, you ready? Remember, keep your eyes closed.
She jumped at the sound of Bastian's voice in her ear. She hadn't heard him open the door. I'm not sure where we are, but it smells amazing. Like the clean outdoors and rugged man all combined. She slid from the truck seat and fell into his warm embrace. She couldn't help but take a deep inhale of the hot, male body pressed against her. If they could bottle his scent, the women of the world would make a run for batteries. Yes, he smelled that good.
Come on, beautiful. A few steps and you can open your eyes.
He led her over the uneven ground, carefully whispering when an obstacle was in their path. She felt him pull her to a stop and move behind her. He leaned down so his face was beside hers.
Open your eyes, love.
She did as she was bidden, and couldn't contain the gasp. She reached around and grabbed his hand and squeezed. This had to be the most romantic and special thing she'd seen. Her eyes darted to the ledge that thrusted out in front of him to show her the most gorgeous view of the sun hovering just above the mountains, ready to set. She glanced from tree limb to tree limb, taking in all the lanterns that would provide candlelight when the sun finally set. In front of her was a stack of blankets laid out with a large picnic basket. Carly turned and flung herself into Bastian's arms and pulled his lips to hers. She was stunned that a man would go to so much trouble to make this so perfect. It was like he picked bits of her fantasies and combined them to make the best date she could ever have hoped for. I don't know what to say. It's perfect.
I'm glad you like it. Come, sit down. The sun should be setting in a couple minutes, and I promise you don't want to miss this view.
He led her to the blankets and helped her sit before he moved to the other side and sat back against a tree.
I didn't want you to have to sit on the hard ground, so I patted the blankets.
Carly chuckled at his blush as he explained. You mean you didn't have nefarious plans of laying me down and making me scream in pleasure while we are out here? He growled deep in his throat.
Woman, you are testing my control with words like that. I told you, tonight is all about showing you what a gentleman I can be. You know I want your body, but that's not all I want from you.
It was Carly's turn to blush as she turned her attention back to see the sun beginning to set. She couldn't keep her eyes from taking quick peeks at the beautiful specimen of a man sitting inches away. No sex sucked, but that didn't mean she couldn't touch him. Carly scooted over to sit between his outstretched legs and leaned against his solid chest. She smiled as he wrapped his arms around her waist and gave a slight squeeze. Within minutes, the sun was gone and the lanterns were starting to work their magic. It was like a fairy tale, the stars beginning to twinkle in the rising moonlight, and she was snuggled next to her bear. This was definitely the best date of Carly's life so far.
Are you hungry? Or do you want to wait for a little while? There is something else I wanted to do if you aren't hungry yet.
She wasn't sure what he could be talking about since he took sex off the table. No, I'm not that hungry yet. What's your surprise? You've already blown me out of the water tonight.
Baby, the night has only begun. I made you a promise when you agreed to this date, and when it's over, I want to make sure you can say I delivered.
He nudged her forward so he could climb to his feet. He moved in front of her curious stare and smiled.
We have seen each other without clothes, so I am not going to hide. I'm a shifter. We don't have hang-ups about being naked anyway.
Carly's curiosity grew as he slowly stripped, never breaking eye contact. She was quickly losing all her ability to form a coherent thought as his delicious body was unveiled. He chuckled, and her eyes flew back to his and away from the body part she had been so intently staring at. She blushed as he winked.
When I am done, I want you to go for a ride with me. Just grab that backpack. When I shift, climb onto my back, and let me show you as much as I can what it feels like to be a bear.
With that, he moved into position to shift into his bear form. She wanted to protest that she was too heavy to ride him, but she quickly closed her gaping mouth as the biggest bear she had ever seen was suddenly before her. His paw was the size of her head. Holy shit! I forgot how large you are! She walked a tentative circle around Bastian, taking him in his new form. She had seen him when Kira's brother had attacked them, but to be honest, she hadn't paid that close attention to his size. She was too busy with the whole boss being a bad guy and animals she had never seen up close suddenly being there. Can I pet you? What am I saying? You aren't a dog. He snorted and shook his head. Is that a yes, then? She stretched her trembling hand out and brushed it down his back. His fur was thick and soft, a lot softer than she had expected. He gave a slight shiver as she worked her fingers through his fur. You like that, do you? I'll remember that. Bastian stepped away and pawed at the backpack before turning to look at Carly. Fine, I get it. I'll put it on. Even in your bear form, you are stubborn. She picked up the backpack and slung it over her shoulders. She approached him and stopped dead in her tracks. How in the hell was she supposed to climb onto his back? He was a mountain. His back was even with her waist. Did he expect her to jump? How in the hell am I supposed to ride you? Carly groaned as soon as the words left her mouth. She had put her foot right in her mouth. I am so glad you can't talk right now. I swear I already know the dirty comments flowing through your mind. He grunted, and if she didn't know better, she'd swear he was laughing at her. He nudged Carly over to a fallen tree she hadn't noticed. She stepped up and laughed as Bastian moved closer to her side. Bear, I think you are insane, but here goes nothing. She threw her leg over his back and eased down to a sitting position. Fuck, this is scary. She chuckled in nervousness. He glanced over his shoulder at her and took a single step forward, almost as if he was testing her to make sure she was going to hold on. Okay, I trust you, but don't get me killed. Please. He took that as permission and started off down a path into the darkened forest. She couldn't help but wonder why in the world she thought it was a good idea to ride a damn bear through the woods at night. She was certifiable. That's all there was to it. "18. With each step he took, he felt surer of his plans. This was the right thing. He could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. To have his mate experiencing this with him, he had never taken another soul where they were going. It was his special place to be with his parents. They had loved it there, and he couldn't wait to experience it with his woman. He plodded along, feeling the wind blow through his fur, smelling all the forest creatures as they moved through the underbrush out of sight. This was one of the things he loved most about being a shifter. Carly held on to his fur with a death grip, but he didn't sense she was afraid of him or where they were going, and that made him and his bear very happy. To have his mate accept both sides was one of the greatest things he could hope for. He slowed and came to a stop next to a large rock. He wiggled slightly so she would understand what he wanted. She slowly climbed off, and he stepped away to shift back. He turned to face Carly, and the look of awe on her face as she took in her surroundings and his body. If she wasn't careful, he wouldn't be able to keep his promise to behave. She wanted him. He saw it.
Stop looking at me like that and give me the backpack. If I don't get some clothes on, I won't be able to show you what I brought you out here to see.
She handed him the backpack with a smirk. Spoil sport. God, how he loved this woman. Shit, did he just say love? He pushed that thought away for later. This was not the time to be thinking like that. Was it? He quickly dressed and reached for her hand.
Come on, beautiful. I promise this is one sight you don't want to miss, especially tonight.
He pulled Carly along beside him in his excitement. He hadn't come up here in way too long, and to do it now, with her, made his heart beat faster. It was a full moon, just like the night his father brought his mother here. He was following in their footsteps. Carly's indrawn breath brought a smile to his face. That was the reaction he had been hoping for. He stopped and took in the scene before him. It was still just as beautiful as the first time he had seen it as a child on his father's shoulders. The woods opened to reveal a cascading 3-tier waterfall. From where they stood, they faced the second shelf of it. The water flowed from the top of the mountain to the pool before them, then rolled off the edge to the ground below. The moonlight shined off the mist, making tiny rainbows dance through the sky. He never could figure out how those bows could be seen at night. His dad told him it was magic, and right now, he could almost believe him.
You can sit on the edge and put your feet in if you want. It might be a bit chilly, though.
He smiled at her as she spun in a circle to take it all in at once. What is this place? She whispered in an awe-filled voice.
My father brought my mother here on their first date. He said he was sure this was the place that made my mother fall in love with him.
He blushed as he recited his father's words. He probably sounded like a lovesick fool, but for her, he would risk it. I have never seen anything more beautiful in my life. He stared at her before whispering,
I have, every time I look at you.
She about melted into a puddle on the grass. She blushed and moved closer to the edge of the pool and removed her shoes. Can you swim in it?
Yes, I do all the time. It's spring, so it shouldn't be too cold right now, but with it being night and you being human, you might not be able to tolerate it for long.
Carly laughed. I'll stick with just my feet for now, then. Won't you come sit with me? His breath caught at the twinkle in her eyes. She was without a doubt the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. He moved to sit beside her and leaned back on his hands to stare up at the moon shining through the tiny rainbows.
My dad said he only had one chance to prove to my mother he was worth her giving him a chance.
Bastian gave Carly a slight smirk.
Sound familiar?
She laughed. So what happened?
Simple. He planned a date that would top any other date she had or would ever have.
Will you tell me about the date? He smiled.
I don't have to. You are living it. This is the date my father took my mother on.
Wait, what do you mean this is the date? I don't understand.
I've replicated the date. I figured if he had such success, then I should try it as well. I updated it a bit and made it fit us, but the basics are the same.
He saw the questioning look on her face and tried again.
My father picked my mom up and brought her up to that peak to watch the sunset. He too had a picnic basket, but since he didn't cook, it was deli sandwiches he picked up at the store. He brought her here to the waterfall.
He picked up her hand and brought it to his lips to place a kiss on her palm. He wasn't sure how he'd spend the rest of their date without touching her like he desperately wanted to.
It was a full moon, just like tonight. They sat out here and talked for hours, and he swears by the time he dropped her off at home, it was a done deal. They belonged together, and they both knew it.
He watched as she cleared her throat and glanced away. He'd seen the brightness of tears in her eyes. I had no idea you were such a romantic, that you went to all this trouble to recreate their date. Carly leaped forward and plastered herself against him. It was all he could do to catch her in his surprise. You are the most amazing man-bear I have ever met. He chuckled.
Met many man-bears, have you?
Just shut up and kiss me. He didn't have to be told twice. He wrapped her tightly in his arms and pulled her as close as he could and ravished her sweet mouth. With a gasp, he pulled back.
No, stop. We are behaving, remember? This date is going to be perfect, and that is not part of my plan.
She gave him a mischievous wink and pouted her lips. What if I want the plans to change? He growled low in his throat before moving to stand.
You are going to be the death of me, woman. Come on, let's go back and get some food before I make you my dinner and ruin my good intentions.
He paused.
We can walk back, or you can ride back. What do you want to do?
Oh, baby, I am so riding you. He burst into laughter at her sex kitten imitation.
Give me a minute and you can climb on. This time hold on tight. You may even want to lean down over my neck. I'm going to give you a bit more excitement than a steady walk this time.
He quickly stripped and shifted back into his bear form. He was pleased to see she wasn't as hesitant to climb on. When he felt her lay forward, he took off loping through the woods and back to their waiting picnic and the end of their magical night. One thing was for sure, though. This woman was everything he had ever wanted. "19. Carly slowly slid off Bastian's back and walked to the blankets before collapsing with a sigh. Her legs felt like jelly. That had been the most exhilarating and petrifying ride of her life. Anyone who ever wanted to shape their thigh muscles just needed to ride a bear. She was still trembling from gripping with her legs for dear life.
Are you okay?
She rolled her head to look at Bastian lying beside her on the soft bed of blankets. I feel amazing. That was fantastic. It was a bit like flying, but a little bumpier. He snorted at her words.
Sorry, it's hard to keep things smooth with the rough ground I was running over.
No, I wasn't criticizing. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. You are an amazing man, Bastian Oberon. She smiled. Did you say something about food? I am starving. She watched as he sat up and pulled the picnic basket closer.
I did things a little different than my father. My mom taught me to cook a bit. She said every man needed to know how to cook a few things in order to impress his mate. So, on that note, we have boneless fried chicken, cheese slices and fresh bread, strawberries and grapes, bottles of water and triple chocolate brownies drizzled in caramel. Oh, and wipes to clean our hands.
She gaped at him as he listed the items he pulled out of the never-ending basket. Never in a million years would she have expected such a feast at a picnic.
What's that look for?
He cocked his head in bewilderment. The fruit and water is still cold, but the chicken and brownies are warm. How is that possible? He blushed.
Well, I design, create, and build furniture. I had a friend complain to me once about how the food he took to a picnic didn't taste good because of temperature issues, so we set out to make a basket that would work. This side has insulated cold pockets to keep food cold, and then on this side of the basket, it's insulated to keep things hot. I built a divider in so the two sides didn't counteract each other.
You really are the most amazing man, aren't you? Is there anything you don't excel at? Carly winked and continued on. I know 2 things you do very, very well.
Oh, and do tell, what are those things?
Your bossy stubbornness and your skills in the art of woodcrafts. She burst into laughter at his shocked expression. What, did you expect me to say something else?
You are an evil woman, Carly Toblin, but damn if I don't like that about you.
She picked up a piece of chicken and moaned in delight. You made this? It's delicious. Your mother was right. Any man who can cook is a definite keeper in my book.
She would be proud to know her training wasn't wasted. I think she would have liked you.
Would have? I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. She sputtered to a stop, unable to finish her words. She knew the sorrow talking about a lost parent could bring.
It's okay. My mother and father passed away together. I think it was for the best. You know that they went together. I don't think they could have lived without the other. I've never seen 2 people so connected and in love like they were.
She sighed and slowly continued eating. They sound like amazing parents. How long ago did you lose them?
They died a few years back in an accident. Not a day goes by that I don't miss them. I have Luna and Luke, though, and they help a lot. They were close to my parents, and when the accident happened, it brought us all closer.
Luna is a wonderful lady. I'm so glad Kira has her now.
What about you? Where are your parents? Are you close?
My mom died when I was a baby. It's just me and my dad. He's a good guy. I don't see him that much, but we talk often. He just has some weird views, and now that Kira married Luke, he has gotten even worse.
What do you mean?
My dad doesn't like shifters. Never has. I don't know why. Nowadays, it's all about me settling down and finding a good man. He even has been sending his employees here to see if I would hit it off with any of them.
Sounds to me like he wants his little girl to be happy and have a family of her own.
She shrugged and tried to change the subject. So, tell me, have I succeeded in getting you to give up your idea of celibacy for tonight yet?
You really are incorrigible, aren't you?
He laughed and stood to pack up their leftovers and the blankets.
Come on, beautiful. It's time to take you home before my good intentions wither and die, and I have you spread eagle on my hood while I feast on your honeypot.
You can't say things like that and then walk away like it's nothing, she protested with a pout. You really are a cruel man. I'm practically begging you, and yet you still refuse. What would your friends think if I told them? She backed up a step as he dropped the blankets and stalked toward her. For every step she took away, he took 2 closer. Before she had moved half a dozen steps, he was in front of her, invading her space until her back was pressed against a tree. She was trapped between 2 hard objects and loving every minute of it. Now that you have me, what are you going to do with me, Mr. Growly? Carly licked her lips and gazed with unabashed lust into Bastion's eyes, begging him to make a move.
It's simple. Keep you.
Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. That's it? That's all you have to say? He smiled and leaned so his nose pressed against her neck. He nuzzled in, taking a deep breath of her scent.
Yes, that's all I'd have to say. Babe, you want me so bad, you are soaking your panties. It happens every time I come near you. We're shifters, remember? We know. Don't be embarrassed, love. I want you just as much.
Carly was saved from answering when his phone rang. He leaned away and pulled the phone from his pocket.
Sorry, that's Luna's ringtone. She wouldn't be calling if it weren't important. She knew what I was doing tonight.
She couldn't move after he walked away to take the call. Her legs felt like jelly, and she ached like never before. That man was going to be the death of her. He paced back and forth, his posture radiating anger and fear with each passing second. She didn't know what was going on, but something told her they needed to go. Carly pushed off the tree and grabbed the fallen blankets and headed toward his truck. He hung up and headed to where she sat in the truck, waiting.
Sorry, I need to go to Luna's. Do you mind?
No, of course not. Is everything okay? Carly grew more anxious as she watched the emotions cross his face at her words.
I don't know yet.
Carly didn't ask any more questions, just sat quietly and watched as he raced to Luna. She didn't know the other woman that well, but she really liked what she did know. Carly didn't want to tempt fate by asking questions of him while he was concentrating on driving as fast as he could safely go in the darkened paths of the surrounding forest. Within minutes, they were pulling to a stop in front of Luna's cabin. Bastion's hand tightened on the steering wheel, turning his knuckles white. Carly couldn't see anything to justify his reaction. What's wrong? 20. Bastion sighed in frustration.
I don't want you to be in any danger. I don't know what's going on inside, but I don't know if it's safe for you to stay out here either.
Go check on her and find out what's happening. I promise I will stay locked in the truck with the windows up. I'll call my friend and stay on the phone so I won't technically be alone. He stepped out of the truck. Carly watched as he studied the woods around him and sniffed the air.
I don't smell anyone that shouldn't be here. Everything seems okay. Just sit tight. I will be right back to get you if it's all clear.
Carly smiled and pulled her phone out. She checked the digital display, debating on which of her friends to call. Her phone was flashing with notifications of 3 missed calls and 5 text messages. She scowled in annoyance when she saw her father and Ralph were the offenders. She scrolled to the incoming text messages, and her anger grew. How dare they question her whereabouts and demand a callback? Who the hell did they think they were? She selected the last text and chuckled. Leave it to Tony to melt her anger. Tony had sent the last text with a simple message. If you aren't bumping uglies with that sexy beast of a man, then you better be calling me to explain why not. Who was she to deny her friend's wishes? She dialed Tony, and before the phone had even rung completely, Tony picked up. Dude, you so should not be calling me right now. You're supposed to be locked in a compromising position with that heartthrob that commands your body. How can I live through your sex life if you don't have one? Carly couldn't contain her laughter at Tony's exasperated tone. Hi, Tony. I had a most amazing night. Thank you for asking. Tony blew a raspberry into the phone before replying. Don't even go there. Just spill the deets and please tell me it was steamy and hot and would make a hooker blush. The date isn't over yet, technically, but the stubborn ass says he won't be sleeping with me tonight. Wants to show me what a gentleman he can be, or some bullshit like that. Though, to be honest, this has been one of the most amazing nights of my life. He blew me away with his planning and thoughtfulness. Wait, if the date isn't over, why in the hell are you still on the phone with me? We had to stop by and check on Luna. Something happened. That's why I'm calling you, actually. Bastion didn't want to leave me alone in the truck. I compromised and said I would call someone, so if something happened, you could call for help. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Is everything okay? What's going on? Tony's questions spilled out in rapid fire, barely a breath in between. I don't know. Bastion is still inside. Carly surveyed her surroundings and the cabin, but didn't see anything amiss. Maybe it was nothing after all, and she could still convince him to come home with her for the night. Since we are in limbo, tell me everything. Carly spent the next few minutes filling Tony in on the date and all that had transpired.
Ma'am, please step out of the car.
Carly turned to see a man standing next to her window, flashing a badge of some sort. Tony, hold on. There's a police officer at my window. Let me see what's going on. Carly climbed out of the vehicle and kept the phone to her ear. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to come with me.
Carly took a step back from the stranger reaching for her arm. "What the hell? What's this about?" Carly didn't have time to protest as the man lunged forward and grabbed her around the waist. She dropped the phone as she reached out to stop the man's arms from encircling her, letting out a loud scream. 21. The front door to Luna's cabin opened as he approached it. He looked back at Carly to make sure she was safe in the truck, like she promised, before he stepped in and closed the door. He had barely taken a step before his arms were full of a trembling Luna.
"Luna, what's wrong? What's going on?"
Bastian pushed her back so he could look her over to make sure she was unharmed. "The FBI came by. Well, they said they were FBI and flashed badges, but it was too quick to really look at them. They said they were here to check on us, and they wanted to talk to you. They said it was about the cartel and some kind of activity. They wouldn't tell me anything, just said they had to get in touch with you." He scowled in confusion.
"Why me? They dealt with only Luke and Kira last time. Why would they want me? Did they say?"
Luna shook her head before stepping back into the kitchen. "They wouldn't tell me much, only that it was urgent and that you were in danger. I knew you were out with Carly. I got worried about the two of you being ambushed." Luna grabbed the teapot and filled it with water. "I asked them, but they were acting weird, very strange and jumpy. I got nervous. I know something was off with them."
"Tell me exactly what was said."
"They needed to talk to you, that it was very important and couldn't wait. They kept asking me where you were and when you would be back."
"They mentioned the cartel?"
Luna nodded vigorously. "Yes, they said it was about some new information they had. They wouldn't tell me any more than that."
"Did you get their names? Did they leave a card? How am I supposed to get in touch with them?"
"That's the thing. I don't think they were FBI at all. There was something odd about that, and you could tell they were nervous. Fidgety, sweating, and anxious. Their names were Agents Bradford and Rockberry, or so they said." Bastian didn't get a chance to reply as his cell phone rang.
"Hold on, it might be Carly." "Hello?"
"Bastian, it's Tony. Get outside now. Carly's in danger." He didn't even question the command. He dropped the phone and raced outside. Anger and fear fueled his pace. He ripped the door open and bellowed in fury. Carly was fighting a man with everything she had, and she was winning. The man was crawling away as fast as he could as Carly beat him with a stick. He raced to her side and stopped her next blow. He pulled her into his arms and held on tightly. He just needed a second to make sure she was safe and unharmed. "He's trying to get away," Luna called out.
"No, you don't, you piece of shit."
He grabbed the man and hauled him to his feet.
"Just keep that crazy bitch away from me. She tried to kill me. What is wrong with her?"
The man cried out in fear.
"You shouldn't worry about her. You dared to touch what is mine. You will be lucky to eat through a straw when I'm done with you."
The man paled as he got his first look at Bastian and his gigantic proportions.
"What are you, a giant?"
Bastian ignored the man's comments and turned to Luna.
"Can we use your woodshed to keep him on ice?"
"Of course. I'll get some rope and a lock for the door and meet you back there." Bastian smiled and dragged the man kicking and screaming to the back of the cabin. He wasn't worried about the rest of the inhabitants hearing and calling the police. This was their mountain, and news would travel fast that a stranger had attempted to harm his mate. Shifter justice would be delivered quickly and justly. Luna exited the house just as Bastian reached the shed and tossed the man inside. The bright light from overhead temporarily blinded the cowering man, and he raised his hand to shield his eyes. Luna scowled. "That's one of the guys who came to my door. He said he was FBI." Carly stepped around Luna to face Bastian. "He flashed a badge at me, but it was dark and I couldn't see it very well."
"Who are you? If you are with the FBI, why were you trying to abduct my mate?"
Bastian shot out question after question, not waiting for a response. He could smell the man's fear increasing as the seconds passed.
"Give me your badge, now!"
Bastian gritted out through clenched jaws. His patience was evaporating quickly.
"I'm not. It's fake. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing my job. I wasn't going to hurt her, I swear.
Bastian grabbed the man from the floor where he had fallen.
Start talking, or you won't make it out of this room alive. Okay. I was hired to kidnap her.
Carly gasped. But why? Wait, did you try to kidnap me the other night from the restaurant? Bastian's head shot up at Carly's words, and he stared at her.
What did you say?
The other night, I was out to dinner with a friend, and, he went to get the car. I was standing outside the main door, and someone tried to make me leave with them. There was a witness, and he came to my rescue. Bastian's bear wanted blood. Someone tried to steal their mate, and he hadn't known about it.
Why? Tell me why, now.
Bastian growled as he pulled the man closer.
You are quickly running out of time. Start talking or say goodbye. I'll tell you everything I know. I swear. Please, just don't hurt me.
The man whimpered and pulled at Bastian's hands to get him to release him. Bastian relented and let the man drop back to the floor.
I was hired to kidnap her and take her back to a safe house. I was told to hold on to her until I was contacted and given orders where to take her. I had to swear not to hurt her or cause her any harm. Who hired you? I don't know. I swear I don't. It was all done electronically. I received the call and they used voice distortion. I agreed. They wired me $10,000. Once I had her, I was to wait and they would call again with further instructions. That's all I know, I swear.
Bastian sighed.
Okay, ladies, why don't you both go back inside and maybe make some tea? Me and our new friend are going to have a quick chat.
Are you sure? Carly looked from the guy to Bastian. The guy didn't seem very big.
Yeah, I'll be fine. It'll be just a few minutes.
The women trudged through the back door, closing it behind them.
You said they would call you with further instructions. When were they going to do that? They said it would be a few days, maybe longer. They needed time to make it look like she left town. They said it could be a week.
Bastian heard a footfall crunch snow behind him. Must be Carly. How did he not hear the door open? He turned in time to lift his arm, blocking the chopping axe swinging for his head. The handle hit his forearm bone, halting the anvil from splitting his head like a watermelon. A jolt ran through his body, snapping his bear forward. Bastian shoved the axe away and grabbed for the swinger's throat. He'd forgotten about baddie number 2. Good thing the ladies were safe. That could have been real ugly if this guy had made it inside. With his massive hand around Perp 2's neck, Bastian slammed him against the shed's wall. He was about to question him when a sharp pain slammed into his back. Bastian went to his knees. The area between his shoulder blades felt like a pipe had been drilled through. Motion behind him caught his eye, and he dove to the side, barely missing the chopped piece of firewood the guy in the shed slammed into him a second ago. Bastian's bear came screaming forward, exploding the clothes he wore. The second guy had reclaimed the axe, but not the color in his face. The bear swiped at him, catching the man's coat on his claw and slinging him down. He turned to the one he'd had captive. The man stood frozen. For being a bad guy, this dude was rather soft. He gave in easily. Terrified eyes followed the bear as it lifted onto his back legs and let out a roar. He turned and ran.
They're not paying me enough to stick around for this.
He was around the corner of the house in seconds. Bastian came down to 4 paws and swung his massive head toward the other bad guy. He eyed the bear with a fierce expression, as if he had a chance against nature's biggest animal in the mountains. When the back door to the house opened, he sped off, following the path his friend in crime took. Carly came running. "Bastian, what happened?" 2 car doors slammed toward the front of the cabin, and the sound of gravel being crunched under wheels signaled their leaving. Getting away, Bastian shrank to 2 legs.
Damn it, I forgot about the second guy being here.
Luna came out, holding a pair of sweatpants and t-shirt. Bringing spare clothes was probably second nature to her. They went into the cabin as Carly sat down heavily in the chair and stared bewildered at Bastian, pacing the tiny room. Luna moved about the kitchen, pouring tea into 3 cups. She brought them to the table and passed them out before sitting. "I don't understand what is happening here," Carly whispered as she gazed around the room without really seeing anything. "This is surreal. I've never had anyone try this before, and I don't have any enemies." Bastian watched as Luna placed a hand on Carly's arm and gave a gentle squeeze. "You are safe, honey. Bastian would never let anything happen to you." Luna's words, uttered with such assurance, made Bastian smile. He loved that woman. She never doubted him or his abilities.
"Carly, do you have any idea why he would have been hired to come after you?"
Bastian kept his tone gentle as he questioned Carly. "No, I don't." Carly turned to Luna. "You said he identified himself as with the FBI? What did he want?" "I don't know, really. Yes, he and another man showed up and claimed to be FBI. They were looking for Bastian, said it had something to do with the cartel." "The cartel? As in the one Peter was involved in? The one who wanted this mountain?" Luna nodded and looked to Bastian. "Do you think that's what it's about? Could they be trying to get to you through Carly?" Bastian thought for a long moment before replying.
"I guess it's possible. I haven't exactly hidden the fact that she is mine. Anyone that is watching me would know. Plus, if it's them, then they would already know about her from Rakita Construction. It fits, when you put it together like that, I guess."
"22. Do you have a card from those FBI agents that came before?" Carly looked to Luna, hoping she did. "I think they gave one to Kira and Luke. They're supposed to call me tomorrow to check in. I will ask them and let you know what they say." Luna paused, lost in thought. "Do you think we should call them and see if this is related to the cartel?" Carly sighed and concentrated on her mug, rolling it in between her hands as she thought about what the right answer was. How would those guys know about the FBI visiting and about the cartel if they weren't involved with them? It wasn't common knowledge. "Bastian, I think someone should contact those FBI agents. They should know the cartel is sniffing around again and causing problems. Luna thinks she can get their card tomorrow from Luke and Kira."
"That might be a good idea. If they come on our mountain again, they won't be so lucky next time. I'll spread the word for everyone to keep an eye out for strangers and let them know what happened. Word will spread quickly, and you will be safe with us."
Carly puzzled over his words for a minute, trying to figure out what he was saying. "Safe with you here? Are you saying I'm going to be staying up here with you? Do I even get a say in this arrangement? I can't just leave work right now. With Kira gone, we are short-handed and swamped. I won't do it." He'd lost his mind if he thought he could just make decisions and expect her to abide by them. Who did he think he was? She didn't even let her father get away with that, let alone a man she wasn't married to. Luna stood and excused herself from the table. As she walked by, she stopped to whisper in Carly's ear. "He means well. He just forgets how to use his words sometimes. Don't be too hard on him. He is a man and a bear, therefore very protective of those he cares about." Why did she have to make sense? How could Carly stay mad when Luna said things like that? Bastian was a stubborn ass at times, but he did want what was best for her safety. "I'm sorry. Can we compromise here?" Bastian nodded wearily at her words, and Carly had to stifle a laugh. "I will stay here through the weekend, since it's Friday and I don't have to be at work till Monday. But I have to go to work. Here will be back Friday, and if I am still to be under protective custody at that point, we can reevaluate. Will that satisfy your protective side?" Bastian nodded slowly.
"Fine, but I will be staying with you next week until this threat is eliminated. This was their second attempt. They won't be getting a third."
It was a compromise she could live with. With any luck, she could have this delicious bear in her bed, and she could finally get her fill of him. "It's a deal. I need to go home and get clothes and things." Bastian shook his head.
"No, tonight you can borrow a shirt of mine, and in the morning we get some clothes for you for the weekend. Monday I will drop you off at work and go about my business. When you are done for the day, I will pick you up, and we can stay at your place for the week."
Carly sighed. She knew this was the best option she was going to get. She just hadn't realized he would be so anal about her coming and going from work as well. All right. Fighting with you about this is a losing battle and not worth it. I'll pick my battles. Just don't get used to things being your way all the time. Luna walked back in the room and burst into laughter at Carly's words. You are going to be good for my little bear. Little bear? Bastian groaned at Carly's question as she shot him a triumphant smile. Yes, that's my nickname for him since I first met him. He objected, of course, but it didn't matter. Luna winked at Carly as her grin grew bigger. Bastian, were you a little bear? Some of my coworkers have shown pictures of Chow Chow dogs as puppies. They look just like bears. Is that what you looked like? All fluffy and cuddly?
You've got to be kidding. Luna, if I didn't love you so much, I would kill you for this.
Luna and Carly couldn't contain their laughter as Bastian grumbled at them. I'm sorry, I'll behave. Now, tell me what you worked out, and without bloodshed or tears. This is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Carly laughed as Bastian rolled his eyes at Luna's antics. I'm going to stay with Bastian for the weekend, like he demanded. Like he suggested. I have one question for you. Have you seen his cabin yet? Luna asked, with excitement shining in her eyes. Carly glanced at Bastian in bewilderment before replying. No? Is that a problem? Honey, if you aren't in love with my little bear yet, you will be soon. That cabin will tip you over the edge and make you fall head over heels. A cabin can do that? Luna grabbed Carly's hand and pulled her out of the room. Damn shifter hearing. Come with me. I have to tell you something. Carly looked back at Bastian with worry evident on her face. She didn't feel much better when he just smiled and nodded. Like that helped a lot. Thanks for nothing, you overgrown rug. Luna stopped and leaned close to whisper. Seriously, his cabin. He doesn't let women near his cabin. It's a big deal that you are staying there with him. Let me explain a few things about my boy out there. He built that cabin with the idea of having kids in it, making it a home, filling it with love, laughter, and everything a family needs. When he lost his parents, he was devastated. They were close, and it nearly destroyed him. The only thing that brought him back to the land of the living was building with his hands. That cabin and everything inside is a labor of love. Carly wasn't sure what to say. Seeing someone's home shouldn't have this much pressure connected to it. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted you to understand this isn't a normal cabin you are going to. Luna, he told that phony FBI guy twice that I was his mate. We had sex. Mind you, it was out of this world. Toe-curling, die of ecstasy sex. But only sex. I hardly know him. What I do know, I like, but it's a bit soon for all this. Luna smiled and gripped both of Carly's hands in hers. How many times during the day do you think of him? What's the first thing you think in the morning? The last thought in your head when you lie down? I saw the way you look at him. You love him. Your heart knows it, even if your mind is fighting it. Listen to your heart. She made it sound so easy. Carly wasn't used to throwing reason to the side. Okay, so maybe Bastian was never far from her thoughts. She trusted him, was definitely in lust with him, too. She had to assess her emotions, here and now. He was sweet, protective, and from what she had seen, loyal to a fault. He was basically the perfect guy for her. Still, her mind screamed she had only known him a short time. I can tell you feel it. You have a connection that defies logic. You're his mate. Carly nodded and smiled. Luna was right. When something good happened at work, she immediately wanted to pick up a phone and call to tell him. Even when she'd finished work early one day and was headed to the spa because they'd been able to get her in last minute. That was not a big thing, but she wanted to share her enthusiasm with Bastian, the man who'd pretty much told her she was his. Instead of being wary or angry, he kept saying that, which would have been her instinctive reaction to tell any other man. She found she liked the idea of being his woman, his mate. She wanted to involve him in every aspect of her life, to make him a part of everything she did. Show him her new manicure. She kept picturing him beside her when she drove to work. Lord, she had more than a crush at this point. Her heart yelled for her to acknowledge how she really felt. Bastian was so much more than just some cute guy. He was the first person she wanted to say it to. He was the one she wanted by her side to grow old together. She had to stop herself daily from doodling his name on everything, even contracts, and she finally said it to herself. She loved him. God, she was in trouble. But maybe she could take a chance and see where things went without letting her father's opinions, or the fear of what could happen in the future, destroy things before they started. He was her other half, and by God, was she going to give this relationship her all. "23. Thank you." Carly leaned in and pulled Luna into a tight hug. "If I had a mother, I would want her to be like you. Honey, I would be proud to call you daughter. Now, go to your mate." Carly dabbed at the corner of her eyes and sniffled. Luna openly wiped at her cheeks as they headed back to Bastian.
What in the hell is wrong with the two of you? Why are you crying?
Alarm sounded in his voice.
What happened?
Bastian asked in a wary confusion. "Nothing's wrong, little bear. Just hormones, you could say. Come give me a hug and then take your mate home." "Are you going to be okay alone tonight?" Carly asked with a frown as she realized what their leaving meant for Luna. "Don't worry, child. I'll be fine. Bastian lives close by, and after all, the men are after you. I was only frantic earlier because I was worried about the two of you being out there against armed men." Bastian and Carly gave Luna hugs and said their goodbyes and headed for his cabin. The short walk was made in silence as Carly digested all that had transpired in the last few hours.
Are you okay?
"Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm fine. I was lost in my head. So much has happened, and I guess it all kinda hit me at once."
I will keep you safe, beautiful. No one will harm you while there is a breath in my body.
Carly placed a hand on his arm to stop him as she leaned up and placed a chaste, quick kiss to his lips. "I know. I always feel safe when I'm with you." She smiled at the confusion that crossed his face as she continued walking. "Tell me about your cabin. You build furniture. Did you design and build your place?"
Yes, I did. I needed something to help me through the grief of losing both parents. My mom used to tell me stories of a cabin she dreamed of living in. I took her vision and combined it with what I wanted and spent the next few years making it happen.
"The more I learn about you, the more odd I become. You are a hard man not to fall in love with."
Don't fight it, babe. You are mine already. You just have to convince your head of that. Your heart and body already know and crave me and my touch.
Carly blushed at his words. She couldn't deny them. They were true. She hungered for this man, ached to have him inside her. To wake up next to him and walk down the street, arm in arm, knowing all the women were jealous he was hers. Carly was pulled from her rambling thoughts as the cabin came into view. She drew in a sharp breath of awe and stumbled to a stop. She couldn't believe her eyes. They said a cabin, but this was so much more than that. "You built all this?" Carly whispered in shock.
You don't like it?
"Like isn't strong enough a word. It's gorgeous and so grand. It's so much more than I expected. You said cabin, but this is not what comes to mind when you say that." This was a 2-story piece of art, and clearly made with love and the hopes of a family living here one day. A light shined through the 6 downstairs windows, inviting and welcoming passers-by to come in. Carly had always dreamed of having a home like this, with its wraparound porch, rockers waiting for someone to come and lull the night away. "Is that a porch swing?" Bastian's laughter joined the chirps and other night sounds.
There's one on the upstairs balcony as well.
I assume you made the rockers and swing as well?
Of course. That is what I do for a living.
Bastian teased with a smile.
You ready to go inside now?
Carly couldn't respond. She just nodded in approval and slowly started walking forward, never once taking her eyes away from the view in front of her. This seems like a lot of house for a single guy. Bastian didn't respond right away. Carly grew curious at the prolonged silence and turned to him. He was staring at the house, but not really seeing it. Are you okay? I didn't mean anything by that. He shook his head.
No, it's not that. Like I said, my mom died before she could have her dream home built. This is basically the house she described to me, with some minor adjustments. I think if I remember right, it's just over 6,000 square feet of living space. It's a little big for a bachelor, but it was always meant to be for a family. For my mate and cubs.
2 questions. First, how many bedrooms are there? And second, how big of a family are you expecting to have?
There are 10 bedrooms in total. And as to the size of the family, well, that's up to my mate. I would like a big family, but I would be just as happy with only 1 or 2.
10? Did you say 10 bedrooms? Carly asked in astonishment.
Let me show you the house, so you can get a better feel for it, and then it will make more sense. I built it large in the hopes that it would be a place for many generations to spend lots of time together here.
Carly wrapped her arms around his broad chest and squeezed as hard as she could. She felt Bastian fold her in his arms, and she couldn't help but smile. I'm giving my bear a bear hug. She squealed and tried to pull away as Bastian tickled her.
You and your names and puns. Have you been storing them up just for tonight?
Maybe, but it's definitely part of my charm, she said with a wink as she climbed the steps to the front door.
From this view, baby, you have a lot of charms.
She turned and scowled at him, but stopped as her eyes caught sight of the door in front of her. I've never seen anything like this before. It's amazing. Please tell me you make and sell these. The dark wooded door was a masterpiece of art in itself. Bastian had carved a beautiful wildlife scene of a family of bears playing in a stream. Carly traced her hand over the dips and curves and couldn't help the tear that fell down her cheek. Your mother would be so proud of you.
I would like to think she is, but not for my house.
She gave him a questioning look. For what then?
Bringing my mate home, treating her like the queen she is, never giving up and fighting for what I believe in. All the things they taught me and hoped for me to accomplish.
Ah, damn. You just keep saying the most romantic things. Stop it or I will have to have my wild way with you and your plan for no sex will be ruined. He laughed and flashed those beautiful teeth.
Come on, there's a lot more to see.
She smiled and nodded. Carly couldn't wait to see the inside. If it was even remotely as beautiful as she thought, she had died and gone to heaven. Well, maybe not. Lying in Bastian's arms was heaven, but this was pretty high up there too. 24. Bastian opened the front door and glanced around the entry. He hadn't bothered to clean up before he left for his date. Please let it be decent, he begged to whichever god was listening.
In front of us is the stairs, as you can see. It leads to the 2nd floor.
Bastian rambled and blushed as Carly laughed. Yeah, big guy, I kinda figured that's where it went. I love how you split it so it goes both to the right and left like that. I've seen it in movies with grand houses, but never in a cabin like this.
So, my office is to the right. It's a mess, and there is no need to see in there,
Bastian said as he rushed over and shut the door before Carly could see in. He blushed as she laughed. Not organized, I take it?
Just been busy planning tonight to worry about all that. Guess I should warn you I wasn't expecting company, so I can't promise how clean the place is.
Carly walked closer and pressed against him. He breathed deeply of her unique smell. She was intoxicating, and he wasn't sure how much more of her teasing he could take tonight. It's okay, sexy bear. I'm already yours. Now show me the rest of the house and then take me to bed. He groaned at her words. It had been a struggle all night not to take and claim her. Every time she teased him, his control slipped a little more. His bear wanted her. He wanted her.
Let's go upstairs first in that case.
Bastian waited as Carly climbed before him. He was going to die before the night was over. His eyes trained on her swaying hips as she went up the stairs. He wasn't sure if it was on purpose, but he wouldn't put it past her to use this to her advantage.
Take the left staircase,
he called out in a gravelly voice filled with lust. She smiled coyly over her shoulder as she did as instructed. The witch was tormenting him. He now knew it for sure. Two could play that game. He stepped up against Carly's back and whispered in her ear.
In front of us are 4 guest bedrooms.
He smiled as he felt her shiver at the words spoken directly in her ear.
The loft area here leads to a walkway before going into another loft on the other side of the great room.
He used his body to nudge Carly to the balcony so she could look down into the room below. He pressed his bulging erection into her as he pointed below.
This is directly behind the staircase. That fireplace keeps even the space up here as toasty as you can believe.
The loft is your reading nook? Carly choked out, desire lacing her words with breathless anticipation.
Yes, the lights aren't up high, but both walls are lined with bookshelves. There are overstuffed chairs your body just melts into. You can sit and look out the windows and watch the snow fall. It almost feels like magic,
he whispered, feeling her body shiver. He wasn't above using his house to seduce this woman. The truth was they belonged together. No other woman would ever satisfy, fight, or invigorate him like this goddess could.
Come on, love. This is the highlight of the upstairs.
He again used his body to nudge Carly in the direction he wanted her to go. He held her tightly to him so he could touch her at every opportunity.
This is the kids' area.
He reached around and opened the door on the left side.
In here, we have the sleeping area.
He couldn't help the smile of pride when he heard her audible intake of breath. He glanced around, trying to see it as she did. 4 sets of bunk beds lined the walls. Each bed was made of wood and created to look as if they were part of the cabin and not placed there. This was a room he would have loved to call his own as a kid.
Each cub can have their own bed and have plenty of room for friends to spend the night as well. The room here to the right side is the play area.
He turned them around and opened the door.
It's empty right now, but as you can see, it's big enough to keep the kids entertained and have tons of space for them to run around and play.
Bastian turned Carly around when he heard her quietly crying.
What's wrong, baby? I didn't think this would upset you. I'm sorry.
Carly reached up and took his face in her hands. No, I'm sorry. This is just the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Most guys just play with having kids, but not you. You actually created a space for them, long before you even had a mate. She leaned up and kissed him. This is surreal. You're amazing. Please show me the rest of the house. She bit her lip and met his gaze. Then we can see about ditching the clothes. Bastian growled before he leaned down and took her mouth with an overwhelming hunger that couldn't be sated.
Downstairs. Now.
Your house is gorgeous, and it really does show me a side of you I would never have expected, Carly said as she slowly descended the stairs. You put so much love and attention into every facet of this place.
It was a labor of love. I knew I wanted to grow old with my mate here, and for our babies to grow up here. I put everything I could imagine they would want to make this their home.
Did you make everything in the house? The beds, the furniture, the tables?
Yes, all of it by my hand. That's part of the reason it took me so long.
Bastian smiled and pointed to the left.
Through here, love. This is the formal dining room. The table seats up to 16.
They moved through to the next room, not giving Carly much time to inspect the room.
This is the living room. And yes, before you ask, I built all the fireplaces in the house too.
Carly chuckled. That was going to be my next question. This is beyond words. That fireplace is a masterpiece in itself. The whole room is so inviting and has that wonderful lived-in feel. The view is absolutely spectacular.
Yes, it is. I made each couch and chair with the idea of comfort and relaxation. The room is set up so no matter where you are, the fireplace will keep you warm and you have a view. Those doors on the back there lead to the back deck that go the width of the house. You will find more rocking chairs and a swing or two back there as well.
He led the way into the next room.
This is the family dining room, and just through that door is a hallway that leads from the formal dining room to this room. The door to the living room is there as well. The hallway connects all rooms, basically. This table will seat 8 comfortably, still a bit large for a family by some standards.
He indicated the door with a tilt of his head and proceeded to lead into the hallway.
This is the hallway I just spoke of, and here...
He turned and pointed to the great room.
You can see into here from the loft above.
He walked to a door across the hall.
This is the kitchen.
He stepped back and allowed her to enter. He scanned the area and took it in with fresh eyes. 2 walls of wood and glass shelves and drawers. A large double sink made of the same stone as the island in the middle of the kitchen. This island is... I don't know what to say. Carly walked around, touching the stone and opening the glass and wood doors on the small round island. I don't think I have ever seen anything like this. It's a fantastic mixture of materials. I love it. This is a dream kitchen.
Only 2 rooms to go. You ready to see the rest?
Your bedroom better be one of them. Getting you naked is my ultimate goal for the night.
God, baby, hold that thought. We're almost done.
He moved back into the hallway and opened the door across from the kitchen. He motioned Carly to enter and then followed her in. He watched as she looked around with confusion dancing on her face. I don't understand. What is this room? Bastian smiled.
This is the nursery. When the cubs are young, I thought it would be best to keep them close by. When they got old enough, we could move them upstairs to the bedroom and play area.
You really did think of everything. I don't think there's anything to add to make this place more perfect than it already is.
There is 1 room left, and I hope you like it. I don't plan on letting you leave it all weekend.
With those words, he ushered her out of the nursery through the connecting door to the master bedroom.
My mom always dreamed of having a 4-poster bed. She didn't get it, but I fell in love with the idea myself. The door to the left leads to the deck out back. The bed has thick covers, but between my body heat and the fireplace over there, you won't need them. I plan on making you burn all weekend long.
"25." Carly grinned. Her bear was getting frisky. How do you plan to keep my interest that long? She curled her arms around his neck and met his gaze. There was so much love and tenderness there, it made her heart swell with joy.
I can think of something,
he said, brushing his lips over hers and firing up the lust that ran rampant in her blood. He wrapped his arms around her waist and picked her up off her feet. She squealed at the fact he could do that without losing his breath. Bastian!
Relax, sweetheart,
he said, and sat down with her on his lap. Their faces were so close. They shared the same air, and she could feel his heart beating as fast as hers. He slipped her clothes off, kissing her shoulders and bare neck as he did. Lord, those lips on him and that tongue were going to drive her wild. She tugged at his clothes, growling at the fact she couldn't tear them off like she knew he could. He chuckled and helped her get rid of the annoying garments. Then she shoved him back on the bed, straddling his naked body and leaning down to kiss him. He cupped her full breasts, tweaking and fondling her nipples. She ached so much for him to be inside her. She rocked her hips, gliding his cock between her pussy folds. She was wet and slick and ready. So ready. She lifted up, grasped his cock in her hand, and placed the head in the heart of her entrance. He continued fondling her breasts, tweaking her nipples, and tugging just hard enough to make her gasp. She rubbed his cock over her wet folds before she slowly took him inside. She splayed her hands over his wide, muscled chest and lowered in a smooth glide, letting him fill her to the point she felt her lungs burn.
Oh, baby, you feel so fucking good,
he grunted. His voice churned gravel. Her pussy contracted around his cock, and she leaned forward as he let go of her breasts and moved to suck a nipple into his mouth. She moaned, loving his nibbles on her tit. Bastion! Desire burned at her core. She started riding him in earnest, up, down. He gripped her hips, lifting and dropping her on his cock. The moans and groans between the two of them were music to her ears. Her belly clenched with each slide up and drop down. His fingers bit into her hips, holding her hostage. His lower body lifted off the bed to drive his dick into her lowering sheath.
That's it, baby. Take my cock. I love how fucking hot and wet you are.
God, she whimpered. He had such dirty language.
Look down, sweetheart,
he ordered. She opened her eyes and glanced down where his cock was going in and out of her pussy and coming out slick with her heat. Oh, my...
Tell me that's not the sexiest fucking thing you've ever seen,
he rumbled.
Your pussy taking my dick, sucking it, and when I pull back, coming down to get it again. Baby, that's what dreams are made of.
She bit her lip and gulped at the dry throat. Shudders shot down her back. She was so close. He sucked her nipple harder, slamming her down on his cock more forcefully, grinding her pussy on his pelvis. Her clit rubbed on him, and the tension inside her snapped. She took a harsh, indrawn breath and dug her nails into his chest as her body unraveled. Pleasure swept through her, taking over and making her lose focus of everything other than the joy filling her from head to toe. He didn't stop slamming her on his dick, even when she went stiff and shook with the force of her orgasm.
Fuck,
he roared. His cock drove deep inside her and pulsed as he filled her with his seed. She gasped, feeling her pussy contract around his thick cock. She fell on his chest, and both took ragged breaths for long moments. She still had him inside her when she raised her head and kissed his sexy grin. Okay, you've convinced me. He shook his head and lifted her off his body.
No, I haven't.
She blinked. You haven't?
Nope. I'm going to show you the shower and try my hand at convincing you in there again.
She laughed at his thinking and clung to his neck. Okay, if you want to play hardball, let's do this.
No, baby. Let's do you.
26. Carly was at the kitchen counter making breakfast when she felt Bastion's strong arms encircle her from behind. His hand slid up under his shirt she was wearing.
Morning, beautiful.
She leaned back and smiled. Morning.
Why are you out of bed? I thought I would have worn you out last night,
Bastion said, in a voice tinged with sleep and a hint of arousal. We need food. Lots of food to keep up our strength, or we won't have the energy for the all-weekend marathon you promised me.
Baby, the only food I want right now,
Bastion said as he moved his left hand up to cup her bare breast, while his right hand moved to the cleft between her thighs and gave one long stroke.
Is this delicious honey right here?
Bastion groaned in her ear.
You are so hot and wet for me already. What if I bend you over this counter and make you scream my name till your throat is as raw, and I plan on taking you down here?
Carly moaned and wiggled her hips against his hardness, pressing into her ass. I don't think, she gasped out in shaky breaths, I will ever get enough of you.
You won't have to, I promise. Now, I must get the door. If it's Luna, she won't hesitate long before walking in.
Bastian gave another stroke on her clit while he nuzzled her neck.
Don't move. I will get rid of her and be right back.
Carly moaned a plea for him to stay and continue working his magic on her body, but he was already gone. She leaned down and put her head on the counter. She had to regroup. How was it a single touch from this man could cause her to crumble to pieces at his feet? She was on the verge of a climax from just a few strokes of his fingers. She hadn't expected to fall for him so quickly, but she couldn't deny it to him or herself. It had been easy to say the words in the heat of passion, but in the daylight, it was a different matter. The answer was the same, though. She loved the hairy, stubborn bear, and she knew she would never find a man like him in 1,000 lifetimes. Bastian was her dream come true, one she never allowed herself to believe existed outside the steamy romance novels she liked to read.
The sight of you ready and willing is tempting me to say they can go to hell, but I don't think they are the patient type.
Bastian laughed as Carly whipped around to face him, flushing in embarrassment. What? Who? Stop laughing, Yogi, and tell me what you're talking about. Carly grumbled as she glared at Bastian's continued chuckles.
Yogi? I wondered how long it would take for that one to be thrown out there again. I was waiting for it all last night.
I got a little preoccupied and forgot. It was rather fitting, though, don't you think? How often does a bear take you on a picnic, after all?
I better be the only one,
Bastian growled as he advanced toward her.
Now get some clothes on before our guests come looking for us, and to see something I will have to kill them for.
Carly laughed and darted for the bedroom. She wouldn't put it past Bastian to make good on his threat of making her scream, even with guests in the house. You didn't say who was here.
The FBI decided to pay us a visit.
Bastian put up a hand to forestall her questions.
Yes, they are real agents this time. I took a long look at their IDs, and I don't detect any lies from them.
What made him so sure he could look at their IDs and know they were real or not? It's not like they had forgery stamped on them or something. Carly narrowed her eyes and studied Bastian before deciding to give him the benefit of the doubt and trust him about this. He wouldn't let anything happen to her. Of that, she had little worry. What made them decide to come visit today? Seems mighty coincidental to me. Bastian grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bedroom.
Clothes now, woman. We can find out all the answers as soon as you get dressed.
A few minutes later, they were headed to the living room, and the FBI agents waiting for them. Her stomach lurched in nervous anticipation of what their visit could mean. Only 12 hours before, a fake agent had tried to kidnap her. Now real agents showed up. It wasn't making sense, and that made her nervous.
You're safe here. Stop fretting, sweetheart. I'll protect you always.
Carly smiled shakily up at Bastian and nodded. She knew she was being stupid and acting out of character, but how often did you meet real FBI agents? For that matter, how often did a girl have 2 attempted kidnappings within the span of a few days?
Agents Wilcox and Grant, meet Carly Toblin. Carly, the agents.
Carly rolled her eyes at Bastian's gruff, short greeting. Hello, gentlemen. Can I offer you a coffee or a glass of water? Agent Wilcox smiled and declined the offer. Agent Grant didn't respond, but shook his head in the negative. She wasn't sure what to make of him. Grant didn't smile or move. He was like a statue taking in his surroundings and observing everything. It was strange, and she had to bite her tongue to keep from asking him what the hell his problem was. Agent Wilcox cleared his throat, gaining Carly's attention again before he continued.
This morning we received a call from a Mrs. Luna Lyon. She explained the events of last night, but we would like to get your take as well.
Bastian and Carly took turns over the next 20 minutes, filling in the 2 agents on all that had happened the night before.
You're saying this man never identified himself to either of you as being part of the cartel?
No, he flashed a badge at me and then tried to kidnap me, but he didn't say much else.
Well, he did scream for me to rescue him,
Bastian said with a chuckle. The agents both looked at him in confusion.
Rescue him? From what?
Well, that would be me. I didn't take kindly to having someone attempt to kidnap me again. Carly chuckled at Agent Wilcox's confused expression.
Did you say again? That implies more than once. How many attempts have there been?
She sighed and leaned into Bastion's side. That was the second attempt. The first one was earlier in the week. No, before you ask, I didn't see him, and he didn't mention anything about a cartel either. To be honest, I don't know why they would be after me. I work for Rakita Construction, but they wouldn't gain anything from kidnapping me. For the first time, Agent Grant spoke up, startling everyone.
What if they were going to use you to gain access to Mr. Oberon?
Carly had to think about that before she could reasonably respond. I don't see why. We only went on our first official date last night, and Bastion isn't connected to Rakita except superficially as Luke's best friend. Bastion sighed, starting to put the possibilities together.
That may be true, but I am part owner of this mountain. I haven't hidden that you're my mate. That kind of news travels fast in the shifter community. It wouldn't take long for anyone paying attention to discover it, even if they are human. That's true. It wasn't very hard for us to discover your connection, and we just started listening this morning.
Agent Wilcox shrugged and smiled sheepishly.
Let us check around and see what we can find out. In the meantime, I think Mr. Oberon has the right idea for you. Stick close to him. Don't go anywhere alone, and if there are any more issues, contact us right away.
He stood and pulled a business card from the inside of his jacket pocket.
That has our direct numbers on it.
Agent Wilcox shook their hands and headed back the way he came in. He stopped at the doorway and turned back.
We will be in touch, and we will do everything we can to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Carly sighed and stomped back to the kitchen. She was restless and jittery. For some reason, having the FBI involved made her more nervous than the 2 kidnapping attempts did. They were here to help. Logically, she knew that, but sometimes logic wasn't enough.
Don't worry. I will ensure your safety. I won't ever let anything happen to you. I swear on my life.
What if that's not what I am worried about? She gulped at the dryness in her throat. Fear and horror made it hard for her to speak above a whisper. She'd finally come to terms with her feelings for Bastion. Now this. Why was the world so unfair? Losing you would be worse, she admitted. I can't live in a world that you aren't in. Her emotions were all over, and now they wanted to spill out of her mouth. Maybe it's being in danger, but I know what my heart wants, and it's you by my side until I take my last breath. She licked her lips and took a deep breath. This is so unlike me. I don't open up this way, but I can't help it with you. I've searched years to find what you have given me in a matter of minutes. His gorgeous lips tipped up in a smile that lightened the stress on her shoulders.
I knew the first time I laid eyes on you outside Luke's cabin that you were mine. We were meant to be together. My heart started beating for you, and only you that day.
He cupped her face and leaned in to brush his lips over hers.
I love you, Carly. There's nothing that will ever keep me from being with you. Always.
Carly sighed. She really, really loved this man. I don't know what I'm going to tell my father. He's going to shit puppies when he finds out. There's no way in hell he'll approve or accept our being together. His hatred and anger burns deep. I fear nothing will ever change that. She shook her head. I didn't want to, but I might have to cut our ties if he doesn't come to terms with us. She met his gaze. This, us, means more to me than anything else. He tugged her tightly. The embrace flooded her with warmth and inner strength.
I think you underestimate your father. You are his only daughter. He won't cut you out of his life. You two have only had each other. His love for you will overcome his dislike of my kind.
"27. Bastion wasn't sure what to do next. The weekend with Carly had been amazing. They laughed, talked, and made love until neither could move or breathe. He knew he looked like an idiot, but he couldn't help the smile or the giddy feeling in the pit of his stomach. He glanced at the clock on the dashboard of his truck and groaned in frustration. 8 long hours before he would get to see her again. He had work he could be doing himself, but concentrating while his mate was in danger wasn't going to happen. A brilliant idea formed. He pulled out his phone and dialed.
"I need your help,"
he said into the phone.
"This is starting to get repetitive."
Garrett sighed.
"Hello, Bastion. How are you?" "Me? I'm fine. Thank you for asking. My weekend? It was the usual. But more importantly, how was your weekend?"
Bastion laughed.
Yeah, I get it. When did you start with all this polite crap anyways?" "As soon as I figured out it would bug you, of course."
Garrett chuckled at Bastion's growl.
"Okay, point taken. Anyway, what's up? What do you need help with?"
Bastion explained about Carly's kidnapping attempts, the escaped suspects, and the FBI paying them a visit.
"I want you to help me find out what is going on. I know the FBI is looking into it, but I can't sit here and do nothing. You want to go shake some trees with me and see what we can learn? Somebody has to know something in this town about what's going on."
"I can do that. Where do you want to meet?"
"I'm on my way back to my place. I didn't get a chance to pack a bag, and I want to have that taken care of before I pick Carly up from work this afternoon. Can you meet me there?"
"Yeah, no problem. I have to finish up a few things, but I can be there in about half an hour if that works for you." Bastion agreed and hung up. Plans already forming in his head. If this was a scheme by the cartel, then he knew the perfect place to get some answers. The trick was convincing someone there to talk. He picked up his phone. He wished there was a better way, a less complicated way.
"Luna, I have an idea, and you aren't going to like it, but it's the only way."
"Tell me, little bear. You know I will do what I can to help." That's one of the things Bastion loved about Luna. She fought for her family and didn't give up.
"Can you spread the word I need to gain access to someone in the cartel who will talk to me? No hidden agenda, no feds, no cops, just some information."
Luna was quiet for a minute, thinking of his words, before she agreed to help. "I heard some rumors that Maggie the deer shifter is dating a low-level member. I don't know how true it is. You know how gossip flows in shifter clans. Though I bet either way she will be our best bet. She has a long history of dating men with questionable employment, if you know what I mean." Bastion let out a relieved breath.
"I knew you were the perfect person to call. Will you talk to her and see if she will help me?"
"Of course. I really like Carly, and I don't want anything to happen to either of you. Please, be safe." Bastion ended the call as he pulled up in front of his cabin. It seemed odd, but the house looked desolate and empty now that Carly was gone. She had made his house a home with just her presence. He walked in his bedroom, and her scent filled his nose. His groin pulsed in arousal. It was going to be a long day. He was just packing the last of his clothes in a duffel when his phone rang. He grabbed the cell with the eagerness of an adolescent girl waiting on her crush to call. Bastion sighed in disappointment. The caller ID said it was Luna and not his Carly.
"Hey, Luna, what's up?"
"Wow, don't sound so thrilled to talk to me."
"I'm sorry, I was just hoping. Never mind."
Luna's laughter filled the silence left from Bastion's aborted apology. "You were hoping it was your mate. It's okay. I don't mind your pouting tone of voice now. But I have good news for you. Maggie's boyfriend can't help you. He is too low on the totem pole, as he puts it. He can arrange a meeting with you and someone higher up, though."
"What's the catch? Seems too easy. What do they want in return?"
"I asked the same thing. They don't want anything for the most part, just information. It would seem the cartel doesn't like people doing things under their name. Something about honor among thieves or some shit like that, according to Maggie's guy."
"What's the next step? When do they want to meet?"
Bastion asked as he headed to answer the ringing doorbell. Garrett had arrived and right on time. He waved him in and headed back to his room to finish up while Luna gave him the details. "Maggie's boyfriend is Greg. He is going to call you at the place and time. I gave them your number. I didn't think you would mind for this. They said expect a call within the next 45 minutes with the time and place. Luna paused, and Bastian could feel the worry radiating off her in waves. Please be careful. Don't go alone, and call me as soon as you are done. I count you as my son, and I can't lose another child.
I love you, Luna. You've always been like a mother to me. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Garrett is here already. He's going with me. I'll call you in a few hours. Stay safe, or I'll have even more stuff to worry about.
They said their goodbyes and hung up the phone. Bastian growled in frustration and spun in a circle in the room, taking everything in. He didn't want to forget anything and have to come back.
Bro, you okay?
Garrett's words startled Bastian, and he spun to see him in the doorway, leaning against the frame.
Sorry, didn't realize you had followed me back here.
He sat on the bed, put his head in his hands, and growled.
I just don't want to forget anything, and I can't think straight. Every thought is taken up trying to figure out how to keep my mate safe.
Bastian looked to Garrett.
I can't lose her. She's my reason for breathing, for living. Without her, there is no color left in the world.
He knew he sounded like a whipped cub, but it was true. Garrett walked over and sat beside him.
I can't say I know exactly what you were feeling, but I get she's your mate. If I am lucky enough to one day have my mate, I wouldn't let go either. We will solve this, together. Now, first things first. You got enough clothes to last you a week? Underwear and socks, too? Shoes? How about toiletries and anything like that you might need?
Bastian couldn't help the laughter that flowed as he listened to his bachelor of a friend list things for him to pack. Garrett was a friend he could always count on, no matter the circumstances.
Come on, let's go. I'm good. And if I forgot anything, I can always run back up here or go to the store and buy it. I want to be in town when they call.
Bastian grabbed his bag and turned off the lights as he headed to the front door.
I'll fill you in on everything on the way down.
28. Garrett nodded, and they climbed into the truck to start their journey and the answers to keeping Carly safe. The short trip into town was made in silence after Bastian explained what he had put in motion. The ringing of his phone startled them, and Bastian scrambled to answer.
This is Bastian,
he said into the phone without looking at the caller ID. Hey, gorgeous. Is this a bad time? Carly's voice instantly calmed Bastian and his bear.
Never a bad time for you, babe.
Garrett snorted at Bastian's words. He glared at his friend and turned his attention back to the road and the sound of his mate in his ear. I just wanted to say hey. I'm sitting here and counting down the minutes till I can leave. God, I've never wanted to be out of the office so badly. It's strange how far you have dug your way under my skin. I can't stand to be away from you. I feel like it's been forever and I just saw you 2 hours ago.
I have something to do, but if I finish in time, I'll call and we can do lunch. Oh, Garrett is with me as well.
That would be great. I will drag Tony along and we can all have lunch. She and I were planning on going out anyway. Send me a text if you can make it.
Sounds like a plan. I've got to go. I have another call beeping in. I love you.
I love you too, boo-boo. Bastian groaned in humiliation as Garrett busted out into laughter at her words.
Don't say a word or I will kill you.
Garrett muffled his laughter and wiped the tears that flowed down his cheeks.
I'm not going to say a word. You can count on my not forgetting that, though. That is too priceless to ever forget.
Bastian shot him a look that would have killed a lesser man, but in Garrett's case, all it did was make him laugh harder.
This is Bastian.
There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then an oily voice.
This is Greg. Meet me in 20 minutes at Lou's Diner on 3rd Avenue. You know the place? I'll find it. I won't be alone, though. I just want you to know ahead of time that I have my friend Garrett with me.
The two men shared a glance as they waited for Greg to respond to Bastian's words. Finally, he came back on the phone.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. I'll see you in 20 minutes. Don't be late.
Bastian hung up and debated what to do now. Luna had told him Greg didn't have any information for him, so why was he meeting Greg now instead of someone higher up?
Dude, I can feel you thinking, and it's hurting my brain. Let's just go meet him and see what happens. Maybe his boss got tied up. Let's not jump to any conclusions yet."
Garrett was right. Worrying wasn't going to solve anything. They pulled up in front of the rundown diner a few minutes later. Rundown wasn't quite the right word for this place. It looked like it hit rundown about 50 years ago. The parking lot was packed, though, so it must have something going for it. At least he hoped so.
"If I die in this place, I will haunt your hairy ass for all eternity. I'm warning you now."
Garrett stared at Bastian and dared him to say a word about his threat.
"You will be fine, princess. Besides, you're a shifter. Not much in there that can kill you. Hurt you, yes. Kill you, no. What kind of friend are you? I agree to help, and you are okay with me getting maimed?"
Garrett climbed out of the truck, mumbling about the lack of quality friends and stupid bears lacking any sense. Bastian smiled and followed him into the diner. The run-down appearance continued on the inside, but at least it appeared clean. They stopped in the doorway and waited for a waitress to instruct them where to sit. The booths and tables were covered with bumper stickers, band flyers, and all sorts of miscellaneous junk. A tired waitress passed in front of them, carrying 5 plates of food. "Sit anywhere you can find a seat. Someone will be with you shortly." Garrett nodded and headed to a booth in the back corner. The 2 men slid in and continued their appraisal of the diner.
"Interesting assortment of everything,"
Garrett said, as he gazed at the table and read the different stickers and flyers under the thick plexiglass surface.
"Looks like an okay place, once you get past the outside. Seems busy. Must be either cheap or good food." "Dude, some of these band flyers are from the 40s. This place is ancient."
Garrett's words were cut off as the same haggard waitress approached their table.
"Welcome to Lou's. Food is good, prices are okay, and the service is fast. What can I get you to drink?"
she asked in a tired and worn-out voice. Both men ordered water and asked for a few minutes to look over the menu. The waitress nodded and rolled her eyes.
"Don't sit here all day and order no food. I got paying customers who could use this table." "Ma'am, I promise I will make our time sitting at this table worth your while, no matter how long it is. Food or not, you won't regret it."
The waitress narrowed her eyes and sized them up before nodding.
"You got a deal. You need anything, flag me down. My name's Betty."
She walked away before either man could utter a word.
"That was interesting, to say the least."
Bastian smiled at his friend's words and picked up the menu, curiosity getting the better of him. They still had a few minutes before Greg was to arrive anyway.
"They have a wide assortment of food, quite impressive for a hole-in-the-wall diner. Heads up, something tells me Greg has arrived and is heading our way as I speak."
At Garrett's words, Bastian stood and moved onto the bench next to him so they could face Greg head-on. Greg didn't waste time. He just slid into the booth and gave a wide grin.
"Hello, gents. It's nice to make your acquaintance. Maggie speaks highly of the two of you. She is the reason I agreed to set this meeting up."
Bastian stretched his hand out in offer of a handshake.
"I'm Bastian, and this is Garrett. Nice to meet you. We appreciate you making this happen for me."
Greg smiled a self-deprecating smile.
"Well, it's not exactly for you. My friends, no offense, could care less about your problems. They don't like people using their name, though, and therefore are anxious to solve this as well."
Bastian frowned.
"If that's the case, why aren't they here?"
Greg's smile widened.
"Who says they aren't? You can't expect them to just walk up and answer your questions, now can you? They are watching, and have been since you entered this place. They mean you no harm, so you can relax. They just needed to know it was safe and that you were really who you say you are."
Garrett and Bastian frowned in confusion.
"And just how are they supposed to know that just by watching us?"
Garrett asked with a perplexed expression.
"They have their ways. No worries. They gave me the all-clear to come and talk to you,"
Greg announced as he glanced up to the hovering waitress.
"Hey, Betty, love. How's business today?"
Betty rolled her eyes at Greg's antics.
"None of that nonsense, boy. I ain't got the time for it today. You eating or just wasting my time?" It's Monday. That means special surprise, right? Greg asked with an eagerness that shocked Bastian. You bet. 1 plate coming up. She turned to Bastian and Garrett. You boys eating? No, thank you. We have someplace to be. Bastian started to say, and was cut off by Greg's next comment. None of that. Stay and eat. I promise you it will be worth your while. Not only is the food outstanding, but we have some things to discuss, and it's going to take a bit of time. The two men nodded and picked up menus. If I may, I suggest the special surprise. It's delicious. It's like beef stew, but better. It comes with homemade rolls that will melt in your mouth. Greg moaned in anticipation as he finished speaking and winked at Betty, who rolled her eyes again. They agreed to give it a try, and Betty walked off. Bastian returned his attention to Greg. What's next? We eat and wait. My boss is tied up and can't meet us quite yet. He put out some feelers this morning after he got word, and he is waiting for them to get back to him before meeting us. No worries, though. They have the best homemade pies and cakes here. Bastian wasn't sure, but something told him they were stalling for more reasons than the guy was admitting to. His hands were unfortunately tied. Looks like lunch with Carly and Tony was off. He turned his attention to Garrett. I'm going to step out real quick and cancel lunch with Carly.
29. Carly felt like her feet were stuck in concrete as she walked away from Bastian and into her office. The weekend had been more than she had ever thought possible. Monday had creeped up way too quickly for her liking. They had made a quick detour by her place this morning so she could change into work-appropriate clothes, and they almost hadn't made it out of the house. Seeing him in her bedroom had made her burn to take his clothes off. Only by sheer force of will did she manage to refrain. She deserved a damn medal for that. She was sure of it. Honey, no offense, but damn, you look like you had a fantastic weekend. Tony laughed as Carly's caramel complexion turned a dark shade of red. And by that reaction, I would say I nailed it. Or rather, you nailed him. Carly couldn't help the blush. She had just been thinking of the wicked things Bastian had done to her body, and then Tony came along insinuating the same thing. She was lucky she hadn't whimpered at her thoughts, or Tony would have even more to say. You are so bad. I had a fantastic weekend, and I will be happy to talk about it at lunch if you are free. Right now, I am late, and I need to get to my desk before the clients start protesting. You know how Mondays go around here. Lunch it is. The anticipation of hearing might just help me survive this day, Tony said with a smile as she walked back to her desk. Carly glanced down at her phone to see the time and almost whimpered again, but this time in pain. She'd only been away from Bastian for a grand total of 10 minutes. This was going to be the longest day of her life. 2 hours later, Carly was finally able to take a quick break and call Bastian. She needed to hear his voice. Her body craved him, and it was killing her concentration. Bastian picked up the phone in a quick, abrupt manner that threw Carly for a moment. Was she disturbing him? Maybe she shouldn't have called. It was too late now, though. Hey, gorgeous. Is this a bad time?
Never a bad time for you, babe.
Carly instantly felt relieved and calmer. His voice was just what she needed to make it through the day. I just wanted to say hey. I'm sitting here and counting down the minutes till quitting time. It's strange how far you have dug your way under my skin. I can't stand to be away from you. I feel like it's been forever and I just saw you 2 hours ago. Tony walked up and leaned her hip on the edge of Carly's desk. She didn't even try to pretend to not be listening. Carly glared in mock anger, and Tony shrugged and winked.
I have something to do. But if I finish in time, I'll call and we can do lunch. Oh, Garrett is with me as well.
That would be great. I will drag Tony along and we can all have lunch. She and I were planning on going out anyway. Send me a text if you can't make it. Tony perked up at the mention of her name. Where are we going? I am not being the third wheel to your lunch date. Carly rolled her eyes, pulled the phone away from her ear so she could respond without Bastian hearing. Garrett will be there. Now shush.
Carly returned the phone to her ear in time to hear Bastion's next words. Sounds like a plan. I've got to go. I have another call beeping in. I love you.
I love you too, Boo-Boo. Did you just call him Boo-Boo? Tell me I didn't hear that right. Tony laughed so hard, tears were running down her cheeks. I bet with their super shifter hearing, Garrett heard that too. This is going to be so much fun. I know, right? I've been having so much fun coming up with different bear nicknames for him from the different shows and cartoons, though I have to admit I haven't been able to stump him yet, and I'm running out of names. This is just epic. I will see if I can come up with some for you to use. I think I'm in love with your relationship. Is that weird? Tony asked with a perplexed look. Can I ask you a question, Tony? Carly was hesitant to ask such a personal question, but knowing Tony and the question she would be asking, it wasn't going to be an issue. You want to know why I'm single, don't you? Carly nodded and winced in sympathy. Get asked that a lot? Tony shrugged. A bit. I don't want a womanizing player. I want a man who can be loyal and dependable. Every time I meet a guy, he either quickly shows his true colors for being a total douchebag, or he is surrounded by women and flirting. How can you trust guys that behave that way? Carly nodded in agreement. Tony was right. It was hard to find single, straight men who weren't total assholes and knew how to treat a woman right. Anyway, do you have a few since it looks like we will have company for lunch? Can you tell me what happened after I talked to you on Friday night? Tony inquired with a hopeful smile. Pull up a chair and I will fill you in on everything. It's a bit of a tale, I'm afraid, and starts before Friday. Carly spent the next 15 minutes filling her friend in on all that had transpired, from the first kidnapping attempt to the details of the date, the second kidnapping attempt, the escape of their prisoner, and the FBI's appearance. By the end of her story, Tony was speechless, and Carly suspected partly in shock. First, let me just say, holy shit, you have one amazing boyfriend or mate, I guess I should call him now. That has to be one of the most romantic things I have ever heard. Second, what in the hell is going on in your life? 2 kidnapping attempts, and Bastion is letting you out of his sight? Carly couldn't help the groan that slipped at her words. You have no idea how hard it was to convince him to let me come to work this week. He only agreed because I said he could stay at my place with me until this was resolved. To be honest, something tells me he is out doing something stupid to try and end this quickly. My bear has a protective streak a country mile long. Tony sighed. I'm half in love with him myself, she said with a wink as she returned the chair back to its spot. I guess I need to get back to work. Let me know when they are ready to meet us for lunch. Carly returned to her ringing phone and mentally prepared herself for round 2 of the hell that was Monday mornings. Nothing ever went easy on these days. And add in that Kira was on her honeymoon still, and their clients were not happy to speak to the top when they were already irate for some perceived injustice. Earth to Carly, are you listening? She was pulled abruptly from her study of the documents in front of her to see a receptionist from the lobby standing at her desk impatiently. I'm sorry, what did you say, Sheila? Sheila rolled her eyes and smiled. It's been a rough one. You have a guest out front. I didn't want to send him back without checking with you first. Your phone. Sheila reached over and tapped the send to voicemail button on the phone, turning the ringer back on. Is sending all calls to voicemail for the last 30 minutes. Carly blushed in embarrassment. I didn't realize I sent all the calls to voicemail. I swear it wasn't on purpose. I should have known something was wrong. I'm actually getting work done. No worries. Things have calmed down a bit anyway. So, your visitor, Sheila said with a questioning look. Can I send him back? Oh, right. Did he say who he is? Or what he wanted? Sheila's eyes twinkled and she smiled. He said he was your boyfriend. He has flowers with him, too. I didn't know you had a boyfriend, or I would have sent him right back. 30. Butterflies danced in Carly's stomach. Bastion had come to see her. Maybe this was going to be a fantastic day after all. We just became official this weekend. Please send him back. Was it lunchtime already? And had she missed his call while she had inadvertently had her phone off the hook? Didn't matter. He was here, and that's all she cared about at this point. Her body hummed in anticipation for seeing her mate.
Hey, love. I hope this isn't a bad time. I was hoping you could go to lunch with me.
Carly's hopes deflated in an instant. That was not Bastian's voice, or his scent she could smell from 20 feet away. What are you doing here, Ralph? And how do you know where I work? Carly couldn't believe her eyes. This had to be some cosmic joke. Wait, more importantly, why did you tell Sheila you were my boyfriend?
Like I said, I came to take you to lunch. I missed you and wanted to surprise you. Your father told me where you worked. He said it would be fine for me to stop in. Is this a bad time?
Ralph asked, with confusion clearly evident on his pinched face. Yes, it is, as a matter of fact. I already have lunch plans with Bastian, for one. For another, it's not my father's place to say you can stop by unannounced like this. Thirdly, and most importantly, you are not my boyfriend. I said we could be friends, but I am starting to rethink that notion as well. She glanced around the office to see the faces of her coworkers pretending not to listen in as they found reasons to venture from their desks and closer to hers. Come with me. I don't want to discuss this out here. We can go in the conference room. She stormed past Ralph, fuming at his ridiculous notions and ideas and that he dared show up and tell lies to her coworkers. The idiot. She opened the conference room and moved so Ralph could come in. She was tempted to slam the door, but thought better of it when she saw nosy eyes watching her every move. She wasn't going to give them any more to gossip about than Ralph already had. Now, explain again why you told everyone you were my boyfriend. Carly stalked to one of the chairs set around the table and dropped into it and stared Ralph down. She dared him to provide a reasonable explanation before she ripped him a new asshole.
Well, you see, I was talking to your father, and he mentioned that you said we had gone out to dinner and that you had fun. He told me he was glad we were dating, and that he really hoped our relationship would work out. He might have been the one to suggest I stop by with roses and take you to lunch. Your father said you wouldn't mind.
You didn't think to set him right? We aren't dating. I told you we could be friends. I am not interested in you as anything more than that.
I think if you just give us a bit more time, you could see how perfect we are for each other. I can give you everything you could possibly want. Your father has even promised me a top position in the company to make it easier to provide for you. The kids we will have can go to a private school, or you can homeschool them.
You aren't listening to a word I am saying. We don't have a future together. I am in love with Bastian. She watched the color drain from his face. I'm sorry you thought you could change my mind, but it's not happening. End of story. Ralph growled and stormed closer to where Carly sat.
You listen to me. When we get married, you will not be allowed to socialize with those nasty shifters. That includes anyone associated with them. I won't have you teaching our kids shifters are okay to have around us in this society. They are nothing but animals and should be kept locked away from the rest of the civilized world.
Carly couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Are you fucking crazy?
Furthermore,
he went on, as if she hadn't just yelled at him.
Since we are on the subject of what you will be allowed and not allowed to do, you will be put on a strict diet and be monitored by a physician. You will lose weight to a normal, healthy level before you will be allowed out of our home.
Ralph's expression softened as he peered at Carly.
You have the potential to be so beautiful if you could just lose the extra weight.
That was the final straw for Carly. She pulled herself to her full height and let her inner Latina bitch shine through. No man was going to talk to her like that and get away with it. Listen to me, you limp dick bastard. I am not now, nor will I ever be your property. She felt her voice rise along with her anger. You could never, in your puny excuse for a brain, honestly believe you can tell me what I will be allowed and not allowed to do. She took a quick breath and let her verbal assault continue. If for 1 second you thought, with your few chromosomes short of a Neanderthal brain, that I would ever allow a man, any man, to talk to me that way, then you are sadly mistaken. I am more woman than you could ever hope to handle. I have curves and bumps and some extra cushion, but that doesn't define me." She curled her hands to fists at her sides. "I am beautiful, and I don't care what you think of me. I have a man, a real man, and he loves me as I am, flaws and all. You are just a sad, pathetic excuse of a man who has to belittle women to make yourself feel better." With each word out of her mouth, she took a step closer to Ralph as he slowly edged away, fear blossoming across his face. The conference room door opened.
"Ms. Toblin, are you okay?"
Carly looked to see the company security guard standing in the open door. "Actually, you have perfect timing, Chris. Could you do me a favor and escort this man from our property?"
"Of course, right away."
Chris moved forward and grasped Ralph by the arm and started to lead him away. "One last thing, Ralph. If you want to act like a dick, you should wear a condom on your head so you can at least look like one." Chris coughed, trying to hide his laughter at her words. "Oh, and Ralph, if I ever see you step 1 foot on these premises again, I will have you arrested for trespassing." Once they'd left, Carly stumbled back to the vacant chair and sat. Could this day get any worse? "Carly, are you okay? The whole office heard the two of you. I called security when I realized who was in here with you." Tony's soft words unleashed a torrent of emotion in Carly. Anger, hatred, sadness, and self-doubt. Why is it the first thing they go to is our weight? I'm not society's standard of small, I know, but I'm healthy and I exercise. I'm a big girl. That doesn't make me a bad person. I don't understand why they attack us for it. We don't do anything to them." Tony walked over and pulled Carly up into her arms. "They are stupid men who haven't learned the value of a true and good woman. Our size doesn't make us less. It makes us more." She hugged Carly tighter. "More to love, more to cuddle with, and more to hold as they rock our worlds." She sighed and rubbed a hand on Carly's arm. "Men like Ralph are too insecure in themselves to see anything else. The one thing I learned long ago, though, is that it's not just us. They do the same thing to all women. They need something to focus on, to belittle and control with, so they can hide behind it." Carly leaned back and stared into Tony's eyes. "When did you become so smart?" "I've always been smart. Just most of the time it comes across in the form of a smart ass." She grinned. "Ah, yeah, there's the Tony I've come to love." "By the way, Bastion called the main line, and they sent him to me by mistake. He couldn't reach you on your phone, so he let me know instead. They got tied up and won't be able to make it to lunch after all. So why don't the two of us take a long lunch and have a drink? I think we deserve it. Besides, I have to live vicariously through your love life, and I have questions," Tony said with a wink as she headed out of the conference room. 31. Bastion had been hoping to talk to Carly. He needed to hear her voice to know she was safe and everything was okay. Logically, he knew she was in her office, and she had promised to stay there unless he was with her. But logic sometimes wasn't enough. He headed back into the diner and what he hoped was some answers. Missing lunch with his mate for nothing was not going to end well for Greg. For his sake, this better be worth it.
"Hey, Bastion, everything okay?"
Greg asked as Bastion slid into the booth next to Garrett.
"Yes, no problem. Just had to cancel lunch plans with my mate."
Bastion glanced to Garrett for any signs of distrust or uneasiness. He looked relaxed, or at least as relaxed as they could be, knowing the cartel was watching them.
"Here you go, boys. 3 specials," Betty said, as she placed the plates down and moved away again without another word.
Conversation after that was stilted as the men dug into their meals. Bastion and Garrett pleasantly surprised by how good their food was.
"Told you, the food here is out of this world. The old guy who owns it is an institution around here. This is a neutral ground for any and all. No one messes with anyone while here,"
Greg said conversationally in between bites of his lunch. Bastion was surprised by that news. Since the cartel had picked this spot, and they were watching, he assumed it was under their control. Maybe when things blew over, he could bring Carly here. The food was definitely worth it.
Any word on how long this is going to be before we get to talk to your bosses?
Garrett questioned.
Enjoy your food, gentlemen. We have dessert, too. My boss said this was his treat, by the way. As to when, I don't know. It'll happen when it happens.
Bastian was getting tired of Greg's cryptic non-answers. How did he know they weren't jerking them around and this was all a wild goose chase? Maybe they were using this as an excuse to make another grab for Carly while she was alone.
Greg, how do we know what you told us is true? That the cartel isn't behind this? How do I know you aren't using this to your advantage and going after Carly while I sit here and get jerked around by you at your boss's request? I can prove it if you like. Call your mate right now. Find out where she is,
Greg said, with confidence ringing in his voice. Bastian pulled out his phone and dialed Carly. 3 rings, 4, 5, and voicemail.
Hey, Carly, can you give me a call when you get a minute? Love you.
He hung up and raised a questioning eyebrow at Greg.
What did that prove? Hold on.
Greg pulled out his phone and dialed a number. He placed the call on speaker and set it in the middle of the table.
Hey, it's Greg. I'm here with the girl's mate. She isn't answering her phone and he is worried. You got eyes?
Bastian growled at Greg's words and reached to grab the smaller man by his shirt front.
Hold on, big guy. I promise we mean her no harm.
The voice on the phone broke the tense silence that had fallen over the table.
She isn't answering because she is sitting in a restaurant with her friend, and they are having a drink. Music is loud. No one has approached them or seemed too interested in either of them. I will say something happened at work, though. As I walked by, I heard Miss Toblin's friend, I believe her name is Tony, didn't catch a last name, say something about a drink being the perfect thing after that asshole. Both women looked unharmed and fine, just pissed off. Thanks. Let me know if anything changes.
Greg smiled at Bastian as he hung up the phone.
Like you were told, we don't appreciate anyone claiming to do anything under our name. We are watching your mate, and if anyone approaches or tries anything, we will stop them. We have a few questions of our own to ask, and it's in our best interest to get them before the FBI or cops do.
Bastian thought about what Greg was telling them. He just wasn't sure if he should trust them completely yet or not. He got they would stop another attempt because it was their reputation on the line, but it still seemed a bit far-fetched. Greg sighed.
Trust me, we aren't doing this for you or for her. It's a side benefit that it helps you. Our only goal is to protect our name and reputation. There is one thing the higher-ups don't like, and that's anyone taking credit for our deeds or for using our name for theirs. It's a messed-up system, but I swear on Maggie's life I am telling you the truth. So we just wait for you guys to catch somebody in the act, and in the meantime, you have me sitting here twiddling my thumbs? No offense, but that is total bullshit. I came here for answers, not to sit on my ass all damn day.
Bastian was getting tired of this shit. The food at the diner might be amazing, but it would have been better if Carly had been here. Being with her made everything better.
Not at all. Like I said, my employer was tracking some information down, and then he will be here. In the meantime, since we all seem to have finished our delicious lunch, let's have some pie and we can shoot the shit until he arrives. I promise it shouldn't be too much longer.
Bastian glanced at his watch. It was already getting later and later. If things kept up at this rate, he wouldn't be able to pick Carly up from work. That was not going to happen. If push came to shove, he could send Garrett to pick her up. Luckily, he still had a few hours before it came to that.
Will you tell us what type of information you are waiting on? If you have someone trailing my mate, then I have to wonder where you got this so-called info you are checking on.
Greg smiled at Bastian's question.
Being an upstanding citizen, I would imagine you wouldn't. Let me explain. We have a network of informants on the streets. Not street people, per se. They're in the glass office buildings, in the mountains you live in, and the houses with their spouses and kids. We have things they need or want, and in exchange, they keep their eyes and ears open for us. You name the place, we have someone giving us information from there.
Greg looked between the two men to make sure they were following before continuing on.
Like in this case, we spread the word that we are looking for someone who is attempting to kidnap your girl. We want any info on why and who they are. People report back to us. Depending on the value of their intel, we decide how much they get rewarded.
Bastian nodded absently as he thought about what Greg had just said. It made sense in a way. An army of people listening can find out a lot more than a few people asking questions. It's a shame they didn't use their powers for good.
So,
he was interrupted by the waitress taking their orders for dessert and had to wait before he could continue.
You were going to say?
Greg prompted. Bastian nodded and took a breath. Waiting was the hardest part.
What questions are you asking? How do you know what to ask? And how long does it usually take to get answers? The questions always depend on what we want to know. In this case, we spread the word that someone who isn't affiliated with us is using our name. We want to know who this person is. Next, we said to keep an ear out for anyone talking about failed kidnapping attempts on a woman.
Greg raised his hand to forestall Garrett's question.
To answer your unspoken question, Garrett, you would be surprised at how stupid people are. Yes, they do talk openly about shit like that. Word spreads fast among their kind. We use it to our advantage. Your last question is much harder to answer, I'm afraid. Sometimes it takes days, sometimes weeks. We aren't expecting that in this case.
The waitress returned and set 3 plates of pie down in front of the men.
You guys been sitting here for hours. My shift is done in 15 minutes. You gonna want anything else, or can I cash you out?
Greg smiled up at her.
Cash us out. If we want something else, we can wait for the next waitress on duty, if we are still here.
She grunted and walked away without another word. Bastian glanced at his watch again. 3 p.m. They had been sitting here with Greg since just before noon and still had learned next to nothing. Greg's phone ringing startled Bastian out of his thoughts. He leaned forward in anticipation, hope making his body tense.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And they're okay? Uh-huh. Did you catch him? Okay. Keep me informed.
Greg hung up and looked between the 2 men.
Sorry about that. There was an attempt on your mate and her friend. They got away without a problem. Unfortunately, some bystanders interfered, which helped the girls get away, but our attempted kidnapper also escaped. We have a basic description now, though. We will find him.
Before Greg had finished, Bastian was climbing from the booth with Garrett quickly following.
Greg, thank you for lunch and the pie. I have to go check on my maid and her friend. I'll be in touch.
Bastian said, as he quickly shook the other man's hand and left the diner.
Call her. Make sure they are okay,
Garrett said, as he followed Bastian back to his truck. Bastian nodded and pulled his phone and dialed. 2 rings, then 3, 4, and voicemail picked up.
Carly, call me. I need to know you are okay. Fuck, she isn't answering.
Bastian growled as he climbed behind the wheel and slammed his door.
Tony called me the other night, but I didn't save her number. Do you have it?
Bastian asked Garrett as he peeled out of the diner parking lot and raced to his mate.
No, she wouldn't give it to me. That is going to change after this.
Garrett growled.
Do me a favor. Call Luna. See if she can get a hold of Tony. They work together with Kira on the wedding. She should have her number. Okay, I will see if she can meet us at Carly's place as well. That way she can take me back up the mountain, and you don't have to leave your mate's side.
Bastian nodded his thanks.
Damn women. I told her to stay put unless I was with her. Does she listen? Of course not. She is going to be the death of me.
Bastian mumbled under his breath as he raced down the crowded streets as fast as traffic would allow him.
She may be the death of you, but you wouldn't trade a minute of being with your mate,
Garrett said softly, his voice full of longing and sadness.
That, my brother, is the truth.
"32. Carly knew Bastian was going to be upset she had gone to lunch with Tony outside the building, but she needed to get away. The whole office had heard her argument with Ralph and the things he had said. Her face flushed, remembering some of his comments. She really could kill him for embarrassing her at work like that. Tony's suggestion of a drink was all she could focus on. She needed a few minutes with her friend without anyone around who might judge her. It had been a fantastic lunch with a drink or two thrown in to loosen her anger. 2 hours later, and they were finally ready to go back to the office and finish up the day, mentally fortified for anything her coworkers would or could say. In deference to Bastian, they hadn't gone far from the office and only had a few blocks to walk, and with the streets being crowded at that time of day, the girls hadn't been worried. "Carly, there is a guy walking up on the right ahead. He keeps turning and looking at us. He is giving me the creeps," Tony whispered to Carly as she locked arms with her. "Let's slow down so he gets farther away from us. I've never seen him before, but he doesn't look threatening." Carly hoped, at least. She was just trying to keep her confidence up. Truth was, she was getting a creepy vibe from him as well. Tony squeezed her arm and pulled Carly closer. "Safety in numbers, right?" she said with a wink. Carly laughed. "And this is one of the reasons I know we are going to be best friends. I am so glad you came here to help Kira. We are kind of like 3 peas in a pod, aren't we?" The rest of what Tony was going to say was cut short when someone from behind grabbed the 2 girls and tried to pull them into an alley they were passing. They both let out a scream of panic, calling for help. 2 burly arms wrapped around each of them, trying to separate them from each other, but they weren't unlatching their arms. A simple action among friends might be the only thing keeping them safe.
"Hey, let go of them!"
2 men in business suits came rushing over to help the girls. The attackers cursed and turned and ran.
"Are you ladies okay? Should I call an ambulance?"
The man in the dark blue suit asked, as he helped Carly and Tony move to a bench to sit. "No, we are okay. Thank you for coming to help," Carly whispered, anger shaking her to the depths of her bones. "Did they get away?" Tony asked with a worried frown. The man in the black suit squatted in front of them.
"Yes, I'm sorry they did. Do either of you need any medical attention?"
Both women shook their heads. "Please don't call the police. I have a contact I will call now at the FBI. They have been looking into things for me." Carly started patting her pockets, looking for her phone. "My phone is gone!" she exclaimed worriedly. Her first thoughts were of Bastian. He was going to freak out if he couldn't reach her. "Crap, I forgot mine at my desk in all the excitement earlier," Tony said in frustration. The men in suits looked at each other, confused with the whole situation. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming to our aid. It's nice to know people will help out in times of need like that. We are okay." Carly smiled up at them and stood.
"Ma'am, no offense, but what type of guys are you used to that don't come to the aid?"
The 2 women laughed. "The wrong type, obviously," Tony replied cheekily.
"Can I ask where you 2 ladies are heading? I would feel better if I knew you got there safely, or at least somewhere safe. We don't know those 2 guys won't be back."
Black suit man asked.
"Your attackers wore clothing covering their body and had masks on. We have no idea what they looked like. They could be waiting somewhere else for you."
"We are heading back to work. It's 2 blocks down from here," Tony replied uneasily as she glanced around as if she were expecting them to jump out of the doorways and grab them again.
"Then it's decided. We will walk you to your office and then be on our way. Call it our good deed of the day,"
Dark blue suit announced with a bow and a wink. They slowly headed back to the office with their rescuers on either side of them. "This is our stop," Tony said as she extended her hand to say thank you. "I can't say thank you enough for what you did back there. You both are my heroes." Carly seconded her words, and the gentleman smiled and turned to leave. Dark blue suit stopped and nudged his friend before turning back to Tony.
"Would you care to have dinner with me sometime?"
"I don't even know your name." Tony blushed and peeked at Carly from the corner of her eye.
"If I tell you, will that increase my chances of you saying yes?"
The 2 women laughed. "How about I give you my number and we can discuss dinner?" Tony recited her number to him. "My name is Tony. And yours?"
"Jonathan. Or you can call me your knight in shining armor if you prefer."
He winked and then turned and left the 2 women alone. "I have to admit, this has been the oddest day I've had in a while," Carly said as she entered their office building. Tony smiled and followed her into their quiet office. "Are you okay?" Carly asked Tony as they sat at her desk. "I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm getting used to these attempts. But this was your first. How are you holding up?" Tony laughed at Carly's words. "How sad is it that you're getting used to them? I'm okay, really. Happy to kick that guy in the balls for even thinking to put his hands on us." The ring of a cell phone startled them out of their thoughts. "Hold on, that's my cell." Tony picked it up and glanced at Carly. "It's Luna." "Hey, Luna, how are you?" Tony looked at Carly with shock and then started chuckling. "Smart men. Yes, we are okay. We are back at the office." Tony winked at Carly. "Great. We will see you at Carly's house in a few." "What was that all about?" Carly asked. The curiosity was driving her crazy. "Well, it would seem your mate couldn't reach you after he heard about the foiled attempt. Garrett doesn't have my number, and apparently he told Luna we would be having words over that. Anyway, they're on their way here, and we are to stay put until then." Carly frowned. "How did they hear about it? And why are you and Luna coming to my house?" "Garrett doesn't have a ride back to the mountain, so she's coming down to pick him up. She wants to see for herself you are okay as well, so your place made sense. As to my being there, well, that is because Garrett refuses to ride in the truck with the two of you. He told Luna it would be awkward. Luna suggested I give him a ride to your house." Tony smiled in delight. "It would seem you are having a house party tonight." Carly rolled her eyes and looked at the time. "It's 4:30. Let's get the hell out of here. I need this day to be over." 33. I second that wholeheartedly. Besides, they should be here any minute, and we don't want to keep the not-so-patient shifters waiting, now do we? Tony smirked with an evil glint in her eyes. "Maybe. I want to keep him waiting, but not your mate." The women separated and closed down their computers and gathered their things. They had to wait a few minutes to catch the elevator. It seemed the whole office decided to leave a few minutes early on this hellish Monday. When they reached the front doors of their office building, they were stuck behind a group of women oohing and eyeing over something they couldn't see. "What's going on?" Carly asked, aggravated over another inconvenience. One of the ladies standing in front of them turned with a blush and a spark of lust deep in her eyes. "Did you see him? 3 women have made passes already, and he shut them all down. He is gorgeous, and I can promise he will be in my dreams tonight." Tony growled. She knew exactly who they were talking about. "The guys are out there. We need to go." She grabbed Carly's hand and pushed their way through the gawking women. They were barely outside the doors when 2 strong arms wrapped around each of them, squeezing.
"Sweetheart, I'm going to have to put a tracker on you,"
he whispered by her ear, and then kissed her. Bastian leaned away and took in all of Carly's body. There were no injuries, so she wasn't sure what he was looking at, but after a moment, he sighed and pulled her into his arms again.
"I'm going to drive myself crazy trying to figure out if you're okay."
"I'm fine. Some guys came to our rescue. Don't worry." Carly turned to see where Tony was, only to be shocked. "I said let go of me," Tony growled as she swatted at Garrett as he tried to check her for injuries as well.
"Woman, I am just trying to make sure you weren't hurt. Stop hitting me." "Okay, I let go. You can stop now. See what I get for being worried about your stubborn ass?"
Garrett grumbled as he stepped back and smiled sheepishly at Carly.
"You okay? You gave the big guy quite a scare there."
"I'm fine. I really didn't mean to do that. It was a bad day. Ralph made a scene here, and I just needed to get away." Carly started to explain, but when she glanced at Bastian's face and saw the anger building, she trailed off. "Can we go home now?" Bastian grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him to the truck. Carly glanced over her shoulder to see Tony and Garrett arguing heatedly still. Finally, she sighed and handed over her keys. They climbed in the truck and Bastian pulled out. The silence was deafening to her ears. "Don't tell me you're angry." She grinned at the stubborn set of his jaw. "I'm okay. I know I promised to stay inside, but I had to get away. For a moment, she debated saying anything about Ralph, but knew it would be wrong to hide it from Bastian. It caught her off guard how much it bothered her to repeat his words. The nasty things he said to her in front of everyone she worked with brought a lump to her throat and made her eyes water.
He's dead. You are fucking perfect in every way.
He glanced at her from the driver's seat and met her gaze.
Don't ever let anyone tell you differently. You are my goddess, every delectable curvy inch of you. I wouldn't change a thing about you.
She smiled and slid over next to Bastian on the truck's bench seat. She linked her hand with his free one and laid her head on his shoulder. Thank you. Hearing you say that means the world to me. I don't normally need reassurance about my body, but knowing how you feel makes me happy. You are my knight in shining armor, the one I didn't know I was looking for. 20 minutes later, they were pulling up in front of her house where a waiting Luna was pacing. Carly climbed out of the truck and smiled sheepishly at the scared woman. Baby, I have been so worried about you. Where is Tony? I'm going to hug the shit out of you two, and then give you an earful for being so stupid. Luna pulled her into a tight hug and squeezed. Please stop scaring me like that. Carly couldn't say much as she nodded in agreement. This must be what it felt like to have a mother. Carly heard a car door slam, and then she was released. Young lady, what do you have to say for yourself? Don't scare me like that ever again. You know what is going on, and you left the safety of the office. The rest of Luna's words were cut, mumbled as she pulled Tony into a similar hug. Carly smiled at Tony and nodded. Sometimes you just needed to be held like that to feel all was okay. Let's go inside. But first, boys, unload my car. I picked up takeout for us all. Figured no one was going to be in the mood for cooking after this. I know it's a tad early, but it will hold if we want to wait a bit to eat. Luna rambled as she led the way back to the front door of the house. Carly opened the front door and waited for everyone to enter. She had to smile. It seemed to her she had a much larger family than she had realized. Carly walked into the living room where everyone was seated, but Bastian was gone. She looked around in puzzlement.
He stepped out to take a call. He said he would be right back, that it was an important call he had been waiting for.
Garrett supplied when he saw her confusion. The group sat and talked and filled Luna in on all that had transpired through the day. The front door rang, and Carly looked around in confusion. Everyone she was close to was pretty much here in the room with her. I'm going to check on Little Bear. I will be right back, Luna called out as she left the room. Carly stood and made her way to the front door and looked out the peephole. She let out a gasp of surprise and pulled the door open. Papa, what are you doing here? She stepped back and let him enter. He surprised her by pulling her into a tight hug.
I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Please tell me you are okay. I couldn't handle it if something happened to you because of me.
34. Papa, de que hablas? What are you talking about?
Babe, can you come here?
Bastian called from the living room. Coming. My father is here too, she called back as she pulled away and led him down the hallway, stealing curious glances at him as she went. Bastian, this is my father, Juan Toblan. Papa, this is my... Carly's words were cut short when Luna walked back in the room and dropped the glass she had been carrying. What are you doing here? Luna and Juan echoed at the same time. Carly froze and looked back and forth between the two stuttering people. Do you guys know each other? Juan recovered himself and turned to Carly.
I must speak to you at once. It's very important. It's about your safety. No offense, sir, but you can speak here in front of us. I also just received some news I want to share in regards to her safety as well.
Bastian stepped forward and offered his hand. Carly froze as she saw the distaste cross her father's face. Papa, don't. Papa, Luna whispered, clearly in shock. Luna, are you okay? Carly reached forward to grab her as she wobbled on her feet, but was pulled back to stand next to her enraged father.
Let's go. You are leaving this place right now. I can see he was right, if not a bit misguided in his actions."
Juan grabbed Carly's arm and tugged her towards the front door. "Papa, no! I'm not leaving. This is my home and these are my friends," Carly demanded, pulling uselessly at her father's tightening grip.
"Let go of her this instant,"
Bastian roared, his features ready to shift. "You better let go, Papa. He's my mate," Carly pleaded with her father. "For your safety, let me go." He let go so quickly, she stumbled backwards into Bastian's waiting arms.
"You're mated to that thing? You are just like your mother. I did everything I could to raise you right, but her blood must be too strong."
He glared at Luna as he ranted at Carly. "Juan, I don't understand what is going on here. Carly is your daughter?" Luna asked with a bewildered expression. "Luna, I think you're in shock. Come sit with me on the couch." Tony tried to pull her away from the confrontation. "No," she growled fiercely. "Juan, tell me now. What is going on?" Carly's eyes widened at the anger in Luna's features. She'd never seen her so worked up. "Luna, how do you know my father?" Carly asked, with a hesitant step towards her. "That man." She met Carly's gaze with fire in her own. "He was my husband." Everyone went silent. Carly's jaw dropped. No words came out of her mouth. Luna continued with enough fury in her words to make everyone move back a step. She jerked her gaze back to Carly's dad. "That is, until I got tired of his domineering, controlling ways and his asinine ideas that shifters were inferior to humans. I was a teacher, and he made my life hell because I taught shifter children and befriended their parents." Luna looked to Carly. "He hasn't changed, has he? In all these years?" "Papa, you said you were only married once. That you married my mother and she died. When were you with Luna?" Carly had a sinking suspicion she knew the answer, but she needed to hear it from his mother. "Answer me, Papa!"
"I was only married once, and she is dead to me. I didn't lie about that."
Juan turned to Luna.
"You left me and met that shifter and made a life. How could you do that to me? You left me for an animal. Do you know what people said? How they treated me? I was a laughingstock, a joke."
"My baby died. You said she died!" Luna screamed in rage as she advanced on Juan. Garrett wrapped his arms around her and held her back.
"She was dead. To you. I had full custody. It was easy to fake her death and make you believe it. You didn't deserve to pollute her mind with your warped opinions."
Juan spat out in anger and disgust as he looked at Luna.
"You would have taught her that they are equal to us, or heaven forbid, superior to us. I couldn't allow that. After all that, it didn't matter. She mated one of them."
Bastian and Garrett growled at his words, but didn't approach to tear him apart like their eyes were promising. Carly placed a hand on Bastian's arm, trying to soothe his bear, her own mind trying to make sense of what was being said. She cleared her throat and glanced back and forth between her father and Luna. No, between her father and mother. God, this was surreal. "This is a lot to take in. This morning I was sitting at my desk working and thinking of Bastian." She frowned at her mate. "Then I was harassed by Ralph at work, almost kidnapped, and now learn my mother is alive and someone I have come to care about."
"Carly, let me explain,"
her father said. "No," she shook her head. "You've done enough damage. I don't care what reasons you had anymore." Carly smiled at Luna. "I knew I had a connection with you. I just didn't know why. I can see the resemblance now that I'm looking. I have your eyes and mouth, don't I?" Luna stumbled forward and pulled Carly into a tight hug. "Yes, baby, you do. My baby. I can't believe I have you back after all these years. You are even more beautiful than I imagined you would be." The two women pulled apart and stared into one another's eyes, tears pouring down their smiling faces.
"Your father is trying to make a move for the door," Bastian interrupted. "Is it okay if I make him stick around? I have a few things I would like to say to him."
Carly smiled at her mate's words. "Don't hurt him. He came here for a reason, and I need to know what it was." She turned and glared at her father, while clutching Luna's hand for dear life. "You weren't ever going to tell me, were you? You were going to let me live my life, believing she was dead. How could you do that? Did you ever love me? Even a little?" Juan rolled his eyes and sighed.
"Of course I wasn't going to tell you. Iha, you are better off without her in your life. I did everything I could to keep you away from their kind. You had enough going on in your life with your weight. You didn't need to be a shifter sympathizer, too. Your chances of getting married were going to dry up and blow away. I did what I had to do."
"You sent Ralph here to watch me in the hopes I would marry him and live under your thumb, didn't you? That pompous prick who did nothing but insult me was sent by you, my own father."
"Yes, I sent him, but I had no idea the lengths he would go to get you. I don't know what you did to that poor boy, but he is unglued. He called me ranting and raving about how he had to have you, and if you wouldn't come willingly, then he was going to make sure the shifter couldn't have you either."
35. Juan's words settled heavy on his shoulders as he slumped into a chair.
"I never meant for this to happen. I wanted you to fall in love with him and come home to live close to me. I told him to do whatever was necessary to make sure it happened, and you came home."
Juan looked up at his daughter with misery and pain clearly etched in his eyes.
"I swear I didn't know what he was doing. I wouldn't have allowed it. I don't want you with their kind, but I would never condone what he did."
Carly looked at the others to see if they understood what he was saying. Bastian wrapped his arms around her.
"That phone call I received earlier. It was an acquaintance that was helping Garrett and me find out who was behind the kidnapping attempts. He is part of the cartel. They are very upset someone is using their name, and they have been searching for the person responsible. That's how I knew you were almost abducted today, and that 2 guys stepped in to help. The cartel had someone watching you."
Bastian turned her to face him.
"They caught the guy from this afternoon. He spilled his guts. Ralph has been hiring these guys to kidnap you."
"This isn't making sense. You went to the cartel?" Carly shrieked and dug her nails as she gripped his arms. "That wasn't safe, you idiot! What if they had done something to you?"
"I love you. I had to find out some answers. I couldn't handle you being in danger all the time. Garrett was with me. 2 shifters against humans. We were fine, I promise. Stop scowling at me, baby. It worked out for the best. They have Ralph in their care. He won't be bothering us again."
"What are they going to do to him?" Tony whispered in a horrified voice.
"If what Juan says is true, and he is insane, then I don't assume they will do much. Rough him up a bit, maybe. But I did warn them the FBI was looking into the kidnappings. If they are smart, they will leave him tied up for the feds to pick up with a full confession on tape. They don't need to give them any leverage to come after them."
Bastian explained with a smile at Tony's relieved expression. "I'm safe then?"
"Yes, baby, you are. No one will ever hurt you again. I promise."
Bastian turned to glare at Juan.
"As to you, you have 2 options. You can leave this house now, and that's the end of it. Or you can figure out a way to learn to live with your daughter's choice. She is my mate, and we won't be separated. You destroyed 2 people's lives with your lies. If it wouldn't hurt 2 women I love most in the world, I would skin you alive and then stake your ass to the ground so the buzzards can eat their fill."
Carly watched as her father stood and took in the faces around him. He winced when he met her eyes.
"I love you, baby doll. But I'm sorry. I can't do this."
No one said a word as he walked out of the room and out of their lives. Carly knew it was for the best. Maybe one day he would realize the mistake he made, but until then, she had her mother and her mate. Bastian winced.
"I'm sorry, beautiful."
Carly smiled. "I'm not. I have my family right here. I love you, Bastian." She glanced at a still, weeping Luna and curled a hand over her mother's. "Mama." Luna nodded. Carly's heart filled with joy and wonder. She had a wonderful family now. I know it hasn't been easy getting to this point, but I'm so happy we did. I have a mother, and will have children at some point with my mate.
Hopefully your husband.
He winked.
If you want that.
She grinned and pressed her lips to his. I want that. I want that very much.
Good, because I think the children will be coming a lot sooner than you realize.
He laughed and pulled her into a tight hug. The feeling of coming home had never been this wonderful. The end. This has been Mismatched, BBW Paranormal Shapeshifter Romance, Raging Falls, Book 2. Written by Millie Taiden. Narrated by Lauren Sweet. Copyright, Lifetime, by Millie Taiden. Production copyright, 2018, by Millie Taiden.